Day 3 in the AI Cup, and two good old friends will face off in the winners final. Magnus Carlsen and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave fighting to go straight through to the grand final. But before that happens, two more players will be knocked out. Welcome to the AI Cup.
All his pieces at the right square.
Execute an attack and finish the game.
This is the chaos button that he's just pressed. What has this kid got in store? He's so good. He's so good at thinking on the fly.
Checkmate on the board. Eduardo Durzaga reacts. He celebrates.
Oh, hello.
Ooh, and after seconds of the clock, and Wesley done that with 3 seconds. He walks into a pin.
He is so stressed out.
Tension. He knows he's so close in this one.
This is a game-ending move.
We're mixing it up in the studio and here to guide you through Day 3 in the AI Cup, as always, with the analysis board, Grandmaster David Howell and International Master Tanya Sachdev. So nice to see you guys. So nice to be in the studio here with you guys. What an action-packed Day 2 you guys had here in the studio. We even saw, David, a mate in 3 that Magnus Carlsen didn't spot. What happened there?
It was just incredible, Kaya. So many twists and turns in yesterday's action, in all of the matches actually, but Magnus Carlsen missing a forced checkmate. That was a once in a lifetime, and the way he saved that game at the end, going for stalemate in some of his games, it was, well, it really had everything.
I guess that was the biggest shock yesterday, Tanya, but much more happened. What was some highlights for you?
So many of them. It's been a nerve-wracking event so far, and we had this dramatic match between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Shakrar Mamedyarov. Fireworks from the start. But for me, Kaya, what was really impressive was how Anish took down Hikaru Nakamura. A 2-2-0 scoreline, but not just that. He made it look easy. Really convincing and powerful play by Anish. I think he has become a bit of a favorite in this one.
Yeah, he must be flying high with some confidence now, Anish Giri. And, well, yesterday, Day 2, was nice for someone my level of chess to actually see a Grandmaster miss a mate in 3.
Oof, this one's still anyone's game. Who will recover?
Oh my gosh, what just happened?
The evaluation bar is just turned all black.
Wow.
What?
Queen takes G5. He can sacrifice his queen and win on the spot.
What a move.
Oh my god, will Magnus Carlsen find this?
Queen takes G5.
We have to show
incredible.
this. That's a checkmate in 3.
Wow.
He doesn't find it.
Oh my god, he missed it.
That is shocking.
Magnus Carlsen missed a checkmate in 3. And now Magnus Carlsen, look at that.
He's seen it now.
And he's
you can
frozen.
see,
my God.
Wow. Look at his reaction there. That is... he's gone to have a little lay down after that. So
I think the practical decision, the professional decision would be to repeat here. He's 1 minute down after all on the clock.
Decision has been made. Queen C7 on the board. Big trouble for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
There's a checkmate.
Wow.
lovely.
Rook takes pawn now looks like the most natural move.
Yeah.
Took us a while, but look at this. The Black King finally caught. Magnus does know his checkmates, everyone.
That is it. Jan Nepomniachtchi does resign after h3. Magnus Carlsen boxing up Black's king there. He does it.
Well done. That is amazing stuff from Nepo.
He finds queen at 7, but it's a different position, but he has the idea. And look at Magnus. Magnus reacts.
Now Black is completely frozen. The Black Rook is stuck in front of the pawn. The Black Knight stuck, preventing any checks. And
Oh, look at that. Oh, he missed another chance.
as soon as they're separated, it will be game over. And
Whoa!
What?
Oh!
Whoa,
Oh,
check.
unbelievable.
And maybe now
Unbelievable.
you cannot take the rook. That's stalemate again. Maybe now black can hold long enough.
He's made the draw. Unbelievable.
Loss from Jan Nepomniachtchi to Magnus Carlsen. Nepo is knocked down to the losers bracket, and today he will face off against the youngster Alireza Firouza in the losers quarterfinals, and the other match there is Mamedyarov against Giri. Later today, it's going to be Magnus Carlsen against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in the winners final, and that's going to be an exciting one. These two have not played each other so far this season on the Champions Chess Tour. So, David, what should we expect when these two good old friends face off?
Yeah, it's always a fight. Very rarely do we see kind of quick exchanges and a draw between these two. Magnus tends to go for Vachier-Lagrave, and of course Vachier-Lagrave embraces the challenge. This one, both players in really good form right now. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. They're the same generation. They know each other extremely well, and it's tough to call.
Yeah. What would it mean, do you think, Tanya, for MVL to beat Magnus today and make it through to the grand final?
That's going to be huge, right? Because for Maxime, his one big shot to Toronto is to win the whole thing. A victory would seal the deal.
Yeah.
He's got a big task ahead of him. But it's not just Maxime. You've got 3 players in the elimination bracket who are also looking at that spot into the finals. One step at a time for Maxime. I mean, I'm just thinking, Kaya, if a 2 times world championship challenger could not beat Magnus Carlsen, up a queen versus a rook, what's it going to take?
Yeah. What is it going to take, David? What will MVL have to do to beat Magnus in a match?
Well, he'll have to show that killer instinct that he has displayed over the past couple of days, but he'll also need a bit of luck. He'll need Magnus to miss a few things. He'll need Magnus to not quite be in top form, and of course he'll need to be in top form himself. He has beaten Magnus. He beat him in the Speed Chess Championship last season, so he's got some form. He should take confidence from that.
Yeah. And let's hear what Magnus said yesterday about now facing MVL for the first time this season.
Yeah, it's exciting to get to play Maxim. He did tremendously well in the Speed Chess Championship, crushing. Gukesh was sort of expected, but also the way he won against Nihal was a little bit unexpected for me, and not that he won, but the way he won, and very impressive. And also, like, he was leading against Hikari with the bullets when the bullets started, and I feel like even before that he had many chances to lead even more. And of course, he beat 2 very, very strong players to get there. So yeah, it's good to get a crack at him again. It's been a while, I feel, yeah, I think I got to show up with a little bit more energy than I did today, because yeah, today was not good.
Magnus, low on energy and in sweatpants yesterday. He is sitting in Oslo. Actually, all 6 players left in the tournament are all sitting in Europe. That's unusual with India and the US flying high. But these 6 players are still in AI Cup fighting to go through, and 4 of them actually fighting to bank a spot to go across the Atlantic and to Toronto. Do you think that is something that will be in the back of their minds, Tanya?
It's got to be, right? It's a $500,000 season and a final, and they all know that it is their only shot. Tour points, they would need so much to go their way for that. But again, Kaya, with this field and every match being so incredibly difficult, I think that thought has to just wait for now. It's one game at a time, and for those in the elimination bracket, it's all about surviving.
Exactly. And in the elimination bracket, we do have Mamedyarov against Anish Giri. Both of them, as Tanya mentions, now fighting to bank a spot in Toronto. Well, the easiest path is to win the tournament, and one of them will be knocked out today. So, David, what should we expect with the always entertaining Mamedyarov against Giri?
Well, expect the unexpected, I would say, with Mamedyarov. These two do have a track record, and Mamedyarov has played some of his most beautiful games against Anish Giri in the past. So Anish with a score to settle, and as he said himself in the interview yesterday, getting to those tour finals is a huge goal. And yeah, it's going to be cagey, I think, but in just a 2-game match, it's hard. Well, it could go either way, Tanya.
He also said he needs a miracle for that to happen, but miracles do happen.
They do. And then we also have Jan Nepomniachtchi knocked down from the winner's bracket yesterday to face Alireza Firouza today. And what do you expect from that one, Tanya?
That's going to be a fun battle from the very start. Again, their styles, both intuitive players, aggressive players, really like to take those decisions that bring on the dynamic play. A lot on the line, especially for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Alireza is already through to Toronto, so there's a little less pressure on him.
Yeah.
But of course, he's looking for a tournament victory. I think it's more on the line, more at stake for Jan Nepomniachtchi. One thing's for sure, it's going to be a best of two. Every game, it's going to be hot action.
Oh, I love it. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, described by Magnus Carlsen himself as a chess genius. And let's dig deeper into the style of Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Nepomniachtchi outshone most of his peers at a young age, including Magnus Carlsen. Nepomniachtchi is also one of the few players in world chess who keeps a positive score against the world champion. Nepomniachtchi is extremely aggressive and ambitious. He's always seeking the maximum from every position. He also plays incredibly fast. That can scare his opponents, but occasionally it can backfire. Sometimes he rushes a bit too much and misses some key details in positions. A very dangerous player, but one who's yet to prove himself right at the top level. This position is from one of Nepomniachtchi's games when he was only 13 years old. It does showcase his style perfectly. Nepomniachtchi now won the game with a very elegant tactic. First, he decided to sacrifice his knight, the white knight capturing a pawn near the enemy king. Black felt compelled to capture this knight, and rather than recapture the rook, which would lead to a balanced position, Nepomniachtchi unleashed a hidden detail. He brought his queen up, giving check to the black king, sacrificing the white queen. And after black's king took this, the final very pretty detail, white took this rook, giving fork to the black king and the black queen. And after black's king retreated, he captured the queen and he emerged with a material advantage. White is now a rook for a knight ahead. Nepomniachtchi, he's a dangerous tactician.
Nepomniachtchi, born in that golden year, 1990, same age as, for example, Magnus Carlsen. He has played 2 world championship matches, but he still is not a world champion. But what a player he is. And what would you say is his biggest strengths, Tanya?
There are so many. He's one of the best players in the world, and right now he's got a lot working from him. He's fresh from a victory at the Levitor Week. Played some fantastic chess there. The one thing that we've seen in the Champions Chess Tour from Jan Nepomniachtchi has been his speed. As David said in that profile video, that he's a tactical genius. He's never shy of going into aggressive positions. He loves the dynamics. He plays them out confidently, and he always is up on the clock. But I'm still trying to think, David, what was it that didn't work for Nepo yesterday?
Well, it's just when it comes to crunch time, those kind of moments that decide games, occasionally he gets a bit nervous. We saw it in that World Championship match against Magnus, where after falling to his first defeat, he just collapsed. And yesterday, again against Magnus, we saw firstly blundering the checkmate, the final game, on the brink of victory, letting it slip. I think just having that self-confidence to push and yeah, he can do it. He's capable. He just needs everything to fall into place.
Yep. And he is a fun guy, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's played on the Champions Chess Tour all seasons. And I want to bring back a memory from, I think it's the first season, when Jan Nepomniachtchi was bothered by mosquitoes. Look at Nepo, sorry, David, but just, that is so funny. I think he's got a fly or something bothering him. Sorry, you were saying.
I mean, he's not just being bothered by Wesley, he's been bothered by the fly.
Yeah.
That's ideal. Stop White's king advancing.
Oh, did he catch it in the end?
Oh, maybe.
But it's
Oh, Wesley's laughing as well. Do you think he's watching the webcam? Oh, did you get it?
Nepomniachtchi, the white bishop about to be trapped. Does he resign? Yes, he does.
It was some kind of shamanic ritual because, you know, during the last game, I mean, I didn't care about the game at all. I was like, only wanted not to get, you know, eaten down by mosquitoes. I mean, this was completely, I mean, this was incredible. Like, I have never seen such a big amount in one place, you know, still here. So, okay, probably I would offer a draw, but, I mean, it was too late. And, you know, even now it continues.
I can just feel the frustration for Nepo there, playing a whole day of chess with just a bunch of mosquitoes in his room. Hopefully, they will not be there today as he faces Alireza Firouza with just pressure on him to go through to tomorrow's losers semi-finals. And it's a special matchup here for him against Firouza. Magnus did say before his last World Championship match that he would only play, after his last World Championship match, he would only play Alireza Firouza, and then Nepo ends up winning the candidates tournament and Magnus decides not to play. Is that sort of... Do you think that was just a little bit disrespectful to Nepomniachtchi?
Possibly. I don't think Magnus means it that way. I think Magnus is just keen to take on the next generation, but Jan Nepomniachtchi, Vachier-Lagrave in the winner's bracket, we see all of these players around Magnus's age still there. It's still up to that young generation to come through and kind of take their place, rise up and usurp the throne. So yeah, it's fascinating to see this clash of generations face off now.
Yep. And here he is, Jan Nepomniachtchi, ready to play against Alireza Firouza. It's best of 2 rapid games with potential Armageddon to decide the losers quarterfinals. And what do you expect from Alireza today, Tanya?
Well, he's been playing really well so far here, so I think he's going to continue that momentum. I think the clock is going to be a huge factor in this matchup. We've been talking about Jan's one of his biggest strengths being speed and his ability to take really critical, combative decisions very quickly. Alireza, meanwhile, does struggle a little bit on the clock. So I feel like that will be a battle that Alireza will have to take control of, and we've got an opening which already promises to be a really fun battle, Kaya.
Nice. What are we seeing here?
It started as the Italian game. It was the 2 knights defense by Black, and White tried to go for something we called the fried liver attack, which would have involved sacrifices, bringing out the Black king early. Instead, Black has sacrificed a pawn, a quick flurry of moves. This is a very popular opening at all levels, especially club level, I would say. And White a pawn up here, but Black will most likely get a lead in development. This last move, the pawn push to h4, ambitious, but not White's most common. Tanya, any experience here?
With h4, not. And exactly what you said, that there are other moves that definitely Alireza was prepared for. He's gone into a think after that. It makes Jan's intentions really clear. He's well prepared. He knows what he's doing. He's testing Alireza in the opening knowledge. And right now, Alireza with a 30-second think, he's not feeling really comfortable. And it's the kind of opening, David, where you can go wrong, and it can be really bad if you go wrong. One bad move, and you're stuck with a terrible position.
Yeah, for both sides.
Yeah.
High-stakes chess, really direct chess. None of this slow manoeuvring kind of strategic play that we sometimes talk about here. Nepomniachtchi, he's grabbed the material, he's a pawn up, he's going to try and cling onto it, and Firouza is the one with the burden of seeking counterplay. I just love it. This position suits both players' styles, actually, so it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top. Clearly, at the moment, though, it is Jan who's better prepared. He was the one who chose this opening, predicted this opening. Firouza has to kind of just acclimatize.
All right, this game has started. It looks like it's going to be a super entertaining one, but the other first game in the losers quarterfinals is also about to start between Anish Giri and Shahryar Mamedyarov, who will have the white pieces in this game. One, remember, best out of 2 rapid games, potentially Armageddon to decide the match. And what are we seeing here?
Wow, OK, Mamedyarov starting with the Reti opening. Usually he's very predictable. Usually he plays 1d4, pushes the queen's pawn nearly without fail, but Anish Giri there offering a transposition into a bunch of openings, including the Sicilian. Mamedyarov, it feels like he's freestyling already. Pawn to e3. He's just playing against Anish Giri's theoretical knowledge here. I think he's trying to take the game into uncharted territory as early as possible.
Is that sensible?
Makes a lot of sense, Kai, especially when you're playing against a player who's so well prepared. And for Shak, I think he just wants to position not only a surprise with the 1 knight f3, but the second move as well, pushing that pawn in front of the king instead of trying to fan kato his kingside bishop. So a really interesting opening approach by Shak, playing against, well, not just what he has on the board, but the opponent that he's fighting today.
Yeah. It seems like it takes a lot of time to move your 2 pawns already, only 1 square, when you can move them 2 squares.
Yeah, maybe he's forgotten that rule, Kaya. Maybe he's forgotten that pawns do move 2 squares on the first turn. Anish Giri, he has actually had something very similar against Hikaru Nakamura yesterday. But there, Hikaru went for a slightly different setup, also involving pawn to b3 and a fianchetto, and Hikaru was punished. So clearly Mamedyarov had been watching that game. He's trying to set up slightly differently now, and the game will take a slower turn. This is far less direct than the other encounter, but Still, it shows ambition from Mamedyarov. He doesn't want to just go into opening theory, test Anish Giri there. He wants to play a game from move one. It's just about who the better player is on the day.
Yeah, and the one good thing about keeping it flexible with white is that you've got all these plans that can later on occur on the board with the deep pawn advancing forward and challenging the center. And it's black. It's Anish who actually does that first. D5, it was time. He's castled, he's developed the pieces, and he asks Vachier about the intentions in the middle of the board. And we see trades. The knight develops with a tempo. And how do we feel about black's queen up on the board early on?
Usually I'd be skeptical, Tanya. Black's queen coming out very early. It's going to get kicked about a bit. We don't normally recommend that, right? But it is Anish Giri. I do trust his opening preparation. And the fact that he played these last two moves really quickly means that he does know what he's doing. And I think he just paused a bit, Anish Giri, in the early stages in the first 5 moves, because often play can transpose to different openings depending on your move order, depending on how your opponent reacts. And suddenly we've transposed back into something that he knows pretty well. Unless white can somehow step forward, as you mentioned earlier, Kaya, with pawns 2 squares forward, open up lines, or maybe get at this black queen, then Anish has a very healthy position with black. I think it will be a big success.
Okay. We are definitely going to follow the action in both of the matches on the losers quarterfinals today. But you guys did say that you were expecting a lot of drama in that game 1 with Alireza and Jan. So we're jumping back to that game. Has anything happened since we last saw this position?
A lot.
Yeah, it's weird, wacky, really rare position. White's still a pawn up, remember, but there are knights on the edge of the board for black. White's queen has done a little dance. Black's queen looks like it's on an odd square. I already see threats, tactics in the air, Tanya.
Yeah, and it's the kind of position where white down a pawn, white up a pawn, but black has a lot of piece activity. And it's all about trying to get that momentum going, which is why Alireza does not slow down. Kicking that knight out from the center of the board. I like this approach by him with f5. And as you're pointing out, David here, e4, knight f4, 2 very attractive options, which put in some direct threats into white's position.
Yeah, really tempting. Knights on f4. We talk about knights on f5 from the white side. This is kind of the dream square for a black piece. You're hitting the queen, hitting the bishop, hitting the bishop here and hitting the pawn on g2. And how does white defend? You might be forced back to some really ugly squares as white. And look at the white pieces, pretty much retreated all the way back to square one. And this is on the board. Queen to f1 has just been played. Now I'm expecting Firouza to be tempted to push this pawn forward potentially. Maybe develop his bishop to attacking posts. Jan better know what he's doing, otherwise he might get punished.
I mean, just look at the position. It's so weird that knight on b1 is the one that's supposed to land on c3, but it's the other knight that has taken that spot, so you really can't finish your development easily. The queen is coming in the way of the king and the rook. There's no castling in sight. To me, it looks like a lot of compensation with black. I would like to play this position playing for the initiative, David. There are all these ideas of even developing fan chattering the light squared bishop to b7, and I'm eyeing that g2 pawn. I want to go c5 next, and I would be scared as white here.
I would be terrified. But then again, Nepomniachtchi still has more time than he started the game with. It's move 15.
Whoa.
He still has over 15 minutes on the clock. And look how he's playing every move instantly. This looks terrifying. I would be looking at moves like a check already for black, sacrificing. But he's got everything under control. He wants to start the kickback, start removing the black knight from his camp next. And he still is a pawn up. If the white bishop can move, knight can move, and the white king can castle later on, it takes 3 turns to do that. Then white will be doing very well indeed. So Firouza, with only 9 minutes on the clock, has to act quickly.
You said it was going to be about speed and the clock today, Tanya, in this matchup. And already, you're right.
I don't think we can be surprised anymore with Jan having more time on the clock. But yes, in this kind of position, you really want to show that confidence to your opponent, because otherwise you get into a lot of trouble. Your pieces are not developed. Your king is still in the center of the board. Things could go wrong really quickly, but he's sending out a signal that he knows exactly what he's doing. And for Alireza, that can be a bit of a mental pressure to deal with.
Yeah. I just want to ask a question, Tanya. Do you think he's still in opening preparation? Or is he bluffing? Because he has been known to bluff occasionally in his career. Jan Nepomniachtchi, we've seen it actually in World Championship matches. He continues to play very fast, even once his preparation ends, sometimes going astray there. But the speed with which he's going at now.
Alireza is definitely not. I think we can come to that conclusion with the amount of time that he's taken. But despite that, it feels like he has combated the position really well. He's taken some good decisions and kept the momentum up. Jan Nepomniachtchi, is this some crazy World Championship prep? Is this something that he hasn't used before? David, it's so hard to say. I'll tell you one thing. It's a position that I have never seen in my chess career.
And we're in move 17. So how long will opening prep usually last? How many moves will it, on average, your opening prep be?
Yeah, I mean, if you're me, opening prep ends on move 3 or 4. Then you're on your own freestyling. But these top players, especially in very forcing lines, we would call this quite a direct opening attempt because already back on move 5, 6, White was creating threats. White won a pawn. And both sides need to know what to do. If you're sacrificing a pawn in the opening, you want to have looked deeply into the ideas, the plans, the exact move orders. If you're grabbing a pawn and if you're putting your pieces on ugly squares like White's queen, then you need to know. And that's a check. It's a sacrifice.
It's a big check, David. It's one that you need to recapture because it's not just a check, it's a fork on the board, and it's all based on the black queen on e6 lined up against that white king on e1. If White does recapture with that pawn on c2, Black simply takes it back and wins the bishop. But the entire tactical skirmish and the sequence of winning the material back, it might just ease off the pressure for White. Less pieces on the board, less pieces to develop.
This is true. For example, now if White develops, I'm not sure exactly how. I was going to say the most natural move on the board would be to move the knight just to get the opportunity to castle next. But Black does not take this bishop. This is Firouza's trick. He will not take this bishop and go for a queen trade where the pressure would dissipate. As Tanya points out, once the queens come off, it's just going to be roughly level. White still up a pawn, but Black with the bishop pair. Instead, he would up the ante, up the pressure by bringing his bishop out, piling on to this poor pinned piece. And wow, I think this could be high stakes already. This would work out in Black's favor. White would be utterly paralyzed here. So I think we might have to ask the engine, what is White's move to survive? The most natural move developing would backfire instantly. He's walking a tightrope.
He really is. And the idea that you pointed out of Black actually not just recapturing immediately, but doubling down on that pin with that bishop move to a6 is what needs to be combated here. Nepomniachtchi with twice the amount of time on the clock. And David, this might be just, we'll see the bar, maybe just shoot right down. But what if I sidestepped the pin? I go king to d1, and what I really want to do is force you to take that bishop now. And then the idea of taking it back with the queen. Queens come off the board. I'm feeling happy.
Yeah, it's on the board, Tanya. You called it, you predicted it. We did briefly see the engine moves, and it did say, if we backtrack, that knight to a4 was actually White's best with an advantage, but that is counterintuitive, not obvious. The idea would have been to trade off these dark squared bishops. Instead, he goes for your more natural move there, Tanya, king to d1. Very logical, and Black will be forced to take. Alireza debating whether he can go for something else, but no, he does recapture the piece. White's still a pawn up. That was just a temporary kind of sacrifice there from Black, but the queens are coming off, and that's the main factor in this position. We will head towards a queenless middle game where Black has open bishops. Still looks very pleasant, at least in practical terms, but White does have something to suffer for, something to cling on to, the extra pawn.
And what you really want to do is now continue with the idea of developing that queenside knight to a3, bring the rook to c1, try to finish development, connect your rooks, and hope that your extra pawn will count. But with the double bishop, I think time is of the essence, and Nepomniachtchi, sensing that, to not have to make these natural-looking moves, instead goes full throttle. He wants to land that knight on c5, threatening the bishop. Not just the bishop, the knight will also jump on further on the board on e6 and eventually destroy the bishop pair. That's a big compensation for Black.
Yeah, I think that's a really logical move, just getting rid of the bishop pair immediately. And often that's just what you need to do. Sometimes the kind of play gets wild, gets crazy. Once the dust settles, then you look at the strategic factors. And now Nepomniachtchi, he's just simply doing a bit of counting. He's saying, I'm one pawn up. I'm going to trade as many pieces as possible. Long term, that pawn will make... it will count. Yeah, who do you think's happier of the two right now?
It's got to be Jan, right? He's got this extra pawn. The queens are off the board. He is neutralizing Black's bishop pair right now. And there we see it. It comes off. It's just all about one more move for White, David. Get that knight out. Get that rook to the c line. Get the other rook to the e line. I think it's the kind of position where White is playing for two results. Or am I being too harsh on Black's position?
I think you might be right. Unless we see Nepomniachtchi go really astray, kind of play some inaccurate moves, it does feel like he's the one playing for a win. Black just fighting for the draw. If Black can win a pawn back, for example, this game might fizzle out. I did see a moment ago as well on the chat, saying that the fried liver is not a World Championship opening. But I think it might be something he's had up his sleeve for a while. Often these top players in the world, we've seen Magnus do it, they have slightly unsound openings or openings that slightly dubious for must-win situations. And this is just a two-game match. It's not must-win yet, but Nepomniachtchi clearly taking risks.
And also, let's not forget that in the World Championship, you always want to have these options in your arsenal. The match can often go into tie breaks, into faster time formats, and to be able to surprise your opponent. Even if you don't end up using it, you've definitely looked at these ideas. And we often see that happen at top-level chess. You prepare it for one event and then end up playing 10 years later.
Yeah, and then you've forgotten everything, all the details. I've had that many times in my career. I once played a novelty I'd been saving up for 6 years. The problem was I couldn't remember.
Oh, no.
I knew that was the right move. Like 3 moves later, I was like, oh, what did my notes say? What have I studied before? And it went a bit wrong. So that's how chess works.
That is how chess works, but the speed with which Jan is playing, it looks like he is familiar and remembers a little bit, but I also really like how Alireza is coming out for that compensation. We've been talking about White having to finish development, but with doubling up on the D line, he makes sure that that doesn't happen. Now the knight on B1 is stuck defending that D2 pawn. The rook on H1 is stuck defending the H4 pawn. So not that easy for Jan to detangle, and he goes for a very direct approach.
Yeah, I think, Tanya, it's linked to this second idea you mentioned. He just wants to free up his rook. Black now, of course, blocks the kingside. He doesn't want to allow this rook to get active vertically, so it's going to activate itself across the board. There we go. Rook to E1. Now he's freed up his piece. Very logical. And he's also created and fixed a target. This is why the players, just in the last few years, kind of since the dawn of AlphaZero, they've been pushing their rook's pawns. They realize that these are potential queens. Watch out for White's pawn to become really strong later in the game if its counterpart disappears.
But stupid question. Why didn't he take the pawn? Why did he go one step ahead instead?
Not a stupid question at all, Kaya. I guess just dynamically here, after pawn takes pawn, rook takes, the white rook is suddenly active and it's a double attack. You can't save both. So the only way to keep material intact was to kind of bypass. But you're right, it's always a dilemma whether to allow this pawn to live, and now he might regret that later on. So a big decision there. Actually, pawn takes pawn would have been, I think, objectively fine too. And here we see the black knight drop back. He's trying to come in to the heart of White's position, but still takes a couple of moves.
It takes a couple of moves, and it really does invite White to jump in with that rook to E6. Now I'm not only hitting that 8-6 pawn, but the other one that you're highlighting as well, David. And this might force Black, in order to defend both of them, to actually trade off one pair of rooks. But as White, you'd be super happy to get that, because then you're freed up on the queen side to develop the knight. But instead of that, Jan has another approach. He doesn't go for rook to E6, but just falls a little short with rook to E5, and he's targeting the F5 pawn instead. Once again, I think a move like rook D5, if you trade a pair of rooks, White is really happy because it eases off the pressure on the D line on the D2 pawn.
Yeah, exactly. For example, if you push this pawn now, White is unable to bring the knight forward, as Tanya's mentioning, because of rook takes pawn. So keeping both rooks as a battery is essential right now. And, OK, he's thinking, what else could he try? He tries rook to F4 instead of pawn to F4, attacking this straggler. And suddenly the threats are building. Feels like Black's active pieces more than compensate the deficit. And, yeah, still just really accurate play from both sides.
Do you think rook E5 was a mouse slip and he intended to go to E6?
Possible. Whoa, nice move. Diving in behind enemy lines with the black bishop here. Actually, lots of pawns on light squares. Kaya, you mentioned earlier, why not take that white pawn off the board? Maybe he wants to go round and win, kind of zigzag with the black bishop, win all these pawns on light squares now. Really clever move. I think Nepomniachtchi missed this one. I did.
But I'm still thinking about it, David, because rook E5, rook F4 is a move that you do look at. And I'm still wondering if Jan actually intended to put that rook to the more natural square, which is one step ahead on E6. Because now Black has all these direct threats. It looks like White is actually going to end up losing one pawn on the king side. You can't hold fort there.
At least one pawn, and suddenly it's kind of swung. So earlier we were talking about a 2-result game, White with the win, or maybe a draw if things go wrong. Suddenly it's Black who's getting optimistic, and White has to be really accurate to keep the balance. I'm not seeing it, and you can see in the body language, Nepomniachtchi as well, struggling, a bit kind of confused after this last few moves.
What a game. And Firouza, he is about to tick under 5 minutes on the clock. I do have an update on stuff going on in Division 2 in the Champions Chess Tour. Some really important games happening there. Fedoseev is now up by 2 points in the winners' semi-final against Arana. And note that if he wins that match, it means Levon Aronian is eliminated from the contention to qualify for Toronto. So he's probably following that match. Levon Aronian, looks like it's going to be a great day for Fedoseev.
Wow, he's been in top form, Fedoseev. Yeah. Of course, he was heartbroken not to make it to Division 1. He was really close, but Anish kind of pipped him to the post, just got that spot. And yeah, pressure on players like Nepomniachtchi now. They might need to win Division 1 in order to make it to those finals if Fedoseev keeps his run going.
Yeah, Fedoseev, big fish. He's playing in a big pond right now, and he's playing big chess right now because he did take down Vincent Keimer yesterday as well. But his path is clear. For any shot to make it to Toronto, Fedoseev now has to win Division 2.
Wow.
He needs those 50 tour points to have a chance. But for that, he also needs results to go his way in Division 1.
Yeah. This is the final tournament before the tour finals that will happen in Toronto in December. A lot of players are still fighting to bank their spot in those tour finals. And what's happening with Jan? He's like, oh, is it room service again?
Mosquitoes?
Or
Anyone?
mosquitoes?
I bet he's just unhappy with his position in the last couple of moves and how this has turned around. It's definitely frustrating because he gets the kind of opening prep that you're hoping for in this format. You get your opponent to burn the clock. You get them into unfamiliar territory. You're blitzing out your moves. You're putting on that pressure mentally. And again, I know I keep saying this, David, but I am still very unsure about what we just saw in the last move with Rook E5 or Rook E6. Chat, get invested. What do you think? Was that a mouse slip? Did he mean to go with the Rook on that more dangerous and more natural-looking spot?
I think we might have to ask him later, Tanya. It could have been a turning point because suddenly we see the bar drop. It's going in Black's favour, and it might continue to do that. It's the type of position that could spiral out of control if Jan here isn't careful. And he plays pawn to G4. He's just trying to trade off.
He's shaking his head.
Ooh, that's a bad sign.
He's not happy.
And the pawns are starting to disappear. Look how weak they are. White's kingside pawns now on those light squares. Easy pickings for the Black bishop. Do you take with a rook now? Do you go hunting with your bishop? So many tempting options.
And what you pointed out earlier, right, Kaya, with White fixing that kingside H pawn on H5, it looked really strong when he did it. But with the turnarounds of the last few moves, these two pawns are going to become clear targets for Alireza. It's the kind of position that's now a lot easier to play as Black than it is for White. Notice how White's knight and rook on the queen side still haven't made a single move in the entire game. Things have gone wrong for White.
Very wrong. And the problem is, for example, after maybe the most natural move, bishop to H3, I mean, once one drops, the other one's guaranteed to fall. And while you're ready, while you're trying to make amends for your lack of development, okay, he does play it, bringing the knight out. Black can just feast, Black can snack. And look at this, there's actually checks against the white king as well. This king not safe, despite the fact it's an endgame. I think this one, okay, the bar is still almost in the middle, slightly on Black's side, but this one could really go wrong if Nepomniachtchi's not careful. He brings his knight forward, and the question is, do you go back with a check? Do you take this pawn? He's fighting. At least White has two proud knights now on outposts. At least two good pieces do somewhat save the position.
Knight c4 was really required because you need to defend that d2 pawn so that when this check arises, you can actually move with your king to that b2 square, which has been now vacated by that knight jump, also defending that critical pawn. The reason Jan did not decide to, the reason that Alireza decided not to take that h5 pawn, David, I think was because the rook could shift up and you end up winning one of the h6 or the c6 pawn. But I think Alireza is getting ambitious now. He feels it. He feels the shift in momentum. And I think he's going for more than just a draw.
Yeah, he has to shift up the pace, at least with which he's been playing. 3 minutes against 8 minutes. And this other idea you alluded to there, Tanya, rook to e6, it's a double attack. Chess is sometimes simple. One of my first coaches said chess is just double attacks. It's just tricks and tactics. And
I don't agree with that.
I agree.
Chess is never simple.
There's more. But when it comes down to it, those are the kind of most elementary tactics that often decide games when you just go for a fork, for example, pins, skewers, those types of things. And White did have this double attack, temporarily sacrificing a piece, gave a check, won a pawn, and now it's level material yet again. And Black has the more active rooks. That's the one thing in his favour. But a bit less time on the clock and material disappearing very fast.
And Black also has to watch out for that h6 weakness, to not let White's rook to actually get to that kingside pawn, because once again, that white pawn on h5 can become a target. So you have to be careful. But Jan's rook on a1 still trying to get into the game.
Yeah.
But now under 3 minutes for Alireza.
How do you sort of put those two up against each other? Jan with just an inactive rook. Alireza with very little time on his clock.
Oof. I would take the better position rather than the time, just because I'm a time travel addict, and Alireza, he's super fast on the clock anyway. But yeah, it's definitely been a case of the clock haunting him in past events. Alireza Firouza, we've seen him struggle in positions where the clock has been ticking down. Here, just because of the lack of pieces, means that he's unlikely to blunder. So that's one thing that he can feel optimistic about. Black's Knight can come in now, maybe.
The Black Knight can come in now, and it does, David. As you pointed out, he does start with a check, and White's king has to stay connected not only to the c3 knight but the c4 pawn as well. So expecting him to step that up to b4, and then Black will have the option to give another check with the knight, getting it towards the center of the board. I've been talking about the big target, but before I say anything, Jan decides a completely different approach.
Yeah, and those double attacks strike again. Both of White's pawns now. Black's knight attacking one pawn, Black's rook attacking another pawn. One of them is doomed. How is Jan going to compensate? Here, you cannot go passive. You have to go active. There we go. He finally brings that rook to life.
The party in the corner is over, as Firebird is writing on the Twitch chat.
Yeah.
And you made a really good point, Kaya, about balancing the clock versus the position. But I think I agree with David on this one, that because there are such few pieces and the play is easier, that actually for Black to have this active rook and to win that h5 pawn, I think we'd all want to be Black right now, any day, all day.
Okay.
It's that phrase again. It's a 2-result game. If White plays really well, probably it's going to be a draw, but Black shouldn't really lose this unless something crazy happens.
2-result game, we all know what happened last time we used that phrase. It all turned around.
Commentator's curse. And okay, he is a pawn up, and 2 connected passed pawns are extremely valuable. You always want your pawns connected, not split. So if the rooks ever disappear, Black is just guaranteed to win this game. Those 2 Black H and G pawns will just march down the board happily. So White keeping his remaining hope alive. He's got a passed pawn of his own. It's an isolated
Could that
pawn.
potentially win him the game?
It could, but it is going to be blockaded by the Black Knight. So White would love, for example, that A pawn to just shift over and connect. But here we go. White is getting active.
It's a race. I want predictions here, guys, because this is such a... It's sort of like the ending where you've got such few pieces, but to me, draw is the least likely outcome. White has got to try to create chances with that C pawn, as you pointed out, Kaya, but the G and the H pawn also looking dangerous. David, if you had to predict right now, what's the end in this one?
I'll say draw. Did I steal your answer? I'll say that just because I'm slightly nervous about the clock. I've got half an eye on the clock here. Yeah. And for Firouza, it's not so easy. White's got this perfect centralization. White's knight superior to its counterpart. Black's knight stuck on the edge on a limb there. White's king is coming towards the middle. And Black's pawns still take a while to run. Without the support of Black's knight, it's not going to be easy. How about you, Tanya?
Oh my gosh, I really like the extra pawn. I like the connected passes on the king side, and I would think this would be decisive in Alireza's favor, but I look at that 1.5 minute on his clock, and of course we all know what can happen in time scramble, including the world #1 missing a mate in 3, so crazier things have happened. I'm expecting a decisive result on this one.
Okay.
Just don't ask me in whose favor anymore.
Yeah, king c6. He's forced the opponent's king to a better square here, Nepomniachtchi. Earlier we talked about his strengths and weaknesses. He's very intuitive, of course. He's so naturally gifted and talented, but occasionally he rushes in 6.5 minutes. This feels like the moment to just sit on your hands, calculate, and kind of force your, use just kind of calculation here to force the draw, force the issue.
And that's so interesting what you say, because very often Jan's biggest strength, which is his speed, often becomes his biggest weakness as well. Sometimes he just rushes those critical moments and those critical decisions, and those are the ones that separates a draw from a win or a draw from a loss. So he's got to be a little careful on using time at the right moment as well.
Yeah, and I think he used his time wisely there. He's going hunting for Black's G-pawn. The more pawns he can remove, the closer he gets to that draw. I think your point is really kind of important there, Tanya. Everyone's biggest strength can occasionally be their weakness. I know that my strengths maybe they accentuate my weaknesses because I love endgames too much. I forget that sometimes middle games, you can go for it. You can go for an attack. And I know a lot of the top players, Alireza, maybe just being so dynamic, so kind of gifted at attacking, sometimes he forgets that he needs to do other things too. Often it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I think David's biggest strength is every commentator's biggest weakness, because that's 200 games that you have to commentate on with some obscure rook pawn ending happening.
That's how I live my life. And,
Writing like a grandmaster.
Exactly.
it is a check, and well, it was a check. It's another check now, and the problem here for Black is where to run, where to hide the king. You're temporarily 2 pawns up, but White does have the opportunity to come and take Black's g-pawn with his rook. Do you take it now? You really have to evaluate these rook and pawn endgames. Tanya, that's the hardest thing to do often.
But at this point, do you want to keep your king safe, or do you want to actually use it for attacking?
I think Black is happy to use it. It's been kind of pushed to the edge of the board, which isn't great. The Black king kind of wants to be over near the other side because the only potential winner is Black's h-pawn. Black's still a pawn up, but with your king kind of on the opposite flank, it does look like this shouldn't be enough to win. And yeah, if Black could kind of magically teleport his king over to kind of swap the Black king and rook round, then good winning chances.
Yeah,
The clocks, though.
There is this traditional chess wisdom, right? King is a piece in the endgame, and you've got to use it like one. For newer chess audience, opening, middle game, it's all about keeping your king safe. But when the pieces are off the board, you have to assist your pawns, you have to assist your other pieces for that activity. And right now, Alireza is the one with the active king, but it feels like it's not going to be enough. With that white rook on the 4th rank, the black pawn will not be able to march too much ahead. Right now, he gets in with even more activity. Probably the rook will slide to the h9.
Whoa, what's happening here?
What's happened here? That's the most natural move in the position. Rooks belong behind passed pawns. Maybe that was a chance for Black's king to get active. Now the white king blocks off the black king. I think Firouza, with more time, would have brought the black king in, and we'll see him try to do that now. Let's just jump back. There was one critical moment, and it was here a big blunder by Nepomniachtchi rushing with still 6 minutes on his clock. And here, Firouza, with more time, would have found the move king to a4, hiding from the checks. This pawn acts as good shelter, and next move, you're guaranteed pretty much to come and win this white pawn. If white tries to block off with the king, now it's just checked away, and the black king will make inroads and will win. Suddenly you'll have 2 extra pawns as Black, and he would have won this game. But no time on the clock. He gave a check, and suddenly White's king was able to block off. We call this the opposition, where a king kind of shoulders off its opponent's king. And yeah, suddenly no way in. Look at the current position. Black's king still all the way here, back passive on b5.
Wow, you said it, Tanya. Clocks would be decisive in this matchup. It already is.
And not only from Alireza's side, but also from Jan's, right? Where we spoke about his biggest strength becoming his biggest weakness, rushing in with rook h7, which is actually the move that I was suggesting as well, because it's just such a human move on the board. And Jan played it in less than 2 seconds, and immediately we saw it was the biggest and probably the only losing move in the situation.
Wow.
Yeah, that can happen. Chess, it's such a hard game. You can't play by general rules all the time. Normally we preach, rooks behind passed pawns, just do it. But you have to time it correctly. And yeah, with more time on the clock, Firouza for sure would have found that. He's also gone for a logical plan here. Alireza, he's pushed the black pawn, the black a-pawn, as far as it can go. He's fixed a weakness. White's a-pawn will mean that the white king is kind of stuck on this side of the board, and black's king is going to slowly try and go the other direction. It's still an uphill struggle here, Tanya. Still far from a draw.
It's not going to be easy, and I think one of the defensive ideas that you have to have is the rank checks with the rook. Once Black's king, and I don't know if you can show it with arrows, but once the black king assists the h-pawn, let's say lands on the g line, you've got to start giving checks from the 3rd rank, the 2nd rank, and the 1st rank. If Black's king finds safety on that h1 square and can assist the h4 pawn, things can get really nasty for White.
Yeah, you have to check from the side here. And he's going to try and do that. He's keeping the black rook honest meanwhile. But, ooh, he was keeping the black rook on the 3rd rank. But the black rook now has got out of the way of the h-pawn. I think he's going to win this, Firouza.
Ooh, really?
I just have a feeling it's momentum Black.
7 seconds.
Just with 7 seconds. The key is his plan is so simple. It's not clear what White can do in the meantime, but Black is just going to bring... There we go. He makes a mistake. And now the a-pawn is dropping. Black can just give a check. Why didn't he go and take the other white pawn? I'm confused. Maybe it is the clock. Wow, let's just show this. Black did have an opportunity just for a move, and it was the most natural reply. White played king to d2. Black could have just given a check. It's a skewer. The king moves out the way. You take another pawn. And here you're just winning. You're going to march down the board. And White's rook cannot keep an eye on both of these 2 black pawns. Instead, let's catch up with the game. Still looks very, very scary for White in the current position. But, okay, some drawing chances because the white king now has made its way, I was going to say, over towards the black h-pawn. So many twists and turns here.
And I think they're going to continue. But the good news for Jan is that he's managed to actually get his king all the way across towards that H pawn. And now I don't see a path for Black's king to actually roll down across the board and assist that his own H pawn anymore. And we see White coming in, attacking that rook. Eventually, you can give up the A2 pawn as long as you're winning the H3 pawn.
Yeah, you need to keep an eye on both of Black's pawns right now, but he's done everything correctly here, Nepomniachtchi. Shaking his head, though. He's got to use these 4 minutes. He's been rushing. He's been trying to hustle Alireza on the clock, and it's kind of worked, but he's taken huge risks, and he hasn't found a drawing plan yet.
He's been playing like he's the one with 10 seconds on the clock. Just so fast, and the good news for him is that Alireza hasn't had enough time to capitalize on the mistakes that he's been making.
Now, Alireza is being clever with his king. He's actually looking the other side of the board now. He's looking at that remaining white pawn. At some point, he's got to time it correctly. The black rook is going to give up on the H pawn. He's going to go for the A pawn and run with the black king as fast as possible to support his own pawn pushing there. It might be the moment now. Okay, first he delays. He inches closer towards that white pawn. Oof,
I like that.
Makes everything.
I like that he's bringing the king closer before taking the committal decision of trading of these 2 pawns, because you need your king as close as you can get to that A2 pawn. I still think we're going to see some kind of rank defense and rank checks by White at the critical moment. He's got to keep pressure on that A3 pawn just to make sure that Black's
From
rook
the side.
remains. No!
That is, we call it the Vachier position. It's well-known endgame theory. Tanya, you called it.
And look at Jan.
Reaction.
This was elementary, right? You've got to make sure that Black's rook remains stuck on that A line, defending the A3 pawn.
Now Black's rook is out of the way. The pawn is no longer kind of stifled, and the pawn is just going to come down. Black's king is going to go across, kick away the white rook, and game over. White's king is just too far away. It's off in Siberia somewhere, not able to participate in the defense.
David, how do you explain that? A player like Jan, one of the best players in the world, with 3 minutes on the clock.
It's hard, just complacency. It's just not sensing the moment, the critical moment. And like you said, Tanya, that is endgame theory. That's endgame 101. In the Russian School of Chess, they would have taught this. He knew this position, of course he did. But 3 minutes, that was the moment to stop and think. And we'll show this a bit later on, where Jan could and should have been able to force the draw in a very well-known way. The Vachier position. Search it, anyone at home, if you're curious, against these rook pawns, how to stop them from the side. But here, Black's king is just coming in. Black's king's going to just slowly walk its way to B1 next to the black pawn, and it will cost White his rook. Game over. Oof. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he had the draw in his grasp for so long. But that wasn't the only moment he let it slip. That wasn't the only moment he rushed. It was kind of symptomatic of the whole game here.
And I think it was symptomatic of yesterday as well, what we saw against Magnus Carlsen, missing his chances in that big game 3 it was, when he played this fantastic rook sacrifice, got that queen versus rook. But in the end, it wasn't enough. I think it was game 4, actually. And we're seeing sort of similar signs. I wonder if it's fatigue, because he's just fresh out of that Levitov event where he's played in Amsterdam. It's been a tough event, and he's played fantastic chess there. But this is shocking.
Yeah, this is a real surprise. And the white rook has to stop the black pawn from marching. But now the black king slowly comes around. And I think we'll see Jan resign any moment now. Simple 2-move plan.
Yeah. How impressed are you guys with Alireza, though, doing this for such a long time? Seconds on his clock, and there we have it. It's a win in game 1 for Firouza, a loss for Jan Nepomniachtchi. They will have a little bit of time now before game 2 starts in the losers quarterfinals. This is game 1 between Giri and Mamedyarov. I've been seeing the bar going up and down, up and down. And now it's up for Anish. What's happening?
Yeah, wow, we've jumped in at a dramatic moment, and it looks like Anish is going to take the win. King and pawn endgame, but Black was ahead in the race, won a pawn. Next move, White's king has to give way. Again, the opposition. White is in Zugzwang, and Black will just take the g4 pawn and soon make a new queen. Giri using his endgame technique.
Ah, on fire, Anish Giri. Knocked out Hikaru Nakamura yesterday, and starting the day today with a win against the entertaining Mamedyarov. One more rapid game to go. In the losers quarterfinals for these two, he will have to make a comeback, Mamedyarov, and take it to Armageddon to have any hope of staying in the AI Cup. We jumped in when this game was ending, David. Could you just take us a little bit through what happened there and how Anish got that win?
Yeah, and I'll just highlight one moment where the transition into that king and pawn endgame, Mamedyarov didn't have time to calculate it, and he should have just kept pieces on the board here. White still has good drawing chances in this position if he moves his king towards the black pawn. Still an uphill struggle. The black knight might get active, jumping around, but good drawing chances. Instead, he gambled. He played bishop takes knight, and here we see the evaluation bar drop, and this is one for everyone at home. King and pawn endgames are the trickiest. The margin for error is so small. And look at what happened. The white king was forced to go and take a pawn, but it was pushed to the edge of the board. And black's king just nearer the pawns. It won the race, and soon it came in. And there we go. Here, Mamedyarov resigned. King takes g4 is coming next, and white can no longer stem the tide.
All right, and it gives Anish Giri the lead in this match against Mamedyarov. We did follow the first game between Alireza, Firouza and Nepomniachtchi. So much happening in that one, and with seconds on the clock for a long period of that game, Firouza saved the win. And could we take a look at that as well, David? How did he get that win? Or maybe how did Nepo lose it?
Yeah, and this is going to be endgame class with David Howell because this is a well-known theoretical position. White actually already has the perfect setup if you just retreat your rook to f3. Here, you keep an eye on the black pawn, keep it under lock and key. More importantly, you paralyze the black rook. You do not let the black rook out from the front of this pawn. And as soon as the black king moves over, you start checking it. As soon as the black king defends this pawn, you check from the side and you check forever. Black's king has nowhere good to hide. Just keeping an eye on this pawn from the side would have clinched the draw. Instead of retreating his rook, Nepomniachtchi moved his king, and suddenly after rook to b2, there was nothing to be done. As we saw in the game, the pawn was too strong, and more importantly, black's king was just in time to block off the white king, making its way round, and the black pawn about to promote.
And that's how you do it. That's how you win a chess game. Now, these are the results from the first set of games in the losers' quarterfinals. A win for Firouza and a win for Anish Giri, both of them taking the lead in their matches. All right, you guys, we have to tell you something. We don't want you guys to miss out on September. Through the end of this month, claim up to 30% on all new subs on Twitch. Subscribers gain access to exclusive break time content during broadcast and score an ad-free experience on Chess.com. So don't miss out on the deals this September. Please subscribe now. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, well, the action continues. It's must-win situation for Mamedyarov and for Nepomniachtchi.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
All right, we are getting ready for some dramatic games here in the AI Cup. And we're also excited to announce at this tournament that Chess.com is partnering with the browser maker Opera. We're thrilled about the collaboration. It's something for chess lovers everywhere. It truly puts the game right on your fingertips, no matter where you are. It looks super cool, this browser, this chess browser by opera. And maybe someone using it is Anish Giri. He is very much known for his opening preparations. He's known for his tweeting, which also happens online, obviously. But let's get to know Anish Giri a little bit better.
Born in Russia, St. Petersburg, to father from Nepal and mother from Russia. My parents met in Russia because there was a program where they would invite a lot of foreign students from different countries, and Nepal was one of them. So it's not entirely accidental that my father from Nepal studied in Russia.
Living in Russia and with two grandparents who loved chess, Anish Giri was bound to start playing chess. But it was a book that got him hooked on the game.
My mother taught me when I was little. I didn't really learn it not immediately at least. Also, I don't know how patient she was at teaching me. But eventually I received the book as a gift when I was 6, I believe. And the book was called How to Become a Gentleman. And there were many chapters. Of course, those who know me well know I skipped all the chapters and went straight for the chess. So I didn't become a gentleman, but I do know how to play chess.
When he became better than his mother, she did something clever. And maybe that is the reason Anish is known for his confidence today.
My mother tricked my chess club. So I learned from the book, and then I played a lot with my mom. And only when she thought it was too much and she no longer could spend so much time playing me, then she gave me to the club. And by that point I was already, well, perhaps stronger than her. But what she told to my club teacher was that I'm a complete beginner, I only know the rules. And they put me in the lowest section and I won everything. And it continued like this for a very long time. So I kind of had like a head start. And I just was winning everything from the start. Yeah, it's great. So I know exactly what Magnus feels like. Nothing special.
But it's not all fun and games for Anish. He is one of the most hard-working players in chess.
If I had to do something which I wouldn't love, I don't think I would be as hardworking and as disciplined as I am with chess. So probably my passion for the game is my main strength. Of course, I would love to become a world champion, but you have to definitely be fortunate. Well, you have to do everything you can and be fortunate. So I'm doing my part and hope the fortune will smile.
A little bit of fortune, but also some great chess playing. Anish Giri is in the lead here in the losers quarterfinals against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and that means Mamedyarov, he will have to win game 2, and he's definitely capable. We're going to go down memory lane to the last season of the Champions Chess Tour when Mamedyarov played what he has called the best game he has ever played. You know, I heard rumors that was incredible by Mamedyarov winning against Giri.
Oh my God! I cannot believe it! What on earth just happened? Wow, Shak is having full fun here. What a game! Oh my God, this is not the game of the tournament. This is the game of the Champions Chess Tour. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov sacrificing a knight, a bishop, a rook, and a queen in one game.
We'll just show all the highlights, just the action where he made the sacrifices. In this position, White is trying to attack against the Black King. First, he sacrificed a rook for a knight, giving up material here, getting active with his queen. If we fast forward a few more moves, we see Anish trying to attack. And this next sacrifice is here, giving up his knight just a pawn to distract the Black Queen away from defending the 7th rank. Next, he sacrificed his bishop, giving up his bishop for a pawn. And okay, there is a pin, so this is just a temporary sacrifice, but the key detail was here, bringing his rook across and now giving a check with his pawn. I think this is what Anish Giri had missed, because when the king sidesteps, now White can give up his queen for the black bishop. If the king had sidestepped the other way, this would have been checkmate, trapped in the corner. And by giving his queen up for the bishop, he simply ensures a new queen. And the final touch was this knight check, hitting the black king. The king can't defend its rook any longer. If it steps forward, this is deadly, a rook check. And let's just show the final few moves. Capturing and simply stepping back with his knight, securing his own king. After all of those sacrifices, White's actually a pawn up, and next move, there's going to be a deadly check or two. What a game.
Maybe one of my best game in my chess career, because it's really, I sacrificed first pawn, after, I don't know, rook, after again knight, bishop, I mean, after queen, after again pawn going to queen. I mean, every move, it was very interesting.
That's just incredible. You guys were counting. So 5 sacrifices in one game.
That was incredible. We were commentating at that. I think for me, it's probably the most beautiful game that I have ever seen. It's inspiring chess. It's one for the history books. It reminded me of all the Mikhail Tal games that we've grown up in. And Shakhriyar just needs to remember that for now. But for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he also has to forget what just happened.
Yeah, definitely. Alireza, Firouza, he's in the lead against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's going to be must-win for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And the game is about to start. Two players will have to win here to take it to Armageddon. With a draw or a win, Firouza is through to tomorrow's losers semi-finals. Here we go.
Here we go. It's a Sicilian defense. Both players in must-win situations will start with black, so it's going to be an uphill challenge. And we've seen this various times throughout the tour already, or throughout this tournament, the AI Cup. Tanya, Bishop B5 checks Sicilian.
And it's a great approach, right? When you need just a draw to wrap up the match, you don't want any fights in open Sicilian, no long theoretical battles of the night off where you can come under fire really quickly. So Bishop B5, a really systematic approach here by Alireza. And Jan shaking his head. I think he was hoping for a bigger fight, a more open opening. I think for Jan, it's not just that he lost the last game, David, but everything was going his way, right? He gets the opening preparation that he's looking for. He gets the clock advantage that he's looking for. He's got that extra pawn. And then even having a draw in his hand, it all falls flat. And in the end, letting it all go with that one move blunder.
And that's the thing. Jan can't be in his own head too much. He needs to let go of the past. I know it's difficult to do. It's very natural to dwell on those mistakes, especially when you're just one move away from a draw in a kind of theoretically drawn position. But he needs to forget. It cannot be a repeat of these World Championship matches where he's somehow just stuck and unable to be present in the moment. We see him shaking his head there, and that's a bad sign.
Yeah, game 6 of the 21 match, it was a complete collapse after that. And that's a really interesting point you make. Do you think Jan, his personality and just his competitive spirit, do you think that is a challenge for him psychologically to kind of just step away from what has happened and not let it get into his mind space?
I think that's his biggest challenge psychologically. I've known him from when we were very young, and yeah, it's been a case, it's been a recurring theme. And I know he worked on that actually a lot, his mental state, his psychology before the 2021 World Championship. But unfortunately, things went wrong for him there as well. And OK, at least he has all the pieces on the board. He's achieved step 1 in this game. You can never bank on an advantage with the black pieces in the opening against such elite opposition. But he's done step 1. Keep pieces on the board, keep tension, hope for an imbalance or two later on, whether that's a different kind of bishop for knight imbalance, whether that's kind of a strange pawn structure. And he might get chances later. Alireza clearly spending a bit more time in the opening. What do you think, Tanya? Of course, solid stuff by white, but now opening things up.
Opening things up, and this also means that that bishop on g7, the fianchetto bishop for black, can become a powerful piece in the middle game. So we are going to get some form of an open Sicilian with a double fianchetto for Jan Nepomniachtchi. The bishop from c8 will at some point land on b7.
And you're an advocate of these types of positions. I believe we've talked about hedgehogs before, and that type of pawn structure. Tanya, who would you pick here, or what would the plans be for either side?
I do like these positions from black. I think there's a lot to play for as black. A lot of plans, keeping the flexibility in the position. I would want to go shock castle, bring that bishop from c8 out to b7, bring that rook on the queen side to the open c line. The knight from d7 can often jump to c5, start targeting that central e-pawn. And once again, Jan's back against the wall, a must-win situation. I think it is some sort of an opening success to get this kind of a middle game.
Yeah, but there again, we saw him look off to the side, slightly shake his head. Jan on the camera does not look happy at all, despite the fact he's got everything he'd hope for from an opening in a must-win situation.
But David, that doesn't have anything to do with this game.
Yeah, true.
It's all about the last game.
It's all about that last game, and that's what I was talking about. He just needs to forget. Whoa, Alireza spicing things up. He hits the black queen and, wow, Hikaru would call it rotates with the white knight. He retreats the white knight. It's going back into the center, though. It's a really rare maneuver, Tanya.
Rare maneuver. Important game here. Nepo has to make a comeback, and so does Mamedyarov in the match against Anish Giri. Their game 2 is about to start, so we have to check out what's going to happen in this opening. We did see in that video Mamedyarov, with 5 sacrifices in one game, was able to win the most beautiful game he ever played. And is that what he needs to do now? Just play that kind of chess.
He needs to, Mamedyarov. He can also take inspiration from the fact that his opponent in that beautiful game was none other than Anish Giri. So sometimes, whoa, the Scandinavian defense in honor of...
Oh, this looks strange.
It's bizarre if you haven't played chess before, but there is some logic. You've traded off a set of central pawns. Shout out to John Bartholomew, Team Scandi. This opening has a cult following, but it's not that popular at the kind of upper echelons of world chess, just because you're breaking some rules. You're moving the black queen several times in the opening.
It's the Scandi candy, and I love it. When you're in a must-win situation, you've got to take these drastic measures at time, especially a player like Shaq. You mentioned trying to get the kind of positions that he did, where he had those 5 incredible sacrifices to eventually go on to beat Anish Giri, but he did have the white pieces in that one. Here he plays with black, so it's not going to be as easy a task, but I like what he started with.
Already the queen out there. That looks so scary.
Yeah, it's kind of supercharged development here. Hyperactive pieces here for black. The problem is the queen will lose a bit of time because she is the most valuable piece in chess. Anytime she gets hit by a pawn, a knight, a bishop, she'll be forced to run away. So you do lose a bit of time later. But look at the black pieces. Unless Anish Giri has prepared deeply here, it looks pretty active.
It does, and all the 3 pieces that you mentioned, the pawn, knight, and bishop, can actually potentially hit that queen. The black bishop, it does capture the knight on f3. The bishop jumps in on f3, and I think that's a nice little tactic that we should show why it might seem like the d4 pawn is hanging, but it's really not. Black captures on d4, but you actually win a pawn, but lose your queen. The bishop jumps in, takes the knight on c6, and this would be the intermezzo tactic that exists. So that would be the bishop attack. The queen is also vulnerable to the other 2 pieces that you mentioned, David, with the c4 pawn moving forward, gaining more space, hitting the queen, and also the knight from b1 can jump to c3, attacking Her Highness there.
Yeah, Her Highness will need to move at some point, but first Anish Giri castles. And the big question is whether Shaq is going to go the other way. If he's all in already, he might be tempted to castle. But first he, shores up the center, opens up his bishop. Black is relatively flexible here. The fact that you've put your knight on the c6 square means you're likely to castle queenside. And I think we'd love to see that, Tanya. But I'm not sure we would recommend it for players on the black side of this opening.
Yeah, I called it the Scandi candy, and I said I love it. I would never play it myself. It's one of those openings that you really enjoy because you know it's going to be fireworks on the board, but it's a bit terrifying to play.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Anish Giri does bring his bishop out, and the reason it's terrifying is, whoa, okay, I was going to say, look at the white pawns throw themselves towards the black king. Mamedyarov says, okay, I'm tired. I want to sacrifice g5 already for black. We talked about 5 sacrifices in the previous game against Anish Giri from last year. He's already started 1. This is a pawn sacrifice. If white's bishop or knight take this pawn, at least open lines will start to appear against the white king later. It's Shaq attack time.
But do you think Anish has now second thoughts about actually taking because he remembers that game?
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pawn, which in chess we can call it the poison pawn in these kind of positions. Yes, you win a pawn and you attack black's knight, so you actually win with the tempo. But once black simply develops the bishop to e7, you're giving a clear target to your own king, opening up the g line. And whenever you have these opposite side castling dynamics, you don't want to allow that. So that's just going to be big danger. And talking of that game, David, in that one as well, Shakhriyar versus Anish, Shaq started with a pawn sacrifice. It was the h pawn. In this one, he starts with a pawn sacrifice. It's Gary the g pawn.
Wow.
Yeah, and he's got a hook as well. We call it a hook, this white pawn on h3, because no matter what, if black... Okay, he takes it, Anish Giri.
Whoa.
If black was given the time to push g4, open lines would have appeared anyway. So Giri is saying, okay, I'm going to suffer for something. Bishop takes pawn, and we're going to get fire on the board. The rook is going to appear on g8, and Anish better defend carefully. He's playing one of the most gifted attackers of the generation.
Wow, but Kaya, you were right, because we see the eval bar. It seems to say that you grab the pawn and you're actually doing fine. From a practical standpoint, I think it would be a very scary decision, but I think, David, you nailed it, that if you let the pawn stay on the board, g4 would not make your life easy. But now there's a direct play for black, and for me, I don't care what the eval bar says. I would love to be black in this position.
Me too. Especially learning from Mamedyarov, this is going to be a real gem, this game. I wonder whether Anish has some ideas of trying to simplify in mind in a situation where he just needs to draw. There we go. He pushes his pawn forward to d5. It's maybe not the best move, the most principled move. It's actually often trying to give the pawn back, but he's hoping that, for example, after a capture, white will take back. If black now gets tempted to regain the material, then we'll see everything disappear off the board. The queens will disappear, and all the attacking ammunition would disappear from black's position. This game would likely head towards a draw at the very best here for black. So Anish just trying to go into defensive mode. Yeah.
That's a really good point. You actually give back material, you give back the extra pawn that you have to actually convert that into a strategic advantage. The endgame that you bought out after that sequence of moves would just mean that black sort of ends up in a worse endgame with a broken pawn structure. So really nicely handled by Anish by immediately returning the material, hoping to get into that advantageous endgame where, again, playing for 2 results with white. And you only need 1. For Anish, he only needs a draw.
Oh, Tanya, do you see any kind of sprinkles of magic dust that Mamedyarov could hope for here? He keeps pieces on the board, but look at that bar. Oh, the risk he's taking here, Mamedyarov, in this situation is huge.
You've got to do it, right? Because otherwise, if you trade off everything on that D line, there is no hope for a win. And a loss is as good as a draw here. So Shak just has to go all out. Knight b4, he's got an idea. Now he wants to recapture on d5 without trading the queens. And why is it? Why does the bar hate this move so much? Is it connected to some bishop jumps in b5, hitting the queen on d7, David?
Yeah, I think you might be right, Tanya. There's various ways. We talked about the Scandi queen, Her Highness here getting kicked around in this opening. Bishop b5 would target her. Also, knight e5 would target her, target this pawn as well. She's actually lacking squares. And here, for example, she cannot move forward to d6 because white can simply pick up a whole bunch of material. This is a family fork here, hitting 3 pieces. Instead, if she retreats, maybe then your move, Tanya. I mean, there's so many tempting options. Suddenly, it doesn't look like black has any attacking pieces whatsoever. Mamedyarov looking uncomfortable on the camera as well. I think he knows this is a gamble that will not or should not pay off. Suddenly, the black queen forced, okay, to the g-file, some hope, but it doesn't feel like it should be enough. Giri trying to calculate, meanwhile, so many tempting moves.
I think Shak is already looking for a swindle in this one, Kaya.
He's just hoping for a miracle. He's going to take something. He's going to go for the white king, just kind of cross his fingers and hope.
The second piece sacrifice.
A second piece sacrifice, yeah. This could be the start. We talk about Mikhail Tal and all these great attackers throughout history. There have been some dubious sacrifices, but sometimes the gamble pays off and then it looks beautiful. So genius only with hindsight.
And obviously, both of you were commentating on that beautiful game he played against Anish, sacrificing 5 pieces and also a pawn. Was it anything similar to this? Did the bar also jump up for Anish in that one, but Mamedyarov was able to win? Or did it always look good for him in that game?
I think that was the one big difference in that one. Even though the position stylistically is similar, where he did give up a pawn for compensation against the opponent, against Anish's king. But in that one, he was always under control from the very start. A good opening and a brilliant attack and an absolutely inspiring finish. So in that aspect, I think this one is slightly different because we see Anish's pieces are more active, but some inaccuracies there by white.
Yeah, Anish playing some counterintuitive chess here. Queen to h4, putting the queen on the edge of the board. He is attacking black's knights, especially the knight on f6 now feels a bit uncomfortable. But I think Anish, he's just hoping for all these exchanges, something along the lines of what we discussed earlier, Tanya. And I just want to mention on that point of attacking and taking big risks, that's the difference between white and black. When you're white, you can choose your type of position. You can attack kind of from a solid foundation. Here with black, you have to gamble if you want to go for the opponent's king sometimes. And okay, we see a trade of a couple of pieces. How fiery is this one still? Anish has some calculation to do. You can take back this bishop in 2 ways. Still feels promising for white because if you actually compare the kings, black's king far, far looser than white's right now. But this could turn. You could see a world where suddenly black gets a move or 2 and starts going for the white king.
Yeah, it really could. And I think Anish keeping up the momentum, not giving black the opportunity to take that rook to the G line and create all those pressures with a potential second sacrifice. Anish does win a second pawn, but it's not going to be about pawns. This is not a pawn game. Shakhriyar is looking for a way in through that G line. Rook G8 is the one move that he's waiting. So time really is of the essence for Anish. He needs to keep making threats on the board. He has to make sure that Shak doesn't get enough time to execute that.
First, he did raise his eyebrows. Maybe he missed this one, Anish Giri, because it's a double attack, and white is hard-pressed to actually hold both of these pieces at the same time. It's the theme of the day. All these sneaky double attacks out of the blue, sometimes from nowhere. And how does Anish hold these two pieces?
I only see one move, David. There's only the queen. I was going to say queen c4, but then you can take queen g5. The line isn't over. He goes for another idea, but similar concept because it also hits the knight on d5, centralizes the queen to d4. Whichever piece black takes, whether the knight or the bishop, white aims at picking up the centralized d5 knight.
Yeah, it's a counter threat. A really nice move. Giri, he's in the flow, I've got to say. He had a really shocking day one where he lost to Nepomniachtchi 3-0. But ever since then, he's spotting these tactics quite fast, and he's still got just under 9 minutes in this position. White is a pawn up, remember, and still no attack brewing yet against the white king. So he's still in full control. It feels like, yeah, something's really clicked with Giri. Usually, when he's facing this type of attack, he would be burning a lot of time on the clock, but a sign of his good form.
Yeah, really good form. And it's always, chess world is a better place when Anish is playing like that. I've got to ask you, the Toronto finals are shaping up so beautifully. I mean, the players who've made it through, what a field we have. But there's one name left to be stamped. Do you have a favorite? Are you rooting for someone to make it to Toronto?
Ooh, well, Anish Giri obviously is always a fun person to have around, to interview, to, you know, it would be cool if Anish was there. But then Nepomniachtchi is also a name I could definitely like to see in Toronto. Who else? Mamedyarov, I mean, his entertaining style. Wow. MVL. It's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. But, I mean, looking at Anish now, I mean, it would be a lot of fun. It would be a lot of fun with him there.
Not just fun on the board, but on Twitter as well if Anish makes it.
Yeah. I mean, even if he's at home, Anish, he'll be tweeting, he'll be keeping us entertained. But that's the thing. There's just only one spot. We want all of them there.
I know. And also the fact that he actually beat Hikaru in a match yesterday. I mean, those two facing then off in Toronto and Hikaru wanting some revenge, that would be cool as well. Yeah. How about you guys?
Ooh. I mean, you've named all the players who can qualify apart from Fedoseev. He's another one who could be fun.
Yep.
The big fish. But yeah, any of these guys, I think would be, it would be a real honor to commentate on their games.
It would. And the best part is, the 4 names that you took who are fighting in Division 1 right now, all of them have this really entertaining, brilliant style of play. And speaking of entertaining, brilliant style of play, Vachier has just sacrificed the rook.
He's stayed true to his word, but it's not going to pay off. I think he might just, he has resigned. He gave up a rook. It was a gamble, but maybe just missing the white queen could recapture, and Giri takes the win.
Giri takes the win. He looks surprised here. Anish Giri winning both games here to make it through to the losers semi-finals tomorrow. What a match he has played now against Mamedyarov. But what was up with Vachier in that final game? Was he just giving it his all in that one final chance?
Yeah, he just went in hard. He used the Scandinavian defense, and unfortunately it did backfire. He gambled, but Giri just called the bluff.
All right, well, this is game 2 with Nepomniachtchi against Alireza Firouza, and Firouza, he won the first game. Nepo, he has to win this one to take it to Armageddon and have any hope of going through to tomorrow. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at a really tense middle game, but Tanya, I like Black's chances.
We're looking at a completely different game from what was going on in the other one. And I think when a player is in a must-win situation and how you approach that kind of a game really tells you a lot about their style. And while Shak just went all in, he went for that gamble approach, as you said, David. What Nepomniachtchi is doing, he just wants a game. He wants a long game. He wants to keep all the pieces on the board. And he's saying, I'm going to play on the clock. I'm going to try to wait for my opportunity to present itself rather than just completely gamble on a tactical miss. I like that approach better, and I think it's paying off.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes in these must-win situations, you need to play on the psychology, and clearly Firouza a bit nervous here. It's still a fine position for white, but look at the clock. Look at the time difference there. 7 minutes down, Firouza, in such a complicated position. This isn't like that last one where he was able to keep control because there were so few pieces left on the board. It was a rook endgame, so having 3-5 seconds on the clock was fine. Here, still most of the major pieces on, and black is threatening a pawn on a5. White could easily lose control.
you could easily lose control. You could also easily just want to give up that pawn, David. I'm already thinking about the f-pawn marching down the board. And can Alireza try and get a little ambitious on the king side? Because notice how all of Black's army is on one side of the board. And I was considering ideas of f4, f5 just breaking through. But instead, Alireza, with a different approach, he does defend the a5 pawn. So he wants to keep everything under control and not take unnecessary risk. Now, if Black was to jump in with the queen, let's just point that out. It's a simple but a big threat. You advance the pawn, b3, and because of the pin, you win the knight.
Yeah, you win a piece. And I was going to say the most valuable piece here, the MVP of the position, is Black's knight. Normally, we don't say that about knights on the edge of the board, but it is in White's camp and it's stuck here. It's kind of fixed here, supported by a pawn. And it does mean that there's pressure constantly against these two pawns, which are stuck forever, kind of tying down, paralyzing the white pieces. But yeah, Firouza finding a nice way to defend. I think if he needed to win this game, Firouza, he would have gone for your idea, Tanya. He would have gone for the Black King. But this one would have been a gamble with 3 minutes on the clock. So he's playing solid chess, but will that backfire? Solidity in such a kind of rich position, often maybe not the name of the game. Sometimes you just have to say, OK, I'm going for the opponent's king. And here, how does Black improve? You want to break out in the center. You want to make sense of these two Black rooks in the middle of the board. But White will, of course, close down the board. And this square, unfortunately, covered by two white pieces, so you cannot continue opening things up. Suddenly, this Black bishop would be staring at a wall of its own pawns. Not a happy piece, so I don't think Black will rush with this. Instead, he pushes the other pawn, maybe with a view of pushing in the center in future.
Yeah, that was really nicely timed by you, David, because in Sicilian, Black really wants to get this d5 break in, but only when you can open up your Fianchetto bishop on b7. If you end up prisoning itself on b7, then you never want to play d5. This last move actually stops that white pawn from e4 moving forward to e5. d5 is always in the air now, and once that bishop from b7 is able to come into the game, it's not a bishop, it's a sniper.
Yeah, the sniper was putting the White King under so much pressure that the White King actually just moved back to g1. Wow, really long-distance vision there. But Nepomniachtchi, he's keeping the tension. Notice how he's playing kind of non-committal moves. He just plays rook to d7, very mysterious, but he plays it quickly, upping the pace. And this is where the speed can really help him, unlike that last game where the speed cost him the result, cost him the whole point. Here, just playing quick moves puts Firouza back under psychological pressure. Now it's getting really dramatic on the clock. He needs to speed up, but no plan in sight here for White. You have to be really careful. And Firouza not liking his position. He did just grimace slightly, and he's feeling clearly, visibly, kind of uncomfortable with his position.
We were talking about who will make it to the Tour Finals in Toronto in December. I do have an update. Fedoseev has won his match against Sorana. That means Levon Aronian is eliminated from contention to make it to the finals. So we are down to Fedoseev, Nepo, MVL, and Giri. Obviously, Shakhriar now knocked out by Giri. He is out of contention. So Nepo, if he loses this match, it's over for him as well. He will not make it to Toronto. He is fighting for his life here. He has to win this game. Do you guys see chances for him to do just that?
I actually do. I think with the Black pieces in a must-win situation, the position that he's got, the advantage on the clock that he's got, the pieces on the board, and Alireza forced to take critical decision with less than 2 minutes on the clock, I think he's got real chances.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, I would have said he had great chances, but this last move from Firouza is a mark of genius. He pushed his pawn forward to a square that was covered 3 times by Black's pieces, but now he's forcing a series of trades. And we saw just under the board there for a moment, Black only had 1 move to keep the balance. Jan Nepomniachtchi, of course, finds it, but this move, the top engine move, sacrificing White's knight and going after the Black knight next. He's just clearing the board, clearing the air, trading everything off. I said that Black knight was Black's most valuable piece, and Firouza, I think in one fell swoop there, he's pretty much saved the day. It looks much, much more simple now to try and defend this position than the tense middle game we had earlier.
Yeah, I agree with you. With the trades, it looks like the pressure is neutralized when you're down on the clock. General advice, try and get as many pieces off the board as you can. But that said, David, it's still not completely over. White is threatening that c4 pawn. White can Black can get rid of this weakness instantly with the move c3, forcing you to trade the b pawn for the c pawn. And let's say queen c3 comes in. I can also start targeting your a5 pawn at some point. Ideas like rook a5, ideas like rook d2. Still things to play for.
Still, yeah. The black queen is more active than the white queen. The black rooks clearly better placed than the white rooks on open files. The white kind of bishop may be superior to the black bishop. That's the only one downside here for the Jan Nepomniachtchi. His bishop not too great. So yeah, still definitely some life here. Especially this threat looks a bit scary. The rook penetrating, infiltrating on the second rank. I'm expecting him to go for this Nepomniachtchi. If you don't push this pawn forward, I guess the only other alternative logical move would be to defend the pawn with your rook. Also looks quite tempting, but this would give white time to activate this passive piece and just gang up on black's isolated pawn. So yeah, I like what Firouza has done. Still some hard work, of course, ahead, but at least now the clock situation, 2 minutes against 7 minutes, slightly less drastic, and the more important thing, pieces off the board. Simpler position, easier to handle with no time.
But I'm glad that Nepo has slowed down. He hasn't just blitzed out his decision because very often that decision can go wrong in these critical moments. And it's a critical moment not because of the position on the board, but the mat situation. And he does decide to keep the pawns on the board. The line that you pointed out, David, he defends the c4 pawn. The only reason I didn't like this move was because of what we're seeing being played out. And now I couldn't really find a way for black to defend that c4 pawn. c3 runs into...
I think that might be his plan, Tanya. I think he might be trying to just create some chaos, even if it's not best. I think he might be about to
Should we show that?
Sacrifice his queen.
We've got to show that.
Here, white is ganging up 3 times on this pawn with the bishop and with the rooks, and you can't hold this pawn much longer. So you either have to move the black queen out of the way, or you can push your pawn. The problem is, I think that Jan was banking on rook takes here, where he could give up the black queen, and we have this this kind of imbalance of 2 rooks for a queen. The problem here is that you don't have coordination. White queen will jump into the position, hitting this black rook, and suddenly things are collapsing. I think maybe Jan has misevaluated this. For example, if the black rook moves, then yeah, it's just not quite enough time. White's queen. This is really kind of reminiscent of Magnus Carlsen against Jan Nepomniachtchi from the 2021 World Championship, where it was queen versus 2 rooks in game 6, and the queen just not able to fight here. The queen is superior, but he doesn't go for this in the end. Instead, he evaluated that as strong for white. He gives up a pawn. Firouza happy to take the c4 pawn off the board, and everything's disappearing.
Everything's disappearing, but you need to watch out, because if you recapture this rook with the bishop trying to hold on to your a5 pawn, the black rook jumps in to d1 with a check. You're forced to block the check with your bishop. And David, I think I can come in with a lot of tempting moves, but what I want to do is go bishop c6, bishop b5. I don't know what happens after rook c4, but it looks really scary with the pin along the 8th rank. As you're pointing out, just move away from this pin and bishop b5, which is why white had to recapture the pawn with the rook, as Alireza has done. But in that bargain, he also gives up the a5 pawn.
Yeah, he has to give back his extra pawn here, so it's level material yet again. But he's just consistently trying to trade pieces. Look at this. Just every move, he's offering a trade. He's trying to just cut out all of the fun, kill the game here, Firouza. It's cynical stuff, but it's effective stuff. And he's purely playing for the draw. The problem is black has to trade queens. Otherwise, this pawn in the center will drop with check. And this endgame, it's hard to imagine black ever winning. It's so symmetrical. And if anything, it's white with the advantage attacking this pawn. White ready to infiltrate on the 7th rank. Firouza just doing everything right here.
Seems very mature from the young Frenchman to play like this, to play on the match situation.
Yeah, this is Firouza in top form. Often he gets carried away with attacking, but this is kind of really objective, really kind of precise chess.
Very professional approach, as both of you are mentioning. Just trading the queens right now and forcing a queen trade. It's too much for Jan to give up that e5 pawn with a check. He really doesn't want to, and I think a part of him is just not allowing him to make the move queen c5, because then you're basically just giving up any winning chances whatsoever. It's the white rook that's more active in the endgame, it's the white bishop that's more active in the endgame, and it's the black pawn on a6 that's a bigger weakness in that endgame.
Looks like a grim choice either way. I know what Mamedyarov would do here. Mamedyarov would gamble, he'd give away his pawn, just bring the black queen in. But yeah, you have to weigh that one up really carefully. Problem is, black just needs 2 moves. You somehow need to get the black rook all the way down to the 1st rank, and you need black's queen down there as well. But you don't have time to get both queen and rook attacking, and therefore we see Nepomniachtchi shake his head, lean forward. He's got a really unpleasant decision right now. Trading the queens, I think, would obliterate his chances of striking back in this match. So he might have to gamble here, Tanya. What would you do?
I think you have to. You don't really have an option. Queen c5 would be, in a way, just resigning yourself to fate. And it's time to go all in. So he does move the queen. So all Jan Nepomniachtchi wants is one move to get that rook to d1, which gives Alireza a move to try and stop that from happening. What is the most efficient way to build your own attack with white here, David, having just one move to do so?
Yeah, it's not immediately clear.
Yeah.
Black does have this big threat. And under 1 minute for Firouza.
Maybe you can just jump in. For example, if you jump in with the rook to c7, the point is that if black's rook was to leave the 8th rank, let's say you go rook d1, then white's queen comes in with a check on e8, and you're the first to black's king.
Yeah, it's important. I love your move rook c7 because now you hit this pawn. This is more valuable, of course, than the black bishop. Queen takes pawn, and you will deliver checkmate within a couple of moves, I am assuming. I think you can give a checkmate here, and... Oh, wait, queen f6 was even quicker. I thought this black queen could take it, but no, there's a pawn in the way. So, yes, this would lead to checkmate. So this would force black's rook to stay on the back rank. And played, Tanya. Nice spot. Bishop to c8.
And he has to play bishop c8 because the rook can't move. You don't have another square for the bishop. But now that rook on d8 is tied up defending it. So white just gets an extra move to build the attack. And he does it, fighting against the f7 pawn and attacking the rook on d8.
Yeah, this double attack forces the black rook passive, and this is not good news for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Not only is he a pawn down, but look at this black rook forced to be a bystander here. I'm assuming Firouza at some point will just open up space for his king. Whoa, he goes marching with his king forward. Is he going to do the famous Nigel Short king march into the position and try to checkmate black using the king and queen together?
Wow. That's an incredible idea. And that short game, it worked really well. King came all the way to h6, delivering a checkmate on g7. It was a close position. It was a blocked position. This one, David, hard to imagine.
Yeah, I'm mostly joking there. I don't think white's king is going to get too
5
adventurous.
seconds.
Oh. Whoa.
Make a move.
Okay, 2 seconds.
Make a move.
He has to move.
Oh, with 1 second, he made that move. The queen is out there.
Keeping us on the edge of our seats. And now the black rook is free to roam. Nepomniachtchi suddenly has been gifted sufficient time to kind of shore up his king side. Now the black rook can come to b8, for example. Suddenly counter threats, Tanya.
And David, rook comes to b8, and your opponent has to answer that with just 4 seconds on the clock.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised that Nepomniachtchi, after playing so hastily the whole day so far, that he could refrain from playing that move. He does go for it, forcing the white rook passive this time. And now the a pawn is marching for black. White is suddenly a bit tied up.
Jan is back in the game in this one. Yeah. And I was about to say that Nepo is about to get eliminated, and I'm so glad I didn't.
Yeah, anything could happen suddenly. It's that type of position. And with 8 seconds against 3 minutes, Tanya, I think Nepo's done all the right things. Psychologically, he's tricked Firouza. And keeping those queens on the board looks like a masterstroke. Now the black queen can switch all the way over. Jan frowning. Whose nerves will hold up here? That's the big question.
Jan knows he's been given a chance, the move that you're talking about, but it's all about the follow-up because white can defend that pawn on h4 with the queen jumping onto f6, trying to keep everything together on the king side. But look at Jan. I think from his body language, you can tell that he feels it, that things are shifting and his opponent's got only 5 seconds to handle it.
Yeah, for the first time in this game, Jan is extremely excited. And how does he profit? There we go. He's going for white's h-pawn, defended. Now the black queen does a yo-yo back to the other side of the board, attacking the white rook. 1 second. Oof.
He looks so calm, though, Alireza.
How does he do it, right?
I know. Incredible. But he has to find the right moves now. Is that going to be difficult with that time?
Difficult. This is a really clever move. Black has a huge threat of rook d7.
Is it a blunder?
He blunders his queen. Rook to d7 now wins the game on the spot. That's a skewer of the white queen and the white rook. White has to give up the queen, but black is going to make a new one with the a-pawn. Turn around.
He better win this queen versus rook because the bishop is going to sacrifice itself for that a-pawn, David.
Oh my gosh. Deja vu, Tanya. That would just be incredible. Jan Nepomniachtchi surely overnight has studied queen versus rook if that happens again. But firstly, Alireza has to recover from the devastation of that turnaround.
And did you see that? He just looked away. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Completely in control in that position, up a pawn, and a one-move blunder. Has his time run out? He just resigned? What happened?
I think he was just so disgusted with himself that he's resigned, and we have an Armageddon.
Yay! For the first time in the tournament, we're gonna see Armageddon, you guys. This is Jan Nepomniachtchi, probably celebrating. Inside, a huge blunder by Firouza in desperate time trouble there to secure an Armageddon to fight for the win in this losers quarterfinal. Wow! Drama! What happened here?
Drama, and it was all because of the clock. Firouza panicked, understandably, as soon as Nepomniachtchi was able to apply some pressure towards the White King. And it was here with White's King kind of floating around on a really awkward square on f2 that Nepomniachtchi created a really sneaky threat. It looks like an innocent move, rook to b7, but the deadly threat of rook d7 was missed by Alireza here. I think he had to play an ugly-looking move, such as offering a trade of queens. Not an easy move to go for, because after the trade of queens, it looks like Black's pawn is running, but White would have been able to save the day. Next move going rook to a2. Instead, he panicked. With only 1 or 2 seconds left on his clock, he retreated the White bishop, missing the main point that rook d7 is a simple skewer. The White queen had to give itself up, but that was not enough. Black left with a really powerful pawn on a4, and Firouza soon resigned.
One win each means it will be decided in Armageddon. These are the results from the losers quarterfinals. Anish Giri won both games against Mamedyarov to knock out Shakhriyar. Anish making it through to tomorrow to face either Nepo or Firouza, whoever wins in the Armageddon. They only have a few minutes now to place their bids for time, and then that game will start. But we're joined by Anish Giri, winner already against Mamedyarov. Congrats, Anish.
Thank you very much.
What a match. How happy are you with the way you're playing these days now?
No, I was really happy. I just got very distracted now with this game of Alireza. I'm trying to understand like what happened, like how it's possible that he lost that position. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's really like he was not only safe, but also I think he was winning at some point. It's amazing turnaround there. So I was a little shocked. Still, trying to digest that game I just saw here in front of my eyes. But my games were also tense. Second game was much less tense than the first, as it often is. Well, the first game, at some point, opening was good. Then I messed up. He was already back. And then again, I turned, and I don't know. I think at some point, the decisive factor was probably that he was low on time, and it was just hard to defend that position.
Yeah. Now, in that game, too, before that game, we were actually talking about a game from last season, which Mamedyarov actually described as his best game ever played. It was a game against you where he sacrificed, I think, 5 pieces, and he was in a must-win situation against you in that game, too. Was that game at all, like, in the back of your head because he did put a pawn up for grabs there? He did play a little crazy in that game to get a win he needed.
No, it was a brilliant game for sure. I think it was during prelims. Maybe it was a must-win for him, but I think it was early in the prelims, as far as I remember. So it was not in the match. I did lose some games to him in matches. We played a lot of matches. There were a lot of back-and-forth matches. I was expecting, of course, a tough fight, and he tried his best to stir up a mess. Actually, last season I had good results here and there, but mainly I did have this couple of brilliant losses. So I lost a very pretty game to Shah, and I lost also a very beautiful game to Duda. It was quite...
Does it hurt less when it's beautiful?
Yeah, no, it was quite remarkable, both of these games. They were so pretty. It happens when you sort of defend kind of not too badly, but just not good enough. And then in order to break your position, the mundane sort of the normal methods don't work, but the pretty ones sort of do. And it's not so bad if you lose to a masterpiece. It means that you put up some resistance, because if you play really bad, you just get smoked without the opponent having to sacrifice anything. It was not too bad, but these were really pretty games. I mean, there's also one game I lost to Magnus, which is a lot of YouTube views. That was some kind of queen sack, but it was a really bad queen sack. And just somehow I got outplayed in the later phase because I messed up right after. But these games against Duda and Mamedyarov were indeed beautiful losses. And actually, I think there was sort of a best game prize thing. Few best games, and I had some nice game too. But then when I lost these 2 games, I knew that I'm not gonna be able to compete with that. But luckily today, no beautiful losses from Shakhriyar.
And the most important is still to win, Anish. 2 wins for you, incredible.
Yeah, I was lucky.
Yeah. Well,
And Anish, congratulations. 2-0 yesterday against Hikaru and 2-0 today against Shak. Some great chess. As you were saying about the Jan Alireza match, crazy finish in that one. And I want to get your thoughts on this upcoming Armageddon. Very often in the studio, we talk about this momentum shift that happens when a player wins that final second game. As a player, do you think that plays on the mind? Is that a factor?
You would think that would be a huge factor. And indeed, the player who came back, from the dead should be feeling great. But we have seen so many different matches over these last few years in the tour that I'm not sure the math confirms that. I recall a lot of matches when the side that was given this lifeline would lose anyway. For example, I recall some matches of Magnus, I think with Wesley. I recall some match like that. I recall my own match with Prague. I would come back from the dead and I would lose the Armageddon anyway. So I'm not sure, you would think that the Nepo would have a huge edge now, but somehow I'm not sure the math would say so. I think it's going to be a sequel and as exciting as, as if these two games were drawn. Also, you have to take into account that the side that got lucky sometimes feels like, the opponent played sort of better, or there is also, it's a double-edged sword. It's not that you necessarily feel so great that that you came back and of course you feel great, but still long road ahead. And Jan, of course, knows also that Alireza played very well, and still a tough Armageddon for him. But certainly amazing that we get to witness this show. And I'm a big fan of watching the tour myself, so I'll be getting my popcorn as well and see who my opponent will be.
And Anish, who would you rather face, Alireza or Jan?
Honestly, it's I think in the movies when you get the choice of blue and the red pill, there's usually it's kind of more, it's easier to choose than that. I mean, it's really like fire or the frying pan. It's both quite bad. I guess it would be kind of more interesting to face Alireza because I played Jan already in this tournament. I lost to him, and that's why I'm in the losers bracket. It's not like I'm more scared of Jan than of Alireza. I'm equally terrified of both. But sort of just, I guess, diversity, is a spice of life or whatever. So you prefer to lose to more people than to just Jan alone.
They are fighting to face you tomorrow in the losers semi-final. Anish, congrats on some great chess and great result today.
Thank you.
We'll see Anish Giri back tomorrow. He is still also in contention for that final spot to grab a ticket to the Tour Finals in Toronto. And so is Jan Nepomniachtchi. Alireza Firouza, he is ready for the Tour Finals, but Nepo, he will have to win in the Armageddon now to have a chance to stay in the tournament. Anish Giri is now already ready for losers semi-finals that will be played tomorrow. He will face either Nepo or Alireza Firouza, and the winner there will go through to the losers final to face the losers from the winners final that will be played after the losers quarterfinals today. We are desperately waiting for the Armageddon bids from Nepo and Alireza, but the action continues. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, hopefully we do have those bids.
Everyone loves playing chess, and everyone loves Chess Club. But there's also a time and a place for playing all your favorite games.
Hey, we're trying to have a lesson here. You need to get out of here.
Recently, more kids have been playing chess than ever in school. But sadly, we've learned that they may not always be playing chess at the most appropriate time.
Eh ben classe, aujourd'hui...
While it might be sometimes okay to grab a game between classes or if your teacher gives you permission and hasn't given you an assignment, it's not okay to be playing chess in school when you aren't supposed to. And chess should never come between you taking your studies seriously and cooperating with your fellow students and teachers. Chess over the board or on the phone is a great way to spend time with friends. But let's make sure that this school year we don't let too much chess happen in the classroom. Focus on your school, because Chess.com will always be there when class is over.
Chess is cool! Respect your school!
All right, that was awesome, everybody. Great job.
Look what I did.
Danny, did you spell that?
Yeah.
Can we get some other letters, please?
What's wrong with it?
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
It's getting very close. The first Armageddon in the AI Cup, Nepo against Alireza. We are waiting for their bids. David, what do you expect when it comes to the bidding in this one?
Well, usually it's just a case of how low can you go. Usually we see players bid around 7 or 8 minutes because they're desperate to get the black pieces and draw odds where a draw is sufficient to progress. But this time, Tanya and I were discussing in the break, and we're not so sure. There were 2 decisive games. Black actually won both, but just the style with which they've been playing. Maybe we'll see players go high and take white.
What do you think, Tanya?
I agree. I think it's going to be a battle for getting the white pieces and not getting the result odds with the black pieces. We've seen 2 decisive games. We've seen Alireza really low on the clock. My prediction is that Jan will have a high bid. He will try to get the white pieces and he'll try and play on Alireza's clock.
Armageddon. We definitely will have a winner of the match. After this one, it's 15 minutes, no increment, and they do bid for time. The winner of the bid, with the player with the lowest bid, can choose to play with usually the black pieces, but these two think maybe they now will choose to play with the white pieces, and the player with the white pieces has to win the game. The player with the black pieces will go through with a draw or a win. We do have the bids, you guys. Let's take a look at what the players have bid for time. Jan going to 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Alireza Firouza going as low as 8 minutes and 58 seconds. And he chooses the black pieces, actually. Are you surprised then, David?
I'm surprised, but I'm impressed by Tanya. She knows Jan extremely well. He goes high, he takes white, he takes the extra time, and wow, he's really backing himself here.
Yeah, Jan's the man. I've commented on his 2 World Championship matches. But David, so have you. And you were totally right as well that it will be a fight for the white pieces. And I think for Jan, he knows their style of play won. We can expect aggressive, combative play, which means there is a big chance for decisive chess. And also, the clock has been such a big factor in this match, and he starts with a big time advantage already.
And here we go.
Oh, Firouza has to play quicker than the 2 games we've seen from him so far today, where he was way down on the clock early on. And here, starting the game with 6 minutes less than his opponent, it's going to be an uphill struggle. We see the Nimzo Indian defense, or a transposition to the Nimzo Indian defense, where Black brings out a bishop to b4 very early. And Jan just developing really classically here, not going for any early exchanges. This is good wisdom. In a must-win situation, he can play on the board, he can play on the clock, and he's trying to keep pieces on.
Yeah, the main aim with your Armageddon, if you're playing with the white pieces, you've got the time advantage, your opponent has the result odd, is to try and keep as many pieces on the board. All you're aiming for is a long game, because flagging is a really big part of Armageddon. So the more you can delay critical decisions, the more pressure that you just keep on the board, the more tension you keep on the board, the more it favors white, in this case, Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, and we started with one of the main lines, the ultimate main lines of the Nimzo Indian that seems to be in every single top player's opening repertoire, especially with the black pieces. But this last move will have shocked Firouza, will have surprised Firouza. And look, he's already pausing for the first real time in this game. White's rook lifts up, and then it will try and slide across the 3rd rank towards the black king. This is a typical theme, but this early, Tanya? Must be a surprise.
He's got to be surprised, and he's been surprised in the last 2 games as well. David, we've seen him come down to a minute on the clock, with Jan having this huge time advantage. But in those games, there was a 3-second increment. In the Armageddon, there is no increment at all. So Alireza really needs to keep an eye out on that 17th piece, the clock, and a big decision already to be made. Jan jumps in with a knight to the center of the board. You don't want to think, can you really capture either the knight or the pawn, David? Both decisions look very questionable to me.
Yeah, already a pawn sacrifice from Jan, and his time advantage is only growing. He's going on the attack. Remember, the white rook wants to slide across and towards the black king. I don't think you should take this white knight. Look, the bar, it would slide up here because suddenly it's a double attack, hitting the queen, hitting the black knight, and no matter where you go, for example, if the black knight enters the center of the board to block that hit on the queen, suddenly the king is defenseless. No defensive pieces here. The white bishop is threatening to take this pawn. It's going to be a devastating attack against the black king. This would end in checkmate. Instead, he dodges this. I think the pawn on d4 was poisoned as well. If you had taken here, then the white queen would simply move. This would be a nasty pin on the black knight in the center. So he does play a good move, Firouza, but it cost him a lot of time. And after the pawn steps forward, suddenly we see white center nice and safe. White now is ready to slide and go for the attack.
I like all your colors on the analysis board, David.
Thank
They're
you.
Beautiful.
I'm in that type of mood. All the colours.
Yeah.
And it is a fruity type of position as well. Rook to h3. He's lining up for the sacrifice. I call this the Firouza sacrifice, actually. Anything landing on h6, giving up a piece for some pawns to open up the enemy king. And Jan's trying to do it against the master himself here. It looks like a preparation. He's still got 14.5 minutes against just 6.
Whoa.
No increment. This is already in the danger zone for black.
It really is. And the idea that you pointed out, whether it works or not, is not even the biggest question. The point is that it forces Alireza to think about it. It forces him to burn the clock a little more. And he says, I'm not going to have any of it, jumps in with the knight, so reinforces his defenses on that 8-6 pawn. Again, I think the dream here for black would be to try and trade off as many pieces as possible. But it's not so easy to get that going in such a position.
Yeah, it's not that easy. I love Firouza's last move, though, just bringing all the black knights kind of nearer their king. Kings always feel much safer. They sleep better at night when they have knights around as protection. But the problem is Jan's just playing quick, easy moves. And still with 14 minutes, the rook in the corner, we talked about parties earlier, in the corner of the board. The rook is going to join the party in the center. And, okay, Firouza jumping in with his knights. If he can trade off pieces, Tanya, as you mentioned, he's going to be happy. So maybe this is quite a logical move.
Yeah, he's threatening to trade off at least one of them. And the knights are jumping onto the center of the board. White still has one piece that hasn't joined the party, David. That rook on a1 needs to find a move to come in. But there is so much attention right now with this bishop threatened on d2. You've got these ideas from that knight on e4 going back to g5, attacking the rook. I like what Jan's done. He just simply brings all the toys into the nursery.
Yeah, just quick pace as well from Jan. He's not letting up the speed here, still with almost an 8-minute time advantage. And is it time to trade pieces? That's the big question. There we go. Another trade. A set of minor pieces leave the board. And White's bishop pair has gone. That could be an important fact for later. The queen kind of trade here. Queen to g5, Tanya. Is that possible? What is black going to do next? It's a big, big moment. Some tactics in the air potentially. But the problem is you can't calculate. You don't have that luxury of time on the clock if you're Firouza.
Yeah, Firouza can't and Jan can. And that's been the big time advantage that Jan has. He needs to use it to his advantage. I like your suggestion to really try to neutralize the pressure. Queen g5,
Whoa,
wow, but
sacrifice.
instead a big decision. He gives up material and he gives up the bishop.
Wow, he's currently the exchange down a rook for minor piece, and he gives up his bishop. But this is predicated on the fact there will be a double attack. There will be a hit on the white king. Let's just do a rewind. We saw rook takes bishop, luring the white knight. Note how it's on an undefended square now. And this move looked like it was winning, hitting the knight, going for checkmate. But white could have retreated the knight, defending this square, and then after a trade, defending on g2. Instead, he flicked the move order, he switched it around. He took this pawn first. That's a good tip for everyone at home. Tactics, if they don't work one way round, often they do work with a kind of inverted move order. And now after the king took, this was the double attack, the check. And after the king stepped back, queen takes knight. So right now, material count, a rook for a knight and a pawn. White's slightly ahead, but white's king slightly airy.
Yeah, doing the math, that's 5 points for the rook, 4 points for black, but that king weakness also counts for something in this one. So definite compensation. But how impressive was that by Alireza? Quickly understanding the dynamics of the position and realizing he has enough compensation and then going for the decision, not burning the clock too much. That was amazing.
Yeah, incredible vision there. Alertness with just 5 minutes on the clock, showing zero nerves whatsoever. And actually here, I think I would prefer black's position. Black's knight is like a statue here. It's like a granite statue that can never really be removed unless at the cost of one of white's rooks. And safer king, easy plan. Very hard for white to come up with anything while the queens remain on the board. Queen trade favors white, but other than that, Black doing well.
And he offers one, which I'm very sure that Alireza will not go for. The endgame will be really quite an uphill task to defend.
Whoa.
As I say it.
Strange decision there.
But the bar approves.
The bar says it's not too bad, but Black now has to be extremely careful. If the white rooks ever find any open line, it will spell danger. Right now, the white rooks are stifled. They're just staring at defended pawns. The white king needs to somehow dart towards the center. Maybe Firouza's got just enough control. I think if he didn't have this draw odds, he would never have traded queens. He would have kept the queens on the board. Queen and knight, great attacking duo. But he wants to play safety first chess. Will this rebound? Will this backfire?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Because for Jan, he can play this position forever now. He's the one who's on the hunt here. He's got more material. He can start shuffling around with the rook. And we are going to see this being played out till the end. Alireza will have to earn his draw in this one, and it's not going to be easy with no increment.
Yeah, far from easy. And that point you alluded to there, Tanya, the fact that he can play on forever. People often associate endgames with a draw, but that's far from it. Often we see games go on and on and on, 100-move games, and with no increment on the clock. That could be vital. Jan, even if it's a dead draw, even if it's rook versus rook, you can play 50 moves there and milk a lot of time on the clock. Ooh, Firouza, and suddenly he's spending 20 seconds on not a critical decision. He brings his knight across the white king. I'm expecting to dart towards the center soon. White's rooks alone will not do the business, but white's king in the middle of the board might be able to help out. 11 versus 4 on the clock.
Are they both sort of uncomfortable right now? Alireza with the clock, Nepo knowing he has to win this game.
Yeah, definitely. I think discomfort is the right way to put it right now. And no easy plan for either side. That's the other thing. It's one of those positions. It looks like white can't make progress. If you push pawns, you'll lose pawns. Black can't really come forward because then opening lines would help the white rooks.
Okay, the bar goes slightly up after this rook move by Alireza.
Yeah, looks like a good one. Looks like a healthy move. Black is actually aiming to bring his rook across and go for white's isolated A pawn. But the engine there, Tanya, suggests an incredible move, actually giving up another pawn for white just to open up lines.
And that's the whole point, right? When you've got rooks, you need the lines for activity. And I love that suggestion by the engine But that's the thing. Once the engine points it out, it makes all the sense. But here, Jan has to find it. And he does find it. C4 on the board. He's inviting the move. Rook takes pawn. The rooks will be off the board. And the other rook will find the entry into enemy camp. And it's all happening.
Look at this. He's given up his rook. Wow. Amazing. This is genius. Pawn to C5. Just ignoring the threat on the white rook. Because look at the black knight. It's just too far away. It can no longer control the white pawn from running. This is a winning move. I think anything else, and Black would have been able to keep the game going, but pawn to c5, Black has to simply get rid of this potential queen, and then the white rook is going to go hunting.
And this is exactly what Alireza missed, this move c5, and this is the line that Jan Nepomniachtchi saw before he pushed that c-pawn, giving up the d-pawn. I was thinking it's all about getting that rook to the d-line, rook c1, rook d1, you try to activate, but actually the rook doesn't even have a good square to move to anymore. Knight forks all around, c5, this could be the move of the tour so far.
Wow.
Yeah, just the vision as well. He saw it just 3 moves back before he played c4, just giving up the pawn in the center, giving up the rook now, and to play c5 to calculate that your pawn is running through to glory. This is just genius. And Firouza now is losing on the board, losing on the clock. Simply no way to keep this black a-pawn alive much longer. And it's all about the white a-pawn, this innocent-looking pawn. It's going to become a queen in the near future.
This is heartbreaking for Alireza. You know, he finds this incredible tactic of sacrificing the exchange, giving up that bishop for the g2 pawn and creating these dynamics, and then missing this final tactic in the end. Jan Nepomniachtchi there. He's confident now. He knows he's done the job.
Flexing.
How nice is it to play a move like that?
It's so satisfying. It's so rare as well to kind of go for a tactical shot, a unexpected sacrifice that the opponent doesn't spot, especially at this level. And to do it so quickly, Jan. This is where we talk about Armageddon and the clock ticking and speed chess in general. It's all about sharpness, seeing these 2-3 move tactics, and Firouza heartbroken.
I mean, you can just see it on their cameras. Alireza, he looks resignated, and Jan Nepomniachtchi just leaning back. He looks so happy with himself right now. That is so cool. What a move by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, the contrasting emotions, we don't even need the board. If we're just watching the cameras, we know what result is incoming. And Black's knight could not find a stable square to defend the a-pawn, so he gives it up, Firouza here. But Where's Black's counterplay? Black's pawn mass, the 4 versus 2 advantage on the king side, far, far too slow. The Black king can never really come across without losing all of his pawns either. This one's over, Tanya.
It doesn't exist. We've been talking about just how strong a piece the knight can be, how tricky it can be combining defense for the king and attack with its own queen. But against the a-pawn, against a flank passer like the one that Jan has, it is quite helpless. And I think Alireza knows it. Every move, he's burning 30 seconds on the clock. It's just coming to terms with the fact that these are the last few moments in the AI Cup for Alireza.
But he is ready for Toronto still. Alireza Firouza, you will definitely see him in the Tour Finals.
Yeah, and now it's going to be fascinating, assuming Nepomniachtchi wins this game. Jan against Anish for a spot potentially in Toronto. And remember, in the winner's bracket, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also needs to win the tournament. It's going to be Magnus against the rest as he tries to prevent them qualifying for that finals in Toronto.
That is such a nice move, such a classy move by Jan, just moving the king back to h1. Not a square that many would consider because you want to move forward with your king, but it sidesteps any checks, any pawn movements coming in with a tempo, and the a-pawn is going to get the job done. He doesn't need the king in this endgame.
Yeah, really good point there, Tanya. If you're worried about knight forks, anyone, this is how to place your king with 2 squares between the king and knight. And Firouza, he resigns because this white pawn is about to promote.
It's over. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes it in Armageddon with a genius move. He makes it through to the losers quarterfinals to face Anish Giri tomorrow. No celebration outside for Jan. He looks a little tired, but even with fatigue, he is able to play what Tanya described as the move of the season. Was it that great, that move?
I loved it. And it's not just the move itself, but it's the vision. It is having seen that move in advance, because that's the only way that you can afford to give up that central pawn. So finding it in seconds, c5, sacrificing that rook, it gets him a really important win. One of the best moves I've seen this season.
Wow. Paint us that beautiful c5 image, David.
Yeah, we need an action replay of that one moment. And actually, Alireza may be regretting trading queens just a few moves previous to this. Here, he brought his rook forward. What could be more logical? The black rook may be going for a check against the white king. The black rook may be going hunting for white's lone isolated a-pawn here. But he was hit suddenly with a surprise. Pawn to c4, and he should not have taken the bait. He did take this pawn, but it turned out to be poisoned. A trade of rooks meant that the black knight could not fight against the power of white's pawn and white's rook here, not reacting to the threat on the white rook, simply ignoring this and pushing the pawn forward to c5. This was the genius idea behind the earlier sacrifice. If knight takes rook, then the white pawn simply runs through. 2 squares from promotion, the black knight too far away. And as we saw in the game, the pawn was traded off, but white's rook superior to the black knight, and it was soon game over.
With the white pieces in Armageddon, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he had to win that game, and that's just what he did to make it through to the losers semifinals tomorrow, knocking out Alireza Firouza. He will face Anish Giri, who played 2 great games against Mamedyarov.
And didn't Anish say that he's already played against Jan, so he might be wanting to play Alireza maybe? Oh, we get a rematch of that one.
We get a rematch, and Jan did win 3-0 against Anish on day 1 of this event. So that's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, and he must be feeling confident after what happened today. Jan Nepomniachtchi, congratulations, first of all, on making it through. Turning on the lights as well. There we have it. Jan, congratulations on making it through in the tournament.
Yeah, hello, thank you.
And we have to talk about c5. Tanya called it the move of the Champions Chess Tour season. David called it just genius. How nice is it in a must-win situation to play that beautiful move c5?
I don't know, maybe Tanya should watch more chess. Yeah,
I don't think a lot of people watch more chess than Tanya.
I think she's doing this pretty much every day, but I think it's quite a topical breakthrough. And that's actually was my more or less only trick in the whole position I was relying, because, yeah, I mean, the c4 and c5 breakthrough. So basically, if I get space for my rooks, I'm pretty much winning, yeah, especially when, okay, a pair of rook is gone and there is only one knight. As we all know, knight is not so good like holding both king side and queen side. So, yeah, I guess after rook d4, it was pretty much over. But I would say if he would just like play c4 like rook d7, I think it's nothing special. Yeah, I think it's, yeah, I'm better, but I mean, yeah, I could press a little bit, you know, especially on his clock, but I didn't hope for too much.
How happy are you, though, with the way you played today? Looking maybe away from the first game that you lost, but making that comeback and also a must-win in the Armageddon.
Well, happier than in case if I would lose this, yeah. But the first game, I mean, it was just completely disgusting. So, first of all, found myself defending this worst endgame, and secondly, in a very, very not well-known position. I just forgot to play a rook f3. A very topical side attack of the passed pawn. When it's a rook pawn, it never promotes because of this little trick. But I sort of blitzed out king g3, and then I thought, okay, wow, just what did I do? Yeah, so this was painful. Although in the second game, yeah, I think I didn't do anything special, but yeah, he got into time trouble, and I don't know. So I was pretty pessimistic, but yeah, still queen on a1 maybe is a little bit hard to deal with. Yeah, it's being protected by his own pawn. So perhaps he should have played queen c3, queen c1, stabilize, and would easily go through. But yeah, I was lucky.
And Jan, you've played a lot of chess this week, firstly winning the very strong Levitov tournament and now making it deep into the AI Cup. How are your energy levels?
Yeah. Sorry? How what?
How are your energy levels right now?
My energy level is miserable.
I do see some suitcase behind you as well. Are you on the move as well?
No. I stayed here in Amsterdam probably because, for example, Shahryar, he has I don't know. I think he has 6 hours to reach Baku or something. Yeah, but in my case, it's now 15 hours at least to when I'm traveling back to Moscow. So yeah, while I'm playing, I'm pretty much stuck here, but maybe not such a bad place to be.
And Jan, congratulations not only on today's win, but again on the Levitov week performance. Great chess all around. And I'll still say c5 was a stunning move, especially having the vision to sacrifice d4 and then to find this. It was great to watch and commentate on. I want to ask you, looking ahead, you will be playing against Anish. You won one match against him here. Tell us about your thoughts fighting against him. He's also in great form.
Well, during our match, I didn't notice that he was in a great form. But basically, maybe this match was, I mean, surprisingly for me, it was very one-sided, and I think it really motivated him for the next couple of matches. Yeah, at least. So I think he won all his games. Yeah, since our match. So yeah, best of two is always pretty much until the first mistake. Yeah, so I'll try. Try my best, but the good news that today it was such a short day, only 3 games, because previously the day before yesterday and yesterday I had 8 games every day. So yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that's a lot. So
that is a lot.
But yeah, as we all know, Anish also has a lot of things to do. But yeah, it's quite nice that I'm still being here in Netherlands, and yeah, my only probably way to face Anish is just come directly. Yeah, I'm in Amsterdam, he's in Prague, but still, yeah.
You could actually, meet up and play the games together.
Yeah, I'll consider, but you should also ask Anish if he's up to this.
Wow, well, we're really excited about that matchup and looking forward to it. And the other matchup that we're looking forward to is coming up with Magnus taking on Maxime in the winners' final. And Jan, we'd love to get your thoughts on that clash. How do you think that will play out?
I would say, I would say that in rapid chess, I wouldn't pick Magnus as a huge favorite, because he's maybe a little bit too focused on faster time controls. At least, well, I mean, okay, I'm not taking into account yesterday's match when it was pretty much pathetic from both players. Yeah, but yeah, at least Magnus played a good game, in game 3 from start to end, from start to finish. But I didn't really follow what Maxime was doing. But as far as he's going through the winner's bracket, I think he's in good form, and I would say in popular opinion, I would pick Maxime.
Ooh. Wow. All right, some cool predictions from you there, Jan. Congratulations so much on your win today, and some fantastic play. Even if you talk it down, we're going to talk about that move as pure genius. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, okay, you have like all evening talking about the c5 move here. Okay, skip the match here and, come up with some detailed analysis.
Yeah, c5, beautiful. Thank you, Jan, and good luck tomorrow. We do have some stats from Jan Nepomniachtchi's match against Alireza Firouza. We do see brilliancies and blunders. Do you think brilliancy is that c5 move?
I think for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe c4 setting up c5 just a few turns later. Either way, just high quality chess from both.
I think that's the whole point, right? It's not the move in its solitary self. It's the whole idea.
Yeah.
And playing it out in seconds, so instructive that the knight is not a great defender against the passer. And you can't afford to sacrifice material with these tactics. So some amazing stuff there, but also an amazing prediction by Jan. Go Maxime, he said.
Definitely. All right. We are looking forward now to the winners' final. But first, these two have also finished their match. Mamedyarov and Anish Giri. It was Giri winning 2 games to make it through to tomorrow's losers semi-final, where he will play Jan Nepomniachtchi. Here it is, the bracket so far. This is day 3 in the AI Cup. Tomorrow's day 4 will consist of the losers semi-final with Giri Nepo. The winner in that match will go through to the losers final to face the loser in tonight's winners final. And that match will start very shortly. It's Magnus Carlsen against MVL. That will be an exciting match coming up very shortly. First, we have to remind you about this one. It's a Photoshop contest. You can win an exclusive Secret Lab Titan Evo Champions Chess Tour chair. It's very cool. You see Magnus Carlsen sitting in it. If you edit a photo or a video of Danny Wrench wearing the pawn suit, tag Secret Lab chairs and post it with #GreenPawn on X or on Instagram. It's open until October 8th. That chair is so cool. Join in on the competition. We have to take a break. When we come back, it's winners final.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
We are getting ready for the winners' final. It's Magnus Carlsen against his longtime friend, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He is a fantastic chess player, but he is a man of many talents. He is also someone with a degree in mathematics.
I was born near Paris, and I've always lived either in the suburbs with my parents and my sister. Yeah, I grew up like in a house with garden, normal neighborhood.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was introduced to chess when he was just 5 years old.
My father taught me the rules, and basically everyone in the family started playing for a year or two, but then it was all me.
At 6 years old, after only 1 year of playing the game, he showed signs of being an exceptional chess talent.
I won my first French championship underage that year. C'est Paris Rapid and Blitz. And then I continued playing, continued winning these youth events. When I started getting medals also with competitors from all over the world, it was clear I had the chance to go further. I have pretty good intuition. I'm very resilient, normally speaking, so I always try to create some trouble for my opponents when I'm in a bad shape. Then I'm very good at spotting quick tactics.
Besides from being a top 10 chess player, Maxim has been able to study and get a degree in mathematics.
This way I could socialize, I could keep on having a life outside the chessboard, and it also felt more secure to have a degree to rely on should I stop playing chess. Well, I've loved playing chess from the start, so for me it's all about the games, the playing part, so I'm not so fond of studying, and of course it's necessary, but what I like is playing games, having fun, you know, even playing a Blitz game, being able to trash talk a bit, to, you know, be very casual, and then of course the competitive part where, you know, I want to win the game, I want to be the best player I can be, and to beat everyone basically.
Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is definitely capable of beating anyone. A fantastic chess player who's been in the field for a long time. He is born in the same year as Magnus Carlsen, that golden 1990 generation, with obviously that big one, the Blitz World Championship in 2021. And now he is up against Magnus Carlsen for the first time this season on the Champions Chess Tour. How is Maxim in the rapid format, obviously being a Blitz World Champion?
Maxim is great. We heard Jan allude to it. Maybe Magnus these days is more focused on Blitz and Bullet, but Maxim, he's been up there in World Rapid Championships before. He's done it against Magnus, beating him in Speed Chess in the Speed Chess Championship 2022. So yeah, he's capable. I wouldn't say his ceiling is as high as Magnus, but he's very stable, and he does pressure his opponents on the clock. He's so quick at calculating, maybe thanks to his maths degree, that he can put pressure. He can hustle his opponents on the clock.
Yeah. Maybe this is the format for MVL to beat Magnus Carlsen in a match. And let's take a look at the tale of the tape between these two players who are ready to fight in the winners final here in the AI Cup. And quite one-sided, though. Carlsen leads 14-6. Does that make him a big favorite, do you think, Tanya?
Any game Magnus plays, Kaya, he's a big favorite.
Yeah.
But that said, this event itself, I think we've seen certain shaky moments by Magnus, games where he's missed quite a bit. In his own words, he hasn't been very happy with his form. Meanwhile, every match that Maxim has won, he's been really convincing. He's not only been very precise with his play, but also being, again, able to calculate deeply and take those difficult decisions, keeping the clock in mind. He is a speed chess specialist, and given his form in this tournament, I think he's got a good chance today.
Yeah.
And he's also very motivated for that spot in Toronto.
Yeah, definitely. He is now one of, how many? We still have 4 players in contention for that final spot in Toronto. MVL is one of those. Easiest path to do it is to just win the AI Cup. But he's gonna want to win against Magnus in the winners final today, because the winner in this match goes straight through to the grand final, gets a free day tomorrow, and can rest before that grand final on Friday. Let's take a look. We have a surprise coming in. Oh, here is MVL. Oh, it's a mosquito! Aha! Well, we were talking about earlier today, Jan Nepomniachtchi bothered by mosquitoes 2 years ago, and here we have MVL. Maybe struggling with the same thing. Let's hope mosquitoes do not ruin his chances to beat Magnus today, that we will have a big fight in the winners final. And in the winners final, we have best out of 4 rapid games, 15 minutes plus 3 seconds increment after every move. If they are tied after those 4 rapid games, then it will be decided in Armageddon. And the winner goes straight through to the grand final. The loser is not knocked out of the tournament, but is knocked down to the losers bracket to play in tomorrow's losers final. And what is it about for MVL today? If he is going to beat Magnus in a match with 4 games, what is the most important factor for him?
I think the start really matters. He has to make sure that from the very first game itself, things are under control. And I think against Magnus, at least what we've seen in this event so far, also the game that Jan was really close to beating Magnus, It's about bringing Magnus into these complicated, messy positions. And those are the ones where also Maxime really thrives in. The big question, David, for me will be, will Maxime be successful in getting Magnus in those chaotic positions where things can get a little more random? Because if you just try to play the strategic, slow battle against Magnus, how do you and where do you win?
Yeah, and actually most of those victories that Magnus has had, we saw the head-to-head score. The reason it's so one-sided is because Magnus triumphs in the endgame against MVL. As soon as the queens are off, he tends to weave his magic there. But if Maxime, especially with white, where he's extremely strong, if he's able to attack, able to play on the front foot, Magnus been playing a bit risky, then yeah, Maxime has some chances. But I do worry his black repertoire, which he's kind of revamped, refreshed recently for Maxime, it has suffered against Magnus in the past.
He has been known, MVL, to play one opening and one opening only, but that's changed over the last year.
It's really shifted, especially over the last few months. And Maxime also had this phenomenal performance at the Tata Steel Chess India recently, where he played everything except his beloved Naidov, except his beloved Grunfeld. So he has been switching it up, getting a more universal approach in the opening. But again, Kaya, I think it's going to be about trying to get Magnus into that Mikhail Tal forest of complication where the path out is narrow enough for just one.
Yeah, and we did see Magnus yesterday miss a mate in 3. Is that sort of a sign of Magnus not being 100%?
I think definitely a sign. Magnus himself, he's his own kind of harshest critic. He's very honest about these things. He knows in terms of dynamics, in terms of tactics, he wasn't his he wasn't in top form. And if he isn't in top form today, Maxime will be able to punish him. That's where he suffered. He nearly lost a game against Jan yesterday. Magnus a bit up and down, but here we go.
Here he comes, Magnus Carlsen.
Has he just woken up?
Maybe. I mean, it's late in Norway. It's 8 o'clock for Magnus Carlsen. When the winners' final start, he will have the white pieces in this game 1. First player to reach 2.5 points, best out of 4 rapid games. And Magnus will make the first move. Here we go.
And it is a Sicilian. Not the Naidov, not his speciality, Vachier-Lagrave, where he has been quite predictable historically throughout his whole career. Instead, it's knight c6 on move 2, and Magnus doesn't go for any open Sicilians. He plays the more positional, the slower bishop to b5. And actually, we're more used to seeing colours reversed. I've seen battles between Carlsen and Vachier-Lagrave in this position with colours switched, with Magnus taking on the black side of this opening. Fascinating start to this one, Tanya. Not his usual, but still an area of expertise.
Yeah, and bishop b5, the Rossalimo, a very solid approach against the Sicilian. Now Magnus wants to break in the center with d4, but when there is a recapture on d4, you want to take back with the pawn to keep control of the center. This was an opening, David, that was made so popular in the 2018 World Championship match as a fight against that knight c6 move that we saw from Maxime. This is game 1 of game 4, so the players are also feeling the opening, the rhythm out right now. And I think for Magnus, he wants to check a little bit. Is Maxime going to stick to the old guns, his usual repertoire, or does he have something special planned?
Yeah, it definitely feels like he's had something special planned so far, Vachier-Lagrave. Really impressive speed to the opening. And look at this, all 4 pawns in the center. It's a really rare situation, this kind of Mexican standoff. Neither side wants to blink or flinch here, but you have to break that tension, and it looks like black is ready.
Wow. Yeah, this is a bit of a face-off in the center, and Magnus decides to capture the e5 pawn, hitting that knight. So black has to recapture on e4, the other central pawn. Now that pawn on e5, David, is a bit of a weakness. It is a target for black. Is it time to trade off that knight on c6?
It might well be. Black has a clear plan, a clear potential threat just to take this pawn. Either you have to kind of take defensive action, and actually this might run into some tactics. I was going to say, maybe you just defend this pawn with a move like bishop to f4, but suddenly, bang, knight takes pawn, and a double attack. Another theme of the day, hitting the king, and this check will pick up white's bishop next. Black will have won a pawn. Interest in this little transition. So I think your move pretty much forced Tanya here. Bishop to f4 would be a huge mistake. First, just eliminating this knight. Not just that, but getting rid of this hanging bishop. I think he has to play it. Magnus pausing, though.
Oh, he finds another way.
He finds another way. Okay, he's getting rid of this threat against f2.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give up the bishop pair so easy. Now you can't take that pawn on f2, the tactics that you pointed out, because that white bishop on b5 is defended with the knight. On the other hand, Magnus himself starts attacking the center, the black central pawn on d5. It was hard to find knight c3, but of course Magnus does it. And when he does, I kind of like it more than giving up that bishop.
Yeah, definitely. He is wrecking his own pawn structure slightly, Magnus Carlsen. If we see a trade of knights, isolated pawns do come back to haunt you potentially in future. But right now, it looks like White's activity, White's dynamism more than compensates for that. The bishop comes out to f4, very nice square, or g5, hitting the black queen. And Magnus looks sleepy.
What's going on with him? Magnus arrives at the game looking like he's just woken up. And has he gone into a bit of a power nap mode here?
I know how he feels. It's been a long day of chess, but...
oh, yeah.
Magnus, yeah, this is strange. This is maybe means for optimism. Vachier-Lagrave, do you think he has the camera on, seeing Magnus so sleepy like this?
And I think for Maxime, if he does, that's a good sign, because once you get this feeling that your opponent, your rival is not fresh enough, it's time to strike early. You can start looking for those opportunities. And very often Magnus in his interviews has actually said that his opponents don't take advantage of that early opportunity, of that early momentum. So if Magnus does become a bit sleepy or give those chances to Maxime, he needs to be up for it. But yeah, wow, what's going on with Magnus there?
Yeah, the sudden reaction, very strange behavior here. Maybe not liking his position. Maybe it's not the fact that he's tired. Maybe it's just a lack of enthusiasm for the position because Vachier-Lagrave came so well prepared. But either way, I think your point is really essential here. You have to strike Magnus early. Was that a yawn? Covering his eyes here. Either he hates his position this much or he, yeah, something's up with Magnus.
Yeah, David, you're his good friend. Do you know something that we don't?
No comment, Tanya. But either way, Black has a good position, and the fact that Magnus isn't enjoying it, yeah, really surprising. You have to hit him hard, though. You have to hit him fast before he wakes up, before he perks up and starts kind of going up the gears, getting into top form. If Magnus takes the lead in this match, I do fear for Maxime's chances. Maxime doesn't have the kind of must-win opening repertoire that some of the other top players have potentially. But he does play the move queen to b6, so similar to an idea we pointed out, this hit on the f2 point and some tactics, some tricks in the air. Yeah. White has to be a bit careful here.
Yeah, because you're hitting that pawn on f2, but not just that. You're also hitting that knight on c3, which is a key defender for that bishop on b5. So a multi-purpose move. And the first natural response that came to my mind, David, was to develop that bishop on c1, get it to e3 to stop that threat of queen f2. But I think the problem here is that Black has the intermezzo of capturing on c3 instead of running away with the queen. And after all these trades that we see with White capturing the queen on b6, Black recapturing the queen on d1, you actually end up with an extra piece, and it all works out in Black's favor after picking up that bishop on b6. So queen b6 does require Magnus to slow down and calculate a few lines. The first question, how do you fight this threat? And Magnus answers it, develops his queen to e2, not only defending the f2 pawn, but the bishop on b5.
Yeah, anything Black can do, White can do as well. Black attacks two pieces with his queen, the f2 pawn, the b5 bishop. So White's queen says, okay, it's time for me to start work, and defending f2, defending b5. Multi-purpose move there. I'm just wondering when this pawn is going to drop off the board. I don't think it can be captured right now because White has a big threat of knight takes d5. So Black either has to eliminate the attacker of that pawn by trading knights. We said this maybe favors White because suddenly Black's most active piece has disappeared, or Black has to just up sticks and bring his bishop out just to defend this pawn in the center. So keep the tension or break the tension. That's the dilemma for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
I like this. I like the concept of keeping the tension. Also, Maxime, his middle name is Chaos, is Nerves. It's actually Vachier, but it could very well be Chaos because we've seen the kind of chess he plays. But David, just looking at this natural developing move that you pointed out, bishop to e6, it would mean that you have to calculate all these lines where what happens if White was to trade one set of knights on e4, then the other set of knight on c6. But instead of going into any of that, he chooses a different approach of defending the d5 pawn with the rook. But the question still remains, what happens if White was to capture on e4, then the knight on c6, and then the pawn on e4?
Yeah, it does, in essence, look like a pawn sacrifice. Just to follow that variation you were mentioning, Tanya, knight takes knight here. The White bishop now has to take the Black knight. There's no time to take this pawn in the center, remember, because the White bishop would hang. The White queen needs to defend its bishop. And if we follow this line right to the bitter end, then we would see a trade of queens. And at the end, Black would give a check. And the problem for white is, yes, you can stay a pawn up, you can move your king off the back rank, but you're tied down forever on the first rank. White's bishop is pinned to the rook. I don't think you can ever break this bind. Black's bishop will come out, black's rook will come to attack and maybe even win this bishop. And the only alternative would be a sad retreat, whereupon a trade of rooks would allow black to regain the pawn. And we talk about the might of the two bishops quite regularly at top level because it is decisive here. Black's bishop is so strong on this diagonal, soon joined by its counterpart on f5. And I think the might of these two bishops, for example, okay, I'm not going to lose a pawn, but let's say in a position like this, it's just overwhelming. White's two pieces cannot fight, especially on the light squares, and black would have a decisive advantage. So, yeah, long variation. Magnus will realize it's a wrong variation right now, going for all of those trades. But what else to do? Maybe it is time to develop this bishop still sleeping at home.
Because with that last move that Maxime just made, now it's a big threat to actually capture the pawn on e5. He's defended his own pawn on d5. So knight e5 in the air. Again, two options, right? You develop your dark squared bishop to f4 to defend that e5 pawn, or do you give up your light squared bishop on c6? I do like bishop f4. I like my bishop pair.
Yeah, me too, Tanya. I'm very biased towards the bishops. One of my strengths, but also one of my big weaknesses in chess. And bishop takes knight would give a healthy position, but it would also part with the bishop pair. Let's allow Magnus to decide on this strategically. Do you feel he's woken up? He looks slightly more alive on the camera, Tanya.
He needs to wake up because there are threats on the board and he has to counter them accurately. And when you're playing against a player like Maxime, you really can't give too many chances because Maxime will be on top of any opportunity that he gets in this game.
Yeah, leaning back there, Maxime. You were talking about bishops versus knights. Since this is the AI Cup, doesn't AI really like one of them? And I don't remember which one.
At least AlphaZero loves the bishop pair when they're together. I think bishops versus knights alone, it depends on the pawn structure. But when it's two bishops together, computer's very, very biased.
And you know Magnus, he's biased towards knights. He loves his knights and he hates his opponent's knights. So he does decide to actually give up the bishop for that knight on c6. But I think it's in modern chess, general principles, more than that, it's about the concrete position you have. You know, in general, if it's an open position, you want the bishop pair. If it's a blocked position, knights are considered better pieces because they're short-range pieces. They can jump around easy, land on those holes, but bishop needs, long-range pieces need more space to move around. And it's also personal preference. Vachier-Lagrave, also known for his love for knights.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But so you're saying the general rules can only get you so far in chess?
You have to be a bit flexible. Yeah. You need to know the general rules too, as well. So.
And then play around with them.
Yeah, and then you need to know the rules before you break the rules. That's the key in general.
Well said, David Howell. Well said.
But I think it's a stylistic thing. Knights are favoured by attacking players, dynamic players, tricksters. Bishops are favoured by old men. And okay, a set of knights, and now it is the bishop pair against bishop and knight. So we will find out the truth. At least in this exact position, this specific scenario with this structure. Magnus wants to conquer the dark squares. Black has a light squared bishop unchallenged. He'll most likely control that color complex, but if he can trade off the dark squared bishops, white does have a queen and knight combo. Watch out for some attack. Magnus slightly low on the clock, but I think he's starting to be happier with his position.
Yeah, and you can see why, right? You're pointing out all these ideas of white actually neutralizing the bishop pair on his terms, either with the move bishop to h6 or bishop to f6. And either of these trades could actually give white a lot of attacking chances. And then coming to your point of stylistically, Magnus with his knight having the queens on the board, I think this is where you start smelling that, you know, there are possibilities, there are dynamics that exist, and you start getting a little excited about your position. The knight from f3 can also land on d4, a nice little spot. You really want to provoke black to push that c6 pawn to c5 to try and kick that out, because then that gives you weaknesses in the center of the board with, well, pawns that can be targets.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the most typical mating patterns, especially kind of at the lower levels, would be, for example, let's give black a... let's make a slightly strange move. It would be, for example, allowing a pawn to f6. This is the one thing black cannot do. Cannot give away access to the dark squares. Suddenly, this pawn acts as a protector of the g7 square. And, for example, the queen jumping in. This is the kiss of death checkmate, if I remember correctly, where the queen will come in and deliver checkmate to the black king. So the one thing Vachier-Lagrave has to watch out for. Therefore, he does clear the 6th rank, so he controls f6. But Tanya, you mentioned that this pawn might be vulnerable. It looks like a gift here from Vachier-Lagrave. What is the plan?
when we're talking about Maxime, he's all about the initiative in the position. And we also mentioned how the bishop pairs, long-range pieces, love open diagonals. Maxime is actually voluntarily giving up a central pawn here so that he opens up space for his light-squared bishop. Once the bishop comes to b7, you can really imagine the power of these two bishops. Gets a lot of counterplay. The game, of course, goes on, and the Valbar says that White's doing absolutely fine, but it brings in the kind of dynamics that Maxime is looking for. Really concrete, nice approach there instead of just sitting still and going passive against a player like Magnus.
Yeah, really fascinating. And I once commentated with Magnus on an event, and he said any pawn that is lost or that you blunder means open lines for your pieces. So you got to look on the bright side. Maxime sacrificing a pawn here, but only opening lines up for Black's bishops, for Black's rooks.
Do you think Magnus is going to take this?
Oh, he's reluctant. When his opponent so willingly throws a pawn at him, Magnus, I don't think he wants to take the bait, but maybe it's just the best move. After all, it is a pawn, as they say. Take the material and cling on to it.
And we've got the Valbar telling us, right, that you're absolutely fine after grabbing that pawn on d5. But when you're playing the position and you see the black bishop jumping into this powerful spot on b7 with a tempo against the queen, also x-raying that knight on f3, you've got to be reluctant about these decisions.
Yeah. How materialistic would you say you are, Tanya, Kaya, in chess and in life?
I am very materialistic. I just dread losing anything.
Tanya?
Oh, wow. That's such a heavy question, especially the one about life. But I think on the chessboard, I'll be honest, David, if this was a position in my game, I don't think I would take on d5. I would probably try and look for ways to actually trade off those dark squared bishops. So either bishop h6 or ideas like queen to f4 and insisting on bishop f6. Yes, of course, we did see the line and the Valbar approves of queen d5, but I don't think I would go for it in a practical game. Yeah. What about you?
I would have taken the pawn because I'm a greedy. Anything free in life and in chess.
Bishop f6?
Bishop f6, yeah. He's trying to give the pawn rather than take the pawn here, Magnus Carlsen. What? Anything you can do, I can do better, he's saying. And he's trying to go for this checkmate plan that we mentioned. Let's show the idea here. We thought that the black queen had cleared the 6th rank now to cover this square, but Magnus insists he drops his bishop in, and now taking this bishop would be highly risky for black. Notice how the rooks stare off at each other. Black's rook temporarily undefended. If we see a trade of rooks and black's, well, the evaluation bar jumping, if black's queen now does feast on this pawn, then it would end in disaster. White's queen only now takes, and suddenly this rook is pretty much trapped. The rook has to slide across to b8, but white conquers the back rank. And I'm not sure what the killer blow is here, but white is winning. Maybe you just take this pawn going for checkmate against the king.
So instructive and so much to learn from here, because I was talking about how I want to trade off the dark squared bishop and trying to defend that square. But Magnus Carlsen shows the way. He says you can just calculate the line and based on tactics, make these positional decisions. I really like the move bishop to f6, countering this pawn sacrifice that Maxime offered. And now, if you can't really take that pawn on f6, well, he does take the bishop, and is he just going to develop his own bishop, defending that rook on e8? Yes, he does it.
Yeah, connecting rooks. I was going to say the most satisfying move in chess is a move your opponent thinks they have stopped, and then you play it anyway, and they're like, whoa, that's not possible. But Maxime, of course, recovers very quickly, and he defends. Now the threat is on to take this pawn. He's covered his back rank. Always cover your back rank in chess. That's the most important thing.
Is there any chance that white, very far advanced pawn, will survive?
Oof.
If he can keep it alive, he might deliver checkmate.
Yes. That's a dangerous pawn on the board. And also things work out for black here because another mating pattern, as you said, kiss of death, queen on g7, is queen and knight combining to give a mate on h7. But the good thing for Maxime is that if white actually jumps to h6 right now, you can capture the pawn on f6 because knight g5, David, is met by the queen coming back and defending the king side, keeping everything together.
Yeah, the king and queen. A queen is the best defender if she's able to participate in the defense, and this would end in disaster for Magnus Carlsen. So his fractured pawn structure, this pawn we talked about on f6, is either very good or it's very bad. So Magnus has to maybe just keep it intact. I don't know if you should maybe just defend this pawn, keep it alive for future attacks. But either way, I'm starting to like black's position, as long as he doesn't fall for any of these tricks that we've been pointing out. Magnus slightly lower on the clock as well, getting dramatic.
It's getting dramatic, and one gets the feeling that if this is a long strategic battle, then black does have the trumps with that f6 pawn as a weakness in any endgame that would arise. Black would get chances. But Magnus, he either needs to trade that f6 pawn for the central d5 pawn, but I like your idea of keeping it alive. Queen to g5 would be the first move that I would consider here, David. Because to me, f6, as long as queens are on the board, feels like a strength. And wow, tactics again. Magnus says not from g5, but I'm going to defend my pawn from f4 because now that pawn is untouchable. You capture on f6, you win a pawn, but you're going to lose that bishop on f5.
Yeah, indirect defense of the f6 pawn. This is really, really sneaky stuff. Cunning play by Magnus Carlsen. He looks like this queen and pawn are kind of disconnected. The connection between them broken here. But as you point out, Tanya, queen takes pawn, walks into a pin. You win the pinned piece, the bishop, because the queen behind is attacked. It is undefended as well. So queen f4, what a move. These top players, they just surprise us on every single turn. Queen f4, not an obvious one. But Maxime doesn't, of course, have to take this pawn yet. He can play around. The problem is you are facing the kind of idea of the pawn coming up to g4, hitting the bishop. Stuff is happening on the king side. Something is brewing here. How does Maxime Vachier-Lagrave continue to defend so accurately?
Does it feel like a game that will end up with a winner?
It feels that way at the moment. A draw still kind of a distant dream for both players. Any endgame would favour black because a bishop is better with pawns on both sides of the board. We saw in the last game between Nepomniachtchi and Firouza that a knight struggles when there are pawns on both flanks. Black with a superior pawn structure as well. If the queens disappear, there's no checkmate. And black is very happy.
So long-term, Maxime can be happy, but he needs to get to that long-term situation. Magnus, really interesting idea that you pointed out for him, David, with that g-pawn advancing forward, g4, g5, and then that f6 pawn is safe forever. And we can imagine the queen landing onto that h6 square from that h4 point. So things are getting tricky. Endgames are far off. And I agree with Kaya that I don't know in whose favor again, but I think a decisive result is most likely here.
Yeah, and these two, I mean, I remember them playing against each other 20-odd years ago. I mean, I sound like an old man there, but they always seem to have these really fascinating battles where both sides seem to be playing for a win. They never play with the reverse gear on. They never play solid, kind of boring, drawish chess. Sometimes it is a draw, but that's because chess has that nature sometimes. But it's always dynamic. And wow, attacking the white queen, jumping in, we see a trade, taking back with the pawn. This is really clever, kicking the white knight away. And where does this white knight run to? Oh, not an easy decision. This knight has 5 or 6 very logical squares. Is Magnus going to jump forward, jump back, jump to the side of the board? Maxime, he's just trying to trade off pieces now to solidify his king. Complicated position still, Tanya. What do you think here?
Really complicated. And the more you look at it, the more you realize how difficult it is to actually make a decision with the knight, the most natural looking square, e5. You want to get it to the center of the board. But I think that there's a problem with that, David, because once you put your knight on e5, it might be possible for black to actually capture the pawn on f6, because now your knight on e5 is hanging in several situations. And also notice the tender pawn on c3. So if you go g4 with the initial idea, black can start targeting that knight on e5 with the move rook to e8. You take f5, I take e5. If you move the knight away, my queen gets out of the pin with a tempo, winning the c3 pawn.
Yeah, and OK, maybe not grabbing the pawn yet, just because of rook to c1, hitting the queen, then taking the bishop. But I think your exact idea is correct here, Tanya. There might be ways to finesse this. At the very least, you get out the pin, maybe by hitting this knight. It's just complicated. And I think both players are calculating this exact variation right now, because as you mentioned, Magnus would dream of putting his knight on such an active central square. That's where knights belong, in the middle, where they control 8 nice squares there. But tactically, if it doesn't work, you just cannot get away with it. And then you might have to retreat, for example, or might have to land on the edge of the board, or something slightly less desirable.
Yeah, and knight d2, knight h4, not as desirable. The other move that I would be considering is knight to g5, again, to try and continue the attack. But it does feel like there should be tactics working for black. Do you see anything here, David, after knight to g5?
Oof. Putting me on the spot here.
Oh. Yeah, it's not an easy question. And I was expecting the eval bar to drop really low because knight g5 feels loose, but maybe it's still fine.
You're consistent. You're going maybe for checkmate in the next few turns. This does look pretty scary. And again, it all rests on the fact that whether black can take on f6, eliminating the key attacker, that pawn. If white steps forward now, then tactics here?
No, I was thinking queen c3, but I always forget that you've got this move rook to c1, hitting the queen and the bishop.
Yeah, next move, I will pocket this bishop. Maybe it's just, again, like you said earlier, a counterattack against the white knight. And now if the knight just drops back, takes this pawn, for example. Oh, what next? Maybe queen to h4. I mean, this is crazy. Just pinning and clinging on.
Wow. What a position this is.
Yeah, this one could go either way. These moves are not easy. We're having to pause here. We're hesitating because it's so tricky. These tactics are unique, very rare, these types of patterns. And that's why Magnus now dropping down to 3 minutes.
Anyway, he's less than... Maxime has got twice the amount of time on his clock. Struggling to say things here. But for Magnus, he has to take some big decisions under 3 minutes, and it's quite a messy position. I think for Maxime, it's a bit of a dream start.
Definitely. If he continues to keep this high pace... Whoa, knight to e5. We thought this was really risky. But yeah, Maxime keeping this high pace and calculating so well so far, using that maths degree, working out all the tricks, tactics.
Will he take on f6?
I think he will. What's he going to go for? If you don't, then suddenly white does whip up quite a promising attack. Maybe you could start by bringing the black rook to the center and then try and take that pawn next move, but he goes for it.
Wow. And look at the speed, David, with which he took. He's just calculated everything. And Magnus has as well, because he immediately responds with knight g4. That does invite black to capture a second pawn.
It does. Magnus used this move, knight to g4, yesterday in his successful win against Jan Nepomniachtchi, in a different scenario, of course. But now he's attacking the black queen, aiming for some checks. We talk about queen and knight as an attacking combo. But is it worth 2 pawns? I think he's got to go for this. Let's jump in again. Right now, there is tactics. There is chaos on the board. This one is far from a draw because black could go 2 pawns up, hitting this rook in the corner as well. I don't know if white moves the rook. I guess you can. You can also flick in a knight check first, but most likely you have to defend the rook and gain time against the black queen. This is on the board right now. The black queen can choose a bunch of different squares if she centralizes. White's idea is to check, and next move, take this bishop, and we'll get a position such as this one.
You're calling it out. It's happening on the board. Queen d4 played, knight h6. Maxime will step up with the king, and that exposed king will give Magnus enough compensation. The dream would be a rook lift to get into the attack, but notice how the black queen controls key squares for the white rook not to be able to do so.
Yeah. Centralized queen covers everything. Look how strong she is. She might even defend later on along this diagonal. So black's queen keeping the white rook caged. White can give a check, but it won't be enough. The black king just running. And black is still a pawn up, even if white takes on f5 next move.
Why is Maxime thinking here?
Good question, Tanya.
What is he considering?
I think he'll move his king up, but he might be just sliding it across to f8. Yeah, odd time to start thinking maybe he's just looking deep into the future. And okay, he eventually does play the move we were expecting. And Magnus will now capture this black bishop before the opportunity disappears. Good air quality for Magnus. At least he's perked up. It feels like he's slightly less lethargic than he was a few moves ago. And king to h8. Nice hiding spot.
Now the f7 pawn is hanging because of that check that Magnus just gave, forcing Maxime's king to that h8 square. So queen f7 is a threat. And not just the f7 pawn, the c5 one as well weak.
Who would you pick here, Tanya?
I kind of like white's position. Despite being down a pawn, I think it's time for Maxime to find a way to just bail out to safety here. And I think he's trying to do that. Well, don't grab on e3 right now. F takes e3 would be a huge blunder after queen takes pawn. You're going to end up losing a rook.
Yeah, double attacks. Do not take on e3 if you're Magnus Carlsen.
Or anyone.
Or anyone. But what else to do? How does Magnus guide this game towards safety? Remember, he's still a pawn down. And if you can't take this pawn, it might continue advancing down the board.
Yeah, but I don't know who's playing for a win or who's playing to bail out over here anymore.
Yeah, I love this comment from the Twitch chat. It feels like Magnus has been preparing traps, of course, but Vachier-Lagrave setting traps too. Both players just playing really high-quality chess here. The bar, despite how complicated it's been, it's barely moved.
Yeah, that's true.
It's been in the center the whole time. Wow. Really high accuracy, I bet, from both players, and pawn to e3 on the board.
And that's such an instructive moment by Maxime to play this move, to make sure that you use this opportunity to open up your opponent's king for that counterplay. Also, he can think about getting that rook from a8 to g8 at the right moment to build more on this attack. But e3 right now, Magnus touching the 1.5 minute mark. And he's got a big decision to make at this point.
That must be uncomfortable also with that black queen just eyeing up everything in the center of the board there.
That's awesome, Kaya.
Yes. I would be very uncomfortable with the white pieces here.
And yeah, Magnus, he's burnt more than half of his remaining time on this one move. He's about to drop down to around 1 minute, and I think he might have to let a black pawn sit on the second rank. This black pawn, of course, is taboo. You cannot capture it. So you've got to let it advance. And how to escape here with a draw? He takes the f7 pawn. And what happens next? Is this black pawn going to continue marching down the board? Look at the interest that's been piqued by this last move in Vachier-Lagrave. Suddenly, head in hands, calculating mood. And pawn to e2, or do you take on f2?
I think if you take on f2, you're just releasing a lot of tension. I think Magnus is hoping for that decision. But if Maxime goes for e2, he's going for more. That is ambitious play. And that's the big decision. What does Maxime want right now? After e2, queen d1 is a huge threat on the board. You want to try to queen that pawn with this tempo. So I think white will be forced to bring the rook to the defense, to the central square of e1. Notice how black's queen is also tied down to defending his own, her own king on h8, controlling that diagonal. But this gets really complex. Moves like queen e5 keep the tension here.
Yeah, queen e5 defends the pawn, keeps this diagonal covered, so no check still. And next move, the black rook is coming, and defending this pawn, to me, this is quite attractive for black. It feels like white maybe is able to make a draw, but white at least has a passive rook. So white is the one fighting for equality.
He's going to go for e2.
You think he is?
It's going to happen, David.
Play for the win. That's what we want to see. Pawn takes pawn here would allow the white queen to recapture, and most likely here we would see a drawn endgame. For example, if black moves the rook, rook b8, rook f8, and this game would likely end in a draw after the queens come off on the next turn. But Vachier-Lagrave can be more ambitious here, and he's got half an eye on the clock. Surely push the pawn, Maxime, play for the win, entertain us.
And it just feels like not just playing to the galleries, but also a move that's very objective in the position. You keep that pawn alive, you keep your chances alive. And this is the thing, right? When you're playing against Magnus, you've got to take these gutsy decisions for those opportunities. And I think Magnus right now probably hoping a little bit that Maxime bails out with pawn takes pawn.
So that's what we're looking for now.
Yeah, it's all about that black e-pawn. We're expecting it to move. If it moves down one square to e2, one square closer to promotion, that means Maxime is all out for the win. If he trades off a set of pawns, most likely this game will fizzle out. But the only downside for Maxime is the black king is so open, so weak. The temptation to get out of the game with a draw must be high. But he plays for the win. He keeps the tension.
David, this last move, rook to g8, wow. Okay, so you still can't take on e3 because then you just lose the rook or end up getting checkmated. Wow, rook g8. He is ambitious. It's not e2, but he keeps the tension, shows the nerves.
Magnus leans forward, and he's now down under a minute on the clock, about to tick down to 30 seconds.
Because Maxime has played a move that Magnus was not expecting.
Wow.
Magnus was looking at the two moves that we were discussing there, either pawn takes pawn or pawn to e2. But a third option was available, and Magnus, 20 seconds now. Ooh, he plays a good move, I think, just forcing this black pawn to make a decision finally. But it cost him a bulk of his time. And we've seen today what happens when the clocks tick down. Even in the most simple of positions, blunders do occur. So, okay, he's trying to force the black pawn to trade off. Maybe it's still safe enough for Magnus. This last move was key.
Yeah, because now there's just really no way to go e2 anymore. And that's a nice trick because, I think we should show that, David. You can go e2, setting up a trap of your own that if white was to capture on e2, you've got queen d1 check. But the reason the eval bar stays level is that white has got a perpetual with queen f6, queen f8 at the very end. So it's really not possible for black to get ambitious anymore with that pawn push. And I think Maxime has taken a decision, the other one of simplifying with capturing on f2.
Yeah, and most likely now this game should fizzle out towards a draw. Still some imbalance because white has a 2 versus 1 advantage on the king side, whereas black has a passed pawn on the c-file. But now we see queens forced off the board, rook f8, forces queen trade due to this pin. And who is going to profit from this endgame? It feels very, very level here. And we are expecting 2 endgame greats like these to get a draw eventually.
But what a first game, though. It seems that this will be an intense battle between 2 fantastic players here in the winners' final. This is only game 1 out of 4 rapid games in this matchup to decide who is the winner in the winners' final and goes straight through to the grand final to be played on Friday. Yeah. Is there any chance for a win here for any player, or is this just going to be a draw?
It is an endgame. It is Magnus.
Yeah, but it's also Maxime.
It's also Maxime, and especially in endgames where Maxime can calculate, or he can, where it's kind of very mathematical, where it's forcing and it's kind of very kind of clear objective evaluation. He knows exactly what to do. If it's more maneuvering kind of type of positions, slower type of positions, maybe that favors Magnus. But this one, it's just a dead draw with rooks on the board, level number of pawns. Should be a draw. I say it quietly because it's Magnus. It should.
But do you see in Maxime's play, and this is just a general question then about Maxime's play, but do you see in his style that he is a mathematician?
Definitely. I mean, I've been playing him since I was 9 years old, and I just cannot survive these positions where it's pure calculation. There's an A point, there's a kind of B point, C point, and he can just work his way there. It's so hard to keep up with him, to keep up with that level of accuracy that he has. And he's so quick about it as well. That's why he's so good at speed chess. He sees things instantly. But if you get him in a maybe kind of more theoretical position where it's, less straightforward, then sometimes you stand a chance. But Magnus is keeping this game going. Magnus is the only one who can hope for a win here, but not easy.
Not easy, and that's a really nice way to keep the balance, the one that Maxime has chosen, because White really could not have picked up the d4 pawn with either the rook or the king. If the king would have snapped it up, then the black rook just jumps back to the spot where it came from, gives a check, and let's just show that, wins the g4 pawn. On the other hand, if the rook would have captured the d4 pawn, then you lose the a3 pawn, and that's basically a draw offer. So Maxime finding a really good resource to keep the balance.
Yeah, and he's put his rook behind the pass pawn, very logical, maybe trying to push this pawn later, but Magnus keeps the tension, and will we see a dance between the rooks? The black rook now going after this weak white pawn, and next going after this weak white pawn. It feels like this game should still be a draw, but wow, Magnus, is he going for the black h pawn?
He is.
He's really gambling now, Magnus Carlsen. He's allowing the two black pass pawns on the queen side to live because he wants his connected pass pawns on the other flank, and suddenly this is not an obvious draw anymore.
And seconds on the clock for both players now.
This is getting into spicy territory.
Oh, well, Maxime gives up his rook. If the white king takes the black rook now, black's pawn would have made a new queen. Suddenly Magnus has got to be really careful to save this.
But maybe he just goes around with checks, and that's if he wants a bailout, he can just start checking the king. Maxime can come back with the king, controlling the d8 square. So Magnus doesn't have that, still can't take the rook. Magnus is playing for more.
Magnus wants more. Look at this. He's gobbled up the remaining black pawn and he's gone around. The G and H pawns are connected. White's rook is really passive, though. This should still be a draw, but not easy anymore. Maxime has to show accuracy.
I think Maxime has shown accuracy so far, but he needs to keep it up. Every move, it does count a lot. The rook comes back. If the king moves towards the D pawn, black's rook will start targeting white's pawns. He keeps the pressure on, and it's all about the fact that white can't free up his own rook for activity. And I think he's done it. I think he's saved this one.
Are we in grinding mode now?
We're in grinding mode, but the problem is there aren't too many plans remaining. You cannot maneuver around forever here if you're Magnus Carlsen. You have to make a decision. If you go for black's pawn, you lose your other pawns. The white pawn's vulnerable, and I think we will see the draw. There we go.
Oh, what a game. Long one, but it ends with a draw, the first game in the winner's final. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had the black pieces and then this one, and did pose some problems for Magnus Carlsen, but it is a draw and he will have the white pieces in the next one. But some ups and downs there, David. Can you take us through some highlights?
Some real ups and downs, and it was a real fighting draw to the end, to the bitter end there. And after pawn to e3, I was impressed by both players. Here, Magnus Carlsen, of course, didn't fall into Maxime's trap of taking this pawn, allowing a double attack against his king and rook. Instead, he grabbed the f pawn, and Maxime, rather than going for a draw, rather than bailing out here to safety, continued the fight, rook to g8. Now Magnus had a really narrow path to equality, but he found it. He knew this pawn could not be allowed to march any further. He played the move rook to e1. We saw a trade, and after the queens came off, a drawn rook endgame. But both players testing each other, setting those traps, and at the moment, cancelling each other out.
Seems like this will be an intense fight in the winner's final between MVL and Magnus. Still 3 rapid games to go in their matchup. We want to tell you guys to join the brand new Variants community series. We are looking to crown the best players in chess variants, starting with the King of the Hill. So you can enter weekly arenas each Thursday. Tomorrow is a Thursday, so that's the first chance for you to join and to prove your skills in King of the Hill and book your ticket to the championship at the end of the variants cycle. King of the Hill. I hear you talking about that a lot, David.
King of the Hill, one of my favorite variants.
Yeah.
The goal is to get your king to the center, one of the 4 central squares, as quickly as possible before your opponent. E4, D4, E5, or D5.
Is it a favorite of yours as well, Tanya?
I haven't played it as much, but I watched a bit of it. It is very entertaining. And, you know, Kaya, I was just wondering, watching this last game that we did, as you said, it's going to be a big fight, and we set the tone for that. What will be the accuracy of this of these players? Because it felt like such precise play from both Magnus and from Maxime, and we're getting an update. Maxime with a 99.8% accuracy and Magnus 99.5.
Whoa! I mean, how incredible is that in such a long game as well?
These guys are good.
Super good.
Wow. They are playing some very accurate moves, Magnus and Maxime. They are definitely sharp today in this big fight in the winners' final. It continues after a short break.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on Chess.com. Anyone who has played even a small amount of chess, especially online, is familiar with the concept of an opening trap. We've all fallen for one at some point or another. In many cases, a failed opening trap will leave you with a terrible position, but not always. We've compiled 10 opening traps that are not only guaranteed to work, but if your opponent doesn't fall for them exactly, you'll still have a decent position. Number 2, Legal's Mate. This opening trap, if your opponent cooperates, can lead to one of the most beautiful and famous checkmates in chess. Named after Sire de Legal, it dates back all the way to the 18th century. It occurs in an Italian game, and in this position we play knight c3. Black might play bishop g4, pinning the knight to white's queen, and we can play h3, forcing black to make a decision about the light-squared bishop. If they retreat with bishop h5, this allows the brilliant knight takes e5, where a free queen is offered. If black takes the bait and grabs the queen, can you spot the famous mate in 2? That's right. Bishop takes f7, king e7, which is forced, knight d5 mate. So, if our opponent does not take the queen bait, is this a dubious position? Not at all. Black's best response is knight takes e5, allowing white to win the light-squared bishop with queen takes h5, and after black takes the bishop on c4, white can win the piece right back with a queen check on b5, picking up the knight on the following turn no matter what black's response is. White is up a pawn with control of the center, a great place to be out of the opening.
We're getting ready for game 2 between MVL and Magnus Carlsen in the winners' final. Before that happens, we do love puzzles. And before this tournament, David traveled to London and challenged people on the streets in some very nice chess puzzles.
Hi everyone, here we are today in sunny London, where I'm going to be approaching strangers on the street to figure out whether they can crack this code and solve some difficult puzzles. Today we're going to be looking at 3 positions. If you solve the easy one, you get £5, medium level £10, and the hard level £15.
James Richards, London.
Do you play chess?
I do play chess. It's a little bit of a giveaway behind. Yeah.
Favorite chess website? Be careful.
Yeah, Chess.com.
Good answer. White to play and mate in 1.
Okay, bishop to a6.
Okay, nice. White to play and mate in 2 this time.
Rook h3, queen h6.
And then?
And then queen g7.
Are you sure?
No, no, just ignore all of that. Ignore all of that. You can just cut that, right? I don't know, just put me out of my misery.
Okay, the answer is queen takes h7 check.
Okay, nice, and then rook slides across.
How mean am I being on a scale of 1 to 10?
Like only a 4. Like really, honestly, it could be a lot worse. Right now.
White to play and mate in 2.
I'm gonna go pawn takes. A7. Not sure.
Yeah, unfortunately that's not the right answer.
Put me out of my misery.
It's rook to a6.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
You did solve the easy puzzle.
Yeah, I'm here for my fiver.
So you did win £5. There we go.
Thank you very much.
What are you going to do with it?
Appreciate it. Go towards like a quarter of a chess club.
Nice one with that one. Solving your easiest chess puzzles.
Yeah, I say easy, it's all relative, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of the players in London did very, very well. I say players, I mean, we were approaching bystanders, members of the public, and everyone's into chess these days.
Yeah, yeah, and puzzles. I always talk about them like they're super fun. For you, Tanya, being a chess player as well, are they fun or is chess, puzzles only homework for you?
No, it's a lot of fun. I think it's the fun part of the homework, and I think it's a great way. You've, of course, got to work on all aspects of the game, but this is probably the most entertaining. So even when I'm commentating here, every day, I try and get a puzzle rush in.
Oh, nice.
Survival mode.
Very nice, very nice. And actually, in the tour finals last season in San Francisco, we did have a very difficult puzzle that also the players wanted to join in on solving.
White to play. Made in 2. This is a puzzle for our viewers. Let's see how quickly you can get it. I'm going to start the timer now. Okay? Not so easy, huh?
Yeah.
So mate in 2s you can usually find by process of elimination. Okay, let me see. Is it Zugzwang? That could be. It's sometimes this in these cases. So let me try and think. Yeah, I'm assuming it's not a check. First of all.
No, it usually isn't, no, in such puzzles?
No, that's.
Yeah, you did.
Like the times that I can't solve this is usually because it's a check on the first moment. It didn't occur to me. Oh, wait a sec.
A minute down.
A minute down. Yeah, usually.
Time pressure.
No. I just wanna solve it. I don't really care about the time.
If it's any consolation, David said this is one of the hardest mate in 2s.
Okay. So I got to consider every.
Det där är jävligt gøy då.
Queen A8.
Are you sure?
No, but I mean, once I saw the move, I thought it had to be. Yeah, but Queen D4 takes away the D4 square, so Rook E3 is mate. Otherwise, it's Knight D6 or Knight C5. Is that it?
Is that your final answer?
I mean, are you trying? No, yeah, that is my final answer.
Well done, you got it in about less than 2 minutes. Not bad.
He didn't solve it in the end.
He's so competitive.
Yeah. But that was, you said it, David, one of the hardest, or maybe the hardest mate in 2s you've ever seen.
Yeah, some chess puzzles a lot of fun, but also frustrating in how challenging they are. And he got it eventually.
He got it eventually. Magnus Carlsen solving that puzzle. Now he has to solve MVL. They are tied after 1 game in the winners. Final game 2 is now about to start. And MVL will have the white pieces in this one. Magnus Carlsen up against a player that used to play only 1 opening, but now he mixes it up. Is it more difficult now to play MVL after he's changed his strategies?
Much more difficult. And Maxime, I don't think it's any coincidence that he's had some good success just in the last year or two, especially in speed chess, while mixing and matching his openings. He's keeping his opponents guessing. He's not a sitting target anymore, especially with the black pieces. And his results reflect that. And okay, a Sicilian. And will we see a Sicilian Najdorf? Magnus, meanwhile, snacking. Wow.
On the board, David.
And this is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's speciality when Maxime has black, or at least it used to be. Magnus using his opponent's weapon against him.
Oh.
Psychology.
There's so much dynamics when you do that, because one would think that your opponent's strength, you don't want to go into that, but it can also play in your favor by disbalancing your opponent. It's something that Maxime might not have expected, although we've seen Magnus go for the Najdorf. So it's going to be interesting. I'm still thinking about the near-perfect game that we just had in Game 1.
Yeah.
A 99.8, a 99.5% accuracy, perfect chess. And when you have perfect chess, it's a draw. Guy, you said Magnus has to solve the puzzle. It's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah. When Maxime plays 99.8, I mean, that's as close to perfect as you get, right? I start wondering what one move wasn't the accurate one.
Yeah, I think we'll have to do a deep study into that one move that both players played that were inaccurate or naughty. But even the chess goddess Kaiser, I don't think she could play 99% accuracy like those two did in the last game. So F3. Still a well-known position. Magnus is pausing here. There are various ways black can approach this position, but I like the fact that, again, it's another fighting opening. The Sicilian is the most counter-attacking opening in chess. It's an imbalanced pawn structure. Likely we'll see opposite side castling, and really promising another great fight ahead. It's going to be harder to be accurate in this game, I will say, than the previous one, because it is one of those wild positions that will rumble on.
Yeah, Magnus has to solve MVL is our feature chat. He's going to be stuck on this puzzle for a while. And this last move by Maxime, F3, also hints at this move I was just about to say. You want to start advancing on the king side with your pawns, G4. Once again, the Frenchman with 3 names, he makes his intentions clear. He is going for those messy, chaotic positions. I think we are going to see the opposite side castling.
I think it's very likely now. Maxime has basically declared that the white king is not castling on the king side. Yeah, it never will now that he's thrown pawns forward on that flank. So the white king is going left. It's going to the queen side, and Magnus can start preparing an attack on that flank. But how to deal with these pawns flying forward? It's slightly surprising to me that Magnus would choose the Najdorf, basically playing on the opponent's home territory, and then pause this early. It's still relatively well-known waters. Okay, he brings his knight forward, clearing a square for the other black knight to use potentially. And Maxime advances.
And the thing is, right, Maxime plays this with black, which means that he knows this with white also really well. Because, of course, when you're preparing at that level, the kind of opening preparation that these players have, Maxime knows the ins and outs of Najdorf. So where does Magnus plan to get his advantage here?
Yeah, to me, it's surprising. When I prepare for my opponents, when I study my opponents, I look in the database, I look at all of their games, I build an opening tree, and I see, okay, here is their favorite opening, here is the opening they score strongest in, and then I avoid it at all costs. But Magnus, he's pretty much done the opposite. For example, if I know my opponent plays the French defense themselves as black, I will never play it as black against them, because I know that they're familiar with all the little details, the nuances. Magnus going against conventional chess wisdom.
Yeah. When you're playing against Maxime, don't play the French unless you're Magnus Carlsen.
Is that psychological, though? Because that would be the normal strategy. MVL knows that most players won't play that opening against him. And then Magnus does, just, showing him, I don't care, I will beat you in that opening as well.
True. It's the mind games. It's the kind of fight for psychological dominance. If you can beat your opponent at what they know best, then you really break their spirit.
Yeah.
And Magnus,
so imagine if Magnus wins this game.
Yeah, this would be huge.
But that's far off right now. And I think it's Maxime with the last 2 moves that he's indicated that he's going to go for the king. And that's pun intended. Black's king and the king of chess here as well. Knight d7 falls back with the knight. And I think it's time for white to step up with the queen, get that king to safety. And then look at Harry the h-pawn advancing down the board to assist Gary there.
Yeah, white has a ready-made attack. You called it, Tanya. Very logical move now. White's king is ready to jump over to safety. hiding behind those white knights on the queen side. It's going to be very difficult for black to whip up any type of initiative on that flank. I don't see where the black king really wants to hide either. Do you hide behind, could you kind of castle into it, as we say, hide behind your pawns on the king side, but white has a ready-made attack there. Oof, I've always been terrified of these types of positions my entire career, just because they are so kind of irrational. It's so hard to get a grip. Every move is just kind of living life on the edge for both. But here, the stakes are higher for black.
Yeah, every move is a high responsibility move in this kind of a position and this kind of an opening. And Magnus really burning the clock. So a little bit more unfamiliar for Magnus than it is for Maxime. It's sort of been his bread and butter his whole life, the night off for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And this is what Magnus has up his sleeve. So, David, you said black's king has got no safe ground. And because there hasn't been a shot castle, he strikes in that flank right now, asking Maxime what he wants to intend. You would love to go h4, but let's point out that there's a pin along that diagonal, so it really doesn't help. After a move like h4, black can actually just capture on g5 because you can't recapture with the pawn.
Yeah, and Magnus's idea is to force the opponent to capture with a piece, and here he will happily offer a trade. And actually, long-term here, black is doing pretty well because this pawn is isolated. So if it ever gets to the endgame, which is far from a guarantee, then black will have weaknesses to stare at. And actually, his idea is very opportunistic because it does also rely on the trick that pawn takes pawn is met by a queen check. Suddenly, just before the white king kind of scoots over to safety on the queen side, it gets checked. And, of course, you can't castle when you're in check, so you have to block or move the king. And, for example, if you block with your bishop, suddenly the black queen just retreats, takes this pawn, and same issue for white. This is long-term a huge weakness in any endgame, especially if the queens disappear. And, of course, black has conveniently offered that trade of queens. Note how the knights defend each other as well, so white's bishop can never really take this knight. Magnus, yeah, he's really kind of showing that he's flexible in these types of positions. I don't know if this is opening preparation. He spent a bit of time, but h6, it's very rare to be able to play this as black. And he's found the correct moment and for the first time forced Maxime to think.
Yeah, a very concrete play, and Maxime has slowed down. Now that we've discussed these ideas, you don't want to take on h6 because of the check. You don't want to go h4 because the pin doesn't work out in your favor. I think Maxime has to think about long castle. Get your king to safety. And I think he's played the move. And David, now the point is you want to play bishop to e7. Wow, Magnus does it. I thought this just loses the d6 pawn.
Yeah, he's willing to sacrifice a pawn just to get into the endgame here, Magnus Carlsen. Bishop takes bishop now does allow the d6 pawn to drop. It's only defended once, it's attacked twice, and I think we're headed in this direction. We'll see the queens traded off. Black will most likely step the king forward, forcing the white rook back, and then he's going to try and stack up his rooks against this weakness. It's a whole pawn here. I'm skeptical. I think objectively white's doing pretty well. The evaluation bar's slightly in white's favor, but Magnus, we all know his expertise in the endgame. He's just playing for his type of position, having been maybe out-prepared in the opening.
But surely when you're down a pawn in this position, you're just trying to hold this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is Magnus. You never know. First, he gets an equal endgame. Well, first he starts with the worst endgame, then an equal endgame, then he wins. That's how he rolls.
Yeah, he's got this incredible ability to not only convert winning positions flawlessly, but somehow win worse positions as well. So Magnus right now, this is our live board, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave still thinking if he wants to go into that endgame and challenge Magnus, where Magnus really does thrive. But I'm expecting queen takes pawn right now, because if not that, what else?
Yeah, Maxime has kind of burnt his bridges. He's not going to get an attack now, a direct attack at least, against the black king. So why not grab material? You have this slightly worse pawn structure for white on the king's side, so you might as well suffer for something. Often that's just how top-level chess works these days. Someone gives a little bit of material, whether it's a pawn, whether it's a piece, and then they have this long-term compensation in return. And it will be a theme of the game, white's extra pawn versus black's kind of control on the king side. And Vachier-Lagrave, he's clearly reluctant. He knows it's a Magnus type of position. I think maybe he's just scared of the opponent here, understandably. But eventually he will surely go and grab this pawn. Who can resist? Free material?
Maxime can.
Maxime.
Maxime can. And I really like this move. David, I was actually thinking about this because you want to come in with a tempo, and the b7 pawn is so much more important than the d6 pawn, which is a lifelong weakness in the position.
Why is that?
Because the d6 pawn, Kaya, will always be under fire. It's not going anywhere. The queen and the rook are lined up against this. But this is tricky because Maxime is inviting Magnus to actually jump in with the knight to defend that b7 pawn. But that's the whole point of this. Now when you grab d6, David, the black knights are disconnected. And after this queen trade, suddenly there is pressure on that b6 knight, which is no longer defended by its own friend, the other knight.
Yeah, suddenly white would have a decisive advantage. There's no time to evict the white rook like we wanted to earlier, like Magnus wanted to earlier, because rook takes knight and white would win material. Instead, you have to play really ugly moves like retreating to the back rank. Suddenly white is a pawn up, and this knight looks really beautiful, actually, putting pressure here. Black's pieces just discombobulated, as Simon would say, and just unable to really fight back. And as you mentioned, knight takes pawn, a huge threat. You actually want to win this pawn and then the d6 pawn in that order only. So how does Magnus first protect this one safely?
I mean, rook b8 is a very ugly move. You never want to make a move like that. Devalbar says it's possible, but not an absolute disaster.
Yeah, I think this is last resort for Magnus. If he finds nothing better, he'll defend his pawn with his rook, but nobody likes to make their pieces passive. You said ugly, and that's the definition of ugly. Rook to b8 on a really passive square. A whole knight, 3 points, is tying down a rook and pawn worth 5-6 points together. And okay, we get engine suggestions just below the board, and we see some moves. King to c8 there, it says that means castle's queenside. Being the best, actually by quite a distance. Black's best move here is to castle into the firing line, not fearing any attack, and just saying, okay, we can go for an endgame. And then the black king is actually pretty decently placed, defending the pawn on b7. Black's second best move is your move there. We've both termed that ugly here, Tanya, rook to b8. But everything else gives white a huge advantage.
It's on the board. He goes for it.
I think this is more human. Castling queenside feels a bit risky there. It would have been a really airy side of the board. Lots of holes around. So we can understand Magnus's decision.
And it was only these two moves, right? Whatever you do, you have to defend the b7 pawn. That collapses, the position collapses. So it was between these two moves. And as you said, from a human perspective, long castle just looks extremely scary. So a Magnus going for a rook to b8. I might be tempted to actually not trade the queens here, because now Black's king is just stuck in the center forever.
Yeah, stuck in the center. And this pawn isn't running away anytime soon, so you can snack on it later. Let's see what Maxime Vachier-Lagrave decides to do. Yeah, really tense position here. Magnus is basically just sitting and waiting and saying, please take the pawn, and he does. So we're headed into the endgame now. Black's king is surely going to advance, kicking away that white rook. There we go. And it's all about how weak are white's kingside pawns. He's a pawn up. White is dominant on the queenside. Long term, he's going to win there. But does black have counterplay, Tanya?
And David, the counterplay that you were pointing out earlier with black's rooks doubling up on the h line, we see another point of Maxime's move with the knight to a5, that now the queenside rook is actually tied down to defending that b7 pawn. So not that easy to create play against the h2 pawn of white on the king side, which actually frees up Maxime's rook on h1.
Yeah, I mean, I would take white here every day. Usually, I prefer the compensation in terms of kind of long-term strategic trumps, but I don't see how black kind of at least speedily gets any initiative going here. I don't think Magnus is enjoying this position that much.
He's not. And Maxime's played so confidently. He's also up on the clock here. He's up a pawn. Right now, Magnus still has to neutralize white's edge here, has to prove his compensation for that pawn.
And I'm curious, is there any way we can check the accuracy levels up to this point? I have a feeling Magnus, his accuracy levels maybe a bit lower than Maxime's.
Oh, yeah.
I think we need our viewers to tell us. Check on chess.com /events. And yeah, let's check out those accuracy levels, which are just through the roof so far in this match. Magnus does move his knight away.
Right now it says 100.
Ooh. Wow. By both players?
Yeah. But I'm wondering if this is not updated.
Oh, wow. We'll get an update on that bit. I mean, it was close to 100% in that game one, and Maxime has been on fire these last couple of months. But of course, Magnus has just been unstoppable this whole year.
Yeah, Magnus has been in beast mode, boss mode throughout the year so far.
It's the final boss.
Yeah, he is that big boss. In order to beat him, well, in order to win any tournament, you have to get through him first. That's the issue. And knight to f6, a nice move. There's actually a trap in this position. It looks like white can trick black, but actually would get tricked in the process. One move not to play would be a very tempting bishop takes a6. It looks like you're deflecting away the black pawn in order to land a devastating knight fork, a knight check, forcing the black king back, and then feasting on the black rook. But tricksters get tricked here. Bishop takes pawn would be met by a skewer. The black rook moves across. You can take as many pawns as you want, but you will lose a piece in the process. So some sneaky tactics here. Magnus has set a trap, which of course Maxime won't fall into, and he does just shift his rook to g1. What's the idea here? Is he going after this pawn?
I think so. And it's so tempting as well, right? Because it forces black into the defense of that pawn. It's on the board, David. Maxime going for all the weaknesses here. Does Magnus now have to fall back with the knight? Because losing a second pawn just would be disastrous here.
Yeah, it's not pleasant, this choice for Magnus. Either he has to retreat this knight, go back where he came from. This knight was on this square just 2 moves ago. He's lost time, Magnus. Or he has to retreat the other black knight. And this one doesn't look great either. You've lost some control over the d5 square. I'm wondering if white can ever trade bishops now. The more pieces you trade, the more you can kind of accentuate, highlight the fact you're a pawn up. Feels like it's turning in Maxime's favor. Valuation bar slightly on white's side too.
And his accuracy is 99.3 MVL. Magnus is 98.9. He's down to 98, Magnus.
Slacking.
Yeah, slacking.
Unacceptable.
Yeah. Wow, just the level these two are on today, it's incredible. Really putting up an amazing fight in the winners' final. This is going to be, I mean, obviously it's going to be super hard to just get in a win today. Yeah. And that means maybe we will have Armageddon.
Yeah, this match very well could go down to the wire. And we've seen Magnus have this fantastic year. He seems absolutely unstoppable. But even for Maxime, one feels like it's been sort of a resurgence for him these last few months, the kind of chess that he's been playing. I mentioned the Tata Steel, as well as in SCC making it to the semi-finals. He's such a speed chess specialist. This is going to be a close battle. It is rightfully the winner's final.
Oh, amazing. Yeah. MVL proving that he belongs here. In the Champions Chess Tour, it is very nice to finally see a match between these two this season. Two players who have grown up together in that golden 1990 generation. With you as well, David. What do you remember of Maxime growing up and competing with him as well?
Yeah, and actually Maxime is one of the players I knew the best when I was young. I played him in these, I think first time was in the World, or was it European Under-10 Championship? And then I actually had a match against him when we were both 9-10 years old.
Ooh.
I went over to France. I flew over to France. We played an 8-game rapid match.
Wow.
And he beat me.
Oh.
The score was 5.5, 2.5. And I remember even back then, he was playing the Sicilian Najdorf. He was playing the Grunfeld every single game. He stuck with those openings for, 25 years and very successful with them. And I just remember every time it got down to a calculation type of position, he would see deeper than me. And it's been an uphill struggle for me against him ever since. He's always been one of my kind of kryptonites.
Oh.
But yeah, Magnus as well. I met very young and, of course, a pretty decent player too. But yeah, these two have had some great fights throughout the years. It's always been epic. It's always been very, very close. And I think the fact that they're the same generation means that they know each other very well as well. Mm-hmm. And Maxime knows that Magnus, there's only kind of 2 scenarios where he struggles. Either you attack him and you catch him cold and you kind of checkmate Magnus, or you frustrate him. That's why Magnus, I think, walked away from World Championship matches because he didn't like these long grinds where it's very level, very drawish, margin for error is so small. And I think that's what he's doing now. He's frustrating Magnus. It's like 99% accuracy. It's so close. No blunders. If you avoid blunders against Magnus, you have a chance. And Maxime playing this very, very strong brand of chess right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these guys are amazing. We agree with you, Andrea. And the bar is slightly up for MVL. What do you think right now in this game? Do you think it's going to be a draw, or do you think we'll have a winner in it?
If anyone's playing for a win, it's got to be white here. Mm-hmm. You're up a pawn. You've done everything right after winning that pawn. You've tied down black's rook to defend a pawn on the queen side. So that's really one piece that right now, at least, Magnus is playing without. You've managed to take out your own pieces. You're also trading black's most active bishop in the position, trying to take control of the light squares. It's a big fight for that d5 square. And Maxime has managed to offer a trade with his own light squared bishop. So I really like what Maxime's done. Again, feels like a game for 2 results. I think most likely will end in a draw, but Magnus will have to prove that.
Yeah, Magnus will have to prove it, and we can see in his body language he's not enjoying the task. He's just got to sit still right now, Black, and kind of wait for Maxime to come up with a plan. Does Maxime go direct? Does he kind of continue slow playing it, maybe start pushing some pawns on the queen side? Yeah, Maxime is at least burning some time, so Magnus will be optimistic about that. It's not easy, it's not 100% straightforward to find a productive plan for White.
It's really not, and you've got to sort of be patient here. You know, you were pointing out this tactics with the bishop takes pawn, vacating that c6 square. Now with Black's rook that has jumped forward, after bishop takes pawn, Black actually can't recapture the bishop on a6 because now knight c6 will win the game. But what Magnus is relying on instead of recapturing on a6 is actually just sliding with the rook on a8, lining it up with the bishop and the knight. So this tactical blow still doesn't work, but it's always in the air.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason Maxime is hesitating from trading bishops. He wants to, at some point, land this trick. He's always been so efficient since a young age at finding these tactics, and he does play the move b3. So if Magnus is kind of careless and allows this trap, it could eventually be winning for White. Doesn't work quite yet, but I love his last move as well. Getting ready to improve his king slightly, then he'll improve his pawn slightly, put every piece, every pawn on perfect squares, and then go for the action. Meanwhile, how does Magnus break out? This tension on the queen side that you pointed out, Tanya, is so frustrating. You can never, ever push your pawn because knight c6 will always be a nasty, nasty fork. So you're just tied down forever. And Magnus, he's the one to pause this time because no obvious moves for him. If he takes this bishop off the board, White will happily recapture with the knight. And this white knight might even come round to a nice outpost on d5. No tempting options here for Black. You just have to continue sitting passively and hoping that White can't improve.
It's sort of like a slow waiting game, and Magnus doesn't wait any longer. He does trade off the bishop, and now the plan that you're saying, it really wants to be played, right? You reroute your knight and you try to get to that d5 square, which is such a central point in any Sicilians that we see. Knight e3, knight d5, the c-pawn starts moving up the board, the king joins the party, and the whole aim, the idea is that you have to be slow and steady, but create a passer on the queen side for winning chances.
And Magnus is playing a game of distraction here. He's trying to remind White that he has a weakness. Maxime's h-pawn is all alone and isolated right now. Is he threatening to take it? That's the question. And Maxime, does he have to go passive? Of course, the answer is no. If you ask any top player, do you want to put a piece on a passive square to defend a mere pawn? But sometimes you have to. And there we go. Maxime decides he has to keep the material advantage. The rest of the board not quite in his favor yet.
Yeah, it's all about playing it slow and taking it slow, right? You want to reroute your pieces, but first, just don't lose out on that material advantage that you have. Black can step up to the h3 square, also targeting the f3 pawn, but then White will simply slide up with the rook and keep everything defended. The plan is clear. After you've saved all your pawns, you can fall back with the knight, land on d4, and eventually, because David, let's not forget, even Black's rooks are stuck on the king side, right? You've got your army that wants to target the weakness, but that means that the queen side play is free for White. King comes in, pawns start rolling, and that's when we'll find out whether this advantage is going to be enough or not.
Yeah, right now it's a pawn advantage, but it's quite kind of murky. But it could become something much more tangible if White does indeed eventually land a knight on d5. I wouldn't envy Magnus right now. As you say, Tanya, just rook here. It looks like the only active possibility, but easily shut down. White covers all of the weaknesses, and then it's one-way traffic on the other flank. Magnus needs to weave that endgame magic. How's he going to achieve this? 4 minutes against 5 minutes. Accuracy level is still pretty high, I assume, but that could well turn in the next few moves.
Do you think he'll save it?
I'm going to back Maxime here. I think Maxime, big favorite actually to win this game. How about you, Tanya?
He's going to push. Maxime's going to push. I think it'll end in a draw. I think Magnus will find a way to survive this one, but it's going to be a big uphill task. I don't think anyone in the world I would bet against Maxime in this position, but I think Magnus with his endgame touch, wow, it's going to be a big fight. And look at that. Magnus goes for very direct play on the queen side, but this might give Maxime more targets there with the pawns moving forward. Well, knight anyway wanted to land on that e3 square. Knight e3, what Magnus wants to do is bring his own knight from d7 to b6 to control the d5 square.
And Kaya, you need to break the tie. What is your prediction?
I'm gonna bet on a win for Maxim. He is, the expert in the opening that Magnus chose. And I think that was a mind game by Magnus Carlsen, because he thought, well, a draw is the most likely. If I win it, that's going to be a huge disappointment for MVL, so I'm going to do the Najdorf. But I think MVL will be cold as ice and win it.
I actually think if Magnus would win with a Najdorf, psychologically, that's match over.
Yeah.
But the position that we have on the board, it's not going to happen.
We're so influenced by who is playing who, because if Magnus was on the white side, I think we would all say he's going to win this one, pawn up, endgame. But yeah, Maxim, he's capable.
Definitely. If anyone is, it is Maxim. I mean, he's just playing such brilliant chess, such accurate chess, taking his chances when they come on the board, whether it's tactical play, whether it's playing slow and steady, positional, strategic, rerouting, as we're seeing right now, or the way he played against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, winning that match, or how he took down Alireza Firouza. Just so versatile and playing every position to perfection.
Ooh, pawn to a4. That's not a move you normally want to play. For example, after pawn takes pawn, white will have to break up his own pawn structure. But this is typical Maxim. He's very direct if he can be. And I'm skeptical. Suddenly the black rook switches focus, and look at the white a pawn isolated. Look at the white c pawn also isolated. Suddenly Maxim, he's kind of turned his advantage, which was very long term, into something dynamic. And it's got to work now for white. Otherwise, your extra pawn might fall, and with it, all of your advantage.
Yeah, a4 is not a move that you play lightly. It's such a committal move. You've given black a clear target, not only the open c line, but that pawn on a4. Black's knight can also jump to c4 and trade off white's active knights there, where one rook will keep pieces tied down on the king side, defending h2, and the other rook will start targeting the other weakness on a4. Yeah, I'm surprised with that decision by Maxim. Just as you were saying that, he's got this long-term play, long-term advantage, slow, steady, accurate chess, and a4 on the board.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's held Maxim back throughout his career. He's had this, again, since he's been young. He sometimes rushes in positions where he can just take it easy, take it slow. Here, you can just kind of push your pawn one square forward just to stop black advancing if you want, or you can start bringing the white king forward. Only later, when you're 100% ready, then you push the pawn to a4. I think Magnus, if he were in grind mode in this type of endgame, he would take it easy, take it slow, and only go for it at the right moment. To play a4, weakening your pawns here, it's a really high responsibility, and you have to hope it pays off. He plays the move king to b2, defending his knight right now, but suddenly the black pieces will come into the game. Suddenly some targets maybe on the third rank, some loose pawns, loose pieces here. I imagine the other black rook kind of coming around, going over to help its fellow over here. And that's what Magnus is doing. He's targeting the white king first. Once the white king moves, it has to. Don't allow a discover check. There we go. King to a2, slide across. The other rook surely coming around. No, Magnus just trying to repeat. Magnus is silently offering a draw here. If the white king goes back, he'll kind of dance around with his rook as well. We could see a dance between the rook and kings.
Yeah, this is a big moment, which is just going to give us a peek into the minds of the players. And Maxim declines the repetition. So he wants more. He defends the knight with the rook.
Okay. Great to see positivity there. Great to see ambition from Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, but he still has holes in his position, these weaknesses that Magnus is now trying to target. It's suddenly a 3-result game. Earlier, I would have described it as only a possible win for white or a draw. Magnus, though, he's probing. If one of these white weaknesses drops off, then anything can happen. 2 minutes each now as well.
Very tense position. And black has a direct threat of attacking the pawn. For white, in these kind of positions, it's all about whether you want to push that a4 pawn and fix it on a5. It gives you this target on that black pawn next to it for a long, long time, but it needs to be timed well. Rook h3 does attack f3, and I think the reason that Maxim isn't rushing with the natural rook defense one step on that f2 square is because he's considering the move a5 here.
Played, Tanya.
On the board.
Good spot there. Not going passive, not purely reacting to the opponent's threat, trying to create your own threats. And again, that's kind of indicative of Maxim's style. He's always on the front foot. He doesn't want to be the one just kind of answering the opponent's moves every time. He wants to dictate the pace of the game. Now, where does the black knight go? Back or forward?
Not backwards.
Not back.
That looks terrifying, right? Because if you go back, you're just inviting white's knight to come forward with a check, and you don't want to lose control of that square.
Yeah, so the Black Knight now maybe jumping in. This is where we're different, Tanya. My first reaction is go back. I agree. It didn't look pleasant, but Magnus does indeed follow your advice. The Black Knight clearly on a better square, better circuit than it would have been if it had retreated. Now, Black has to be careful where he puts the king. I was going to say, again, my first instinct, go back to safety, but Magnus is brave with his king. That's why he's a superior endgame player to most in the world. He's very kind of prone to taking these risks because his king might well prove an active piece later. And suddenly, White has to defend this a-pawn. How, though? How do you keep it intact? Black trying to equalize the material here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a way, and it's really not that clear. A knight c4 just hits that pawn, and you don't want to make a move. Well, I don't even know. Rook b3, that's kind of nice, because what you really want is activity. And there are some ideas of the rook not only giving a check on b6 once the knight moves from c4, but also the rook could land on b7 with threats along the 7th rank. And it might be headed there. Is rook b7 a possibility right now?
I think it's definitely a possibility. I think that would be the most consistent move, especially following up what Maxime has done. But he slides back. He's lost a move here. He pins the Black Knight, but he could have done this last move. I think he could have reached the same position just with one extra move here, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Sign of uncertainty for the first time in this game.
Yeah, and especially now because Black can actually take the a5 pawn with the rook with a check.
Yeah. What could be more logical? What could be more tempting? Rook takes pawn check, hitting the white king. The king could retreat, could go forward. If it's Magnus, he would go forward. So let's assume it does. And the Black Knight now would be under pressure. Instead, Magnus delays that decision. He postpones taking on a5 because he actually might want to go for checkmate. The Black Rook wants to slide to b8, cutting off the white king from using the b file. And then he wants to take a5. And Maxime goes on the other flank, pawn to f4.
Oh my gosh, and it's a mistake. Is Magnus going to go for a win now against the white king?
This looks so scary. What happens if Magnus threatens checkmate? You're threatening now to take this pawn, and that would be the lawnmower checkmate, using the two black rooks, cutting off the white king. Here, I guess Maxime is relying on the fact he can block the b file with his own rook. Now, rook takes pawn. At least there's one hiding spot. But Magnus is turning things in his favor. Wow, never write him off the world number one.
Wow.
Threatening checkmate on the board. Oh, sorry, my arrows. Rook takes pawn would be a huge threat, but defended by Maxime, and the game goes on. White living on the edge here.
Wow, so Magnus has managed to pick up that pawn and restore material balance. It's his knight which is threatening the e4 pawn. The rook on a5 really active. You know what? I think now it's Maxime who needs to be on the defense here suddenly.
Definitely. And imagine Maxime's mind right now. He was in control the whole game. He was dominating. He was a pawn up. Suddenly it's level material. Suddenly White's pawns are all really loose. White's b pawn not happily standing there and...
Whoa!
Inviting the black king, the black knight forward. This is bizarre.
And Magnus there reacted. He was really surprised by Maxime's decision.
Yeah, the black rook is attacked, but it can just move to any safe square. And black is about to grab a pawn, win a pawn.
Whoa. Is it the Magnus touch?
Might well be. He's relying on a trick. He wants to play knight to c7 check, pick up black's a pawn, but look how active black's knight is in the center. Black's rook clearly more active than the white rook. Black's king more centralized than the white king. All of these small factors will add up. If it becomes a race, only Magnus can win. Still maybe within the drawing realms, but Maxime's got to be really careful. Look at Magnus harmonizing in the center, coordinating his pieces, moving in for the kill.
Yeah, you just compare all the pieces on the board. That rook, knight, and king, just 5 moves ago, it was a completely different scenario. Now they're all into Maxime's camp, and the f-pawn is about to join the party.
Yeah, black's f-pawn, watch it march forward, f for forward. Whereas the white b-pawn can advance, but it might just get picked off if it walks too far up the board. White's knight, meanwhile, is terrible. You've got to say that white knight is just too far offside. Also, look at the clock. Oh, he allows a check. He also allows the black pawn to come forward with gain of tempo in some positions. Maxime, I think the clock is getting to him. The nerves, the turnaround. Black gives a check. We see just below the board as well some move suggestions. Black can push pawns with, with a very strong position with winning chances, but he gets greedy here, grabs Magnus.
And now can he just actually trade everything off and go for a king and queen endgame there once pawns are promoted?
Yeah, I think he could have done.
What happened to the bar here?
Yeah, it's gone back to the middle. The problem is black's knight is pinned. It's caught in the crossfire. White's rook lining up against the black knight, black king, and the only way to keep it intact, the only way to defend it is to give a pawn back.
Yeah, you have to push the f-pawn, because I think if you defend the knight with the rook, then white can actually trade everything off and start marching the board with the b-pawn.
Wow, Tanya, you're right. Black has to push his f-pawn, play pawn to f5, otherwise white is winning.
Exactly.
We'd see a turnaround where white's b-pawn, he plays it, white's b-pawn would have made a new queen. But, OK, can Maxime hold the draw? Suddenly it's white with the narrow path. You have to move your rook, you have to take black's pawn. Natural, but white's king is in huge trouble on the edge.
Yeah, that feels like a bit of a kill zone. You have to watch out for any checkmating ideas, and we saw Magnus do that against Jan yesterday.
Watch out, checkmate in 1 is threatened. Black's rook threatens to jump the whole way over the board across to a3. Check that white king, trap that white king.
And less than 10 seconds for MVL.
He's done the right thing, he's running.
Yeah. You know what's going to happen, David? White's going to sacrifice the knight for the pawn, and we're going to have a rook and knight versus rook.
Oh, and another 50 moves of fun. Just for anyone wondering about endgame theory, rook and knight versus rook is a draw, but you have to defend accurately for a long, long time. And I think we will head in that direction. White will sacrifice the knight for black's pawn. Black's pawn is the only potential winner because it's a future queen. Every pawn's a future queen, potentially. But, OK, we're still going around. White's king is still cut off on the back rank.
We're still going around, and Magnus isn't going to make it that easy. If Maxime is able to give up the knight for the pawn, that will end in a draw. Maxime will be up for that task, but Magnus isn't going to let that happen so easily. He's going to try and defend that pawn for as long as he can.
I'm slightly surprised Magnus didn't try and trap that white king on the back rank. Now, offering a trade of rooks. If Magnus trades off the rooks now, white's knight should be able to give itself up for the black pawn, but... OK, it's a race. White's king is far away.
9 seconds for Maxime as well. He has to be precise in this one.
Yeah, I think the pawn is just too far away from promotion. The problem is, for black, the only way to win is to bully white's knight away. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be quick either. What's Maxime doing with his king? He's going the long way around. Black's king in the center, kind of acting as a blockader.
Move.
Whoa, knight takes knight. The black pawn runs. A similar pattern to that beautiful idea we saw with Nepo. But look at this, the black pawn will promote. But there will be a knight fork at the end. Black can make a new queen, but white will deliver check. Knight to e3, check, a fork. He makes a rook. Chess humor there.
Wow.
And a draw.
Wow. Wow, that was a very, well, humoristic then, I guess, ending to that game. It ends with a draw. Another one, you guys. They are still tied after 2 games. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave defending there in the end. And with the white pieces, he secures the draw against Magnus Carlsen, tied after 2 games. 2 more rapid games to go to decide this winner's final. Okay, what happened here? So Magnus fighting here to get the win, but MVL was able to defend heroically, I guess, then?
Yeah, especially at the end. Let's just do a quick slow motion replay of those final few moves. It happened super fast. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, even with just a few seconds on his clock, found the only path to salvation. Here, Magnus tried his last trick. Of course, advancing the pawn would allow the white knight to capture it, and a black knight alone cannot deliver checkmate. But Magnus here tried a trick. He gave up his knight. He used it as bait, luring away the white knight. But Maxime found the only defense. The only way this knight can get back is by using tricks. Knight to h6, the only drawing move, and here forcing the pawn to promote. And when it finally did promote, whether it's a rook, a queen, it doesn't matter. A knight check, forking the king, forking the rook, and a draw was guaranteed. High accuracy again from both players.
Wow, they are making it so difficult for each other in this match to get in a win. Game 3 is coming up. Will we have a winner in that one, or will it be another draw, getting us closer to Armageddon to decide the winner's final? We'll find out, but first, a break.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Welcome back to the AI Cup. In this tournament, we are very excited to announce a new partnership for Chess.com with the browser maker Opera. It's a chess browser, you guys. We're thrilled about this collaboration. It is something for chess lovers everywhere. It truly puts the game right at your fingertips, no matter where you are. And in this browser, in this moment, we're now going to see David Howell play a game of bullet chess. Anyone in the Chess.com right now can challenge. What's the username, David, to challenge you?
Howitzer14. Be fast, because I will be challenging someone soon. This is the regular David Howell gets outplayed by viewers segment. So here we see the lovely start screen, first of all, and I will bring up
Very tidy, David.
Thank you. It's one I prepared earlier. This is the Opera browser, really nice Chess.com background and a shortcut for anyone who likes to play chess at work and who doesn't want to get caught by their boss. A nice quick shortcut here. You can minimize it if the boss walks in, but here we go. I'm going to challenge someone at bullet. Again, another unrated game. And I've had a mixed record so far. I managed to get a win yesterday, but on day one, the viewer got me. And okay, I am playing right now. A strong opponent, rated over 1,000. Okay, playing the Trompovsky attack. Will he take my knight? Yep. And Tanya, I might need you to commentate here.
Full disclosure here, with the kind of results that David's been having, he wants to focus completely on the bullet right now. The queen was attacked. David spots it, moves away with the queen, pinning that knight. And look at that pre-move on the board. He's targeting the entire queen side. Ooh.
This is either very good or it's very bad. I'm trying to undermine the b2 pawn to take on c3. And, okay, my opponent defends very nicely. I'm going to castle, and I'm tempted to pre-move, but I hope my opponent's not watching the show. There we go. Rook to e8, that's a check. And I'll try to start attacking. My opponent's not been playing too quick, and, okay, I see a tactic. I'm going to sacrifice my queen. Take me, please. I took the white queen now, and I win a piece at the very end. Okay, this is better. This is more like it. This is chess as it should be played. But okay, now I'm going to grind. Piece up in the endgame. My opponent's under 10 seconds. Tanya, do you think I can win this one?
It's going to be a little tough, David, but I think you got this one. And 4 seconds, you've got to make a move.
Ooh. Oof. My opponent, I think he's timed out. But
oh, you won, David.
There we go. Great game. And the Opera browser. Try it at home.
Yeah. And also using Opera, before this tournament, we actually used their AI tool, Aria, to interview the players, or interview them. And let's see what happened when Magnus Carlsen got AI'd. So, Magnus, first, thank you for doing the interview with Chess.com. I have to tell you, though, we already did the interview with you using Opera's AI engine, Aria. We asked it to answer questions as Magnus Carlsen. And are you ready to be confronted with your answers?
Yes, of course. I think they will be better than mine, less stuttering.
Let's see. So we asked, first question, who is your biggest inspiration? And the answer was, my biggest inspiration in the world of chess is the legendary chess player Anatoly Karpov.
So I think the reason for that is that my style has often been compared to Karpov, but I mean, I love Karpov's games, but I wouldn't necessarily say that he has particularly inspired me in that sense.
Okay.
I definitely learned a lot from his games.
And then we asked, what is your favorite time control in chess? And the answer was, if I were to choose a favorite time control, it would be classical chess.
I think that's going to be 0 for 2. It feels sometimes a bit more meaningful to play classical than rapid and blitz, but I definitely enjoy rapid and blitz more.
And then we asked, who is your biggest rival? And the answer was, one of my biggest and most well-known rivals is the former world chess champion Vishwanathan Anand.
I have no rivals, that's the right answer.
And then we asked, who is your favorite opponent to play? And then the answer was, I have had some memorable encounters and interesting games against players like Karana, Aronian, and Nakamura.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. In terms of classical chess, I would definitely say that Karana and Aronian are the top two, and in terms of faster time controls, Nakamura for sure. So yeah, I think that's spot on.
And this one, interesting one. Have you reached your peak as a chess player? I don't consider myself to have reached my peak. There is always room for growth, learning, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the game of chess.
No, that's wrong. I peaked a few years ago.
Really?
But the decline is not going so fast for the moment. Yeah, 2019 was a good year.
And then we asked, what is your single biggest achievement if choosing only one? And the answer was, my single biggest achievement is winning the World Chess Championship.
I would disagree with that. I would say that my single biggest achievement in chess is having the highest rating of all time and keeping the #1 spot for more than 12 years in a row.
And then we asked, what are you the most proud of? And here is a longer answer. I'm most proud of my ability to consistently perform at a high level in chess tournaments and maintain the top ranking in the world for an extended period. I take pride in my strong mental resilience and the ability to stay focused and perform under pressure. Furthermore, I am proud of the impact I've had on popularizing chess and making it more accessible for a wider audience.
That's such a nice answer. I'll just leave it there.
You think AI can now just start answering questions for you?
So far it's been a bit hit or miss, but I like some of the answers.
What is your IQ? And the answer was, I don't have an exact IQ score to provide. Can you provide one for us?
No, I've never taken an IQ test.
Really?
I maintain that taking an IQ test is one of the dumbest things I can do because I have literally nothing to gain from that. So people think that I'm pretty smart, and I'll let them continue to believe it.
All right, nice. Then we asked, what is the best game you ever played? If I were to highlight a few notable games, one of them would be the 6th game of the 2013 World Chess Championship match against Anand.
I guess that was... No, I think that was just a pretty random end game grind, so no, not really.
Okay. The other one it mentions, 2019 Tata Steel Chess against Shakhtar Mamedyarov.
No, that was not a particularly good game.
All right, so then we asked, how would you describe your personality? So let's see if you agree with this. I am known for being extremely focused and determined. I have a strong work ethic and relentless drive. I am competitive and always strive for excellence. Outside of chess, I am often described as calm and composed. I try to maintain a balanced and level-headed approach in both victories and defeats. That's what I thought. I also have a sense of humor and enjoy engaging with fans and fellow players.
I think most of it is more or less fair, apart from the bit about my strong work ethic, which I think regrettably is a bit overrated in this answer.
And then we asked, what is the best thing about being you, Magnus? And here it gives a beautiful answer. Overall, the combination of my love for the game, the competitive nature of chess, the experience it brings, and the opportunity to inspire others makes being me, Magnus Carlsen, truly special and fulfilling.
I'm gonna start answering exactly the same when I get the question.
And then we asked, what is the most challenging thing about being you? And it mentions high expectations and balancing personal life and chess.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So AI can almost start doing interviews for Magnus Carlsen, relieving him of media duties. And now Magnus Carlsen is ready for Game 3 in the winners' final against Vachier-Lagrave. They are tied after 2 intense games with high accuracy from both players. They are really on fire today, these two. And here we have Magnus again with the white pieces. What's happening here?
Oh, another Sicilian defense, and this time Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is heading towards the Najdorf.
Okay, his speciality.
His speciality, one of everyone's favorite openings, I think. Of course, favorite of Kasparov, of Fischer, some legendary world champions, and okay, ooh, the players repeated the moves there just for a moment. There is a famous Najdorf draw of White's bishop dropping back, getting hit, but of course, these players want to fight, and we're back towards the main line. Slightly different pawn structure, Tanya, to the other Najdorf, but it's going to be equally fighting.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a fiery game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave decided not to play the Najdorf in the first game, went for the Sveshnikov with 2 knight c6. Then Magnus is the one who goes for the Najdorf, and Maxime says, you can't do that against me. I'm the Najdorf expert here. So it is a day of the Open Sicilian, and I'm loving it already. I think we are going to have opposite side castling in this one. It will become a race to the other's king. Queen d2 does hint at long castle next. Meanwhile, Maxime will put the bishop on b7, develop with the knight forward to d7. The queen lands on c7. We're going to see some thematic moves here.
Yeah, I think we'll learn a lot from this game in terms of where to put your pieces for both sides in this type of structure. Black is super flexible, and I would argue that Black is much more flexible in this kind of branch of the Najdorf than Magnus was in the previous game, where we saw him fix the center very early on. We will likely see opposite side castling, as Tanya mentions, but Magnus, he's hesitating. It does look like Black has a ready-made attack against the white king, throwing pawns forward. If you kind of prematurely commit your king to that flank, maybe he'll start taking a leaf out of Maxime's book by throwing pawns forward himself first. And are you surprised, Tanya? Because if Magnus plays 1 e4, he's hoping for the Sicilian Najdorf, surely.
Yeah, he is. But Maxime's not one that's afraid. This is an opening that Maxime has played all his life against the very best players in the world. So it doesn't matter who he's playing, how well they're prepared. Maxime really knows all the ins and outs of this opening. So it's going to be quite an interesting middle game battle. What does Magnus have in mind against Maxime's Najdorf? For now, Maxime stops any advance on the king side. The g pawn has been stalled. You really don't want to pick up the b4 pawn as white right now, opening up, not only giving Black a b file to fight on, but also tactics with the d pawn moving forward. And watch out for that bishop on f8 suddenly becoming really active, and the d pawn and the knight putting pressure on the central e4 pawn.
Yeah, definitely don't get greedy here. You can actually take this pawn in 2 different ways. You can also advance your knight to hit the black queen, but this would also be inadvisable because the white knights now are just terrible on these 2 squares, a4 and b4. And similar ideas to yours there, Tanya. Either the black rook can use the b file, or maybe Black can even strike out in the center. This bishop looks extremely strong. The tactics will favor Black, while the white king is so exposed in the middle of the board. And of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, being an expert, he won't play a move like pawn to h6. Quite slow move there, unless he's hoping for white to take the bait. This pawn is poisoned, and I'm expecting Magnus to kind of be consistent. He's lifted his queen up, he's got ready to castle, he's pushed pawns on the king side, so castle queen side. Makes a lot of sense here right now. And the only thing that confuses me in this type of position, or at least the main thing, a lot of things confuse me here, but the main thing is this knight. Is it a strength or is it a weakness? It's kind of on an outpost because it can't be hit by a pawn, but it could also get kind of trapped on the edge of the board if you're not careful, not influencing the center.
The one thing good about that knight, David, is that it stops the pawn avalanche on the queen side. The a5, a4 is not going to happen anytime soon. So it kind of delays the counterplay that Black has against the potentially castle king on the queen side. A knight to a4, it can become a target, but while Maxime will set that up, Magnus needs to find his play either in the center or the king side based on where Maxime decides to place his king. So it often becomes a race and a question of momentum. Who gets to each other's king first?
Yeah, and okay, I'm going to ask you about the clock this time. Magnus, he's only spent a couple of minutes, but it is slightly worrying that he's thinking, again, he's fighting on his opponent's home territory. This time, Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces. This is his bread and butter. And again, he's thinking, Magnus, he could have predicted this type of position. How surprising is this?
That's the thing, right? In these kind of Najdorfs, even if you're slightly unsure about the move order, it's a good idea to slow down because every move, once again, is a high responsibility move in an opening like Najdorf. You could end up facing big troubles if you're inaccurate. Magnus decides to go for long castle immediately. And now for Maxime, does he continue with development, improving the bishop? He starts with improving his knight, brings it on to e5.
The speed is impressive here from Vachier-Lagrave. He's prepared. He's for sure studied this position before. This has been cooked up in his home laboratory.
He's been playing this for about 500 years now.
Yeah. If there's something about the Najdorf, if you have any questions, ask Maxime. He will reveal everything.
I think for anyone watching, if they want to play the Najdorf, if that's an opening that they're looking at, Maxim's the guy. You've got to watch his masterpieces, just the way he develops the pieces, how he often sacrifices material for the initiative in these kind of openings. And I think Maxim and Anish, these are the two players who we've seen play the Naidov just to perfection.
Yeah, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who used to play it kind of solely the Naidov, now he's branched out. He mostly plays the Petrov defense. But yes, this branch of the Sicilian, named after Argentinian Grandmaster Miguel Naidov, it's combative, it's a favourite of several world champions, and it's not a coincidence. Black has such a flexible position. You keep all the pieces on the board, it's so dynamic, and that's all you need when you want to outplay your opponents.
Did you ever delve into the Naidov yourself with Black?
Yes, but not very successfully. I quickly gave up that experiment, Tanya. How about yourself?
I do love playing the Sicilian, but more into the Sveshnikov territory. For me, Naidov is just so much theory and so much memorization of moves. And again, you have to be so accurate and understand these tactical dynamics. And people think that the Naidov is extremely aggressive, but it's got a really strong strategic positional foundation as well.
That's right. Black does have two pawns in the center. This is something we've discussed in previous days. Because Black has a pawn on the E file and D file, you're the one who's breaking out, and you're the one with a very healthy pawn structure. Actually, endgames often favour Black due to that factor. So yeah, solid foundation, but the memory work. I think that's
yeah, that's the hard part.
We heard it from Magnus. You know, work ethic. It's a big issue for a lot of chess players, and if you have to memorise 100 lines, kind of 200 lines, then it becomes less appealing, these openings.
Yeah, memory is definitely not my big forte. So no Naidov for me, but it means as a commentator, we really enjoy these openings. And so much has happened already. Look at Maxim using those two pawns on the queen side. He's clamped down on the three pawns that Magnus has. The b4 pawn looks really strong, but the disadvantage of that, every pawn move has its own set of consequences. You give some squares to White's pieces. The light squares around it, the a4 and the c4 square. I think for Black, David, again, it will be around the thematic central break of trying to get a successful d5 in.
Yeah, and the question is when, Tanya? If not now, maybe now? What happens if Black does break in the center? We're talking about these two central pawns for Black. These pawns giving a lot of cover for the Black king, first of all, but also a lot of flexibility to break out. And it goes against...
Oh, he does it!
Yeah, it goes against what we're taught, opening the position when your opponent's king is slightly safer, when your king is sitting in the middle uncastled. But he does it. I think he's ready, because pawn takes pawn here would be met by a knight jump, and these two Black knights just control everything. Threatening to take, maybe, threatening to jump into a nice hole in the opponent's camp. I think Magnus here has to be really careful how he treads. He does attack this Black knight, very logical. And if the Black knight moves, maybe he's aiming to block up the center. And this position would get really, really sharp in the next few moves. This Black knight, of course, lacking squares, you can trade off a set of pieces, but the knight now forced to some ugly retreats. Yeah, some ugly posts here.
It's so complicated, this position already, and so much tension in the center that we have on the live board. Magnus with his last move threatening the knight. I like your idea of retreating to a square where you actually attack that bishop on f4. And Black's own bishop on d7, very often it can actually move to b5, offering a trade, even at the cost of the pawn. It has to be timed really well, obviously not right now, but to open up the A line. So there are these ideas that exist. What on earth just happened?
Vachier-Lagrave has sacrificed a piece out of the blue, totally unexpected. Let's do a quick action replay. His knight was attacked. More positional players, more conservative players would have retreated their knight, but he jumps in, gives up a whole piece, and he lands another knight in the center of the board. It's a piece for 2 pawn sacrifice. He's only sacrificed 1 point, but this knight is going to jump into some nice squares. What do you think, Tanya?
That's the thing, right, David? Maxim knows all these tricks and tips that exist in the Naidov, these tactical ideas of giving up a piece. It's such a committal decision, especially when you're playing against the world's best player early on in the opening to give up a piece. And what does he have in mind? It's a bit worrying that he gives up a piece and then slows down a little bit.
Maybe he's just looking for some tempting moves. I really want to bring my bishop out to attack the white queen, but the problem is I would drop the pawn on g7. So maybe he could start by pushing this pawn forward. It looks ugly. Never play f6, Ben Feingold says. But here suddenly it does have the solid foundation of bringing this bishop out next move. You could hint that you might want to step forward in the center later. Again, time that well. But yeah, fascinating position. I mean, the move I'm most attracted to is knight jumping in, attacking this rook, attacking this pawn. But Yeah, he's hesitating for a reason. I think this would be the human approach. We see the bar react. Let's see what Maxime has. A piece sacrifice, and then he thinks, like you say, that is slightly odd.
But I think that's also because he believes in the dynamics of the position. He believes that there is compensation. You can't calculate these lines to the very end. It's not a concrete line. It's just playing for the dynamic balance, which is piece activity, which is the dark squared bishop jumping onto c5 at the right time, hitting the white queen, which is all these squares around white king. So sort of like a long-term compensation. Maxime is not going to regain the material anytime soon. David, he goes with a similar idea to f6, defending the g7 pawn, but in a different way. He lines it up with the rook, and bishop c5 is coming next.
It is coming next, but he now has lost the right to castle kingside, and relinquishing that idea, I think, might long-term come back to haunt him, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And the reason I quite liked f6 here is not because it was necessarily threatening any pawn pushes. It was because it controlled white's pieces. It took squares away. And, OK, it's still pressure on Magnus how to answer black's bishop coming out with a gain of tempo next move. Bishop c5 will hit the white queen. But, yeah, there are a few ways to stop that. And Magnus does have a lot of time to deal with this latest twist, this latest turn.
And when you play this kind of an opening and this kind of a sequence with the black pieces, again, you have to be so precise in the follow-ups, because otherwise you'll just land up down material in the position. And yes, for Magnus Carlsen, the task is clear. He needs to stop the most immediate threat. You said there are several ways to do it. One comes to my mind: get that knight from b2 to the center of the board, knight d3. I not only control the c5 square, but also the e5 square, and overprotect the f2 square.
I love it. Multi-purpose moves are the most effective in chess, covering the c5 square and this one, of course. And like you say, just everything, controlling everything. And also, if you get greedy later, you might as well at least hint that you can take a pawn. And now I think Maxime will be regretting not having his pawn on f6, because suddenly a launch pad has appeared. I don't see any drawbacks behind this move at all. The only thing I can see that maybe justifies Maxime's decision to play rook g8 would be to... Wow, Magnus jumps forward. I was going to say to jump, to kind of push his g-pawn in order to try and get his bishop on the long diagonal, a really promising diagonal. But, OK, Magnus does not allow this. He first jumps in with his knight. And what is the idea? He's got something up his sleeve, surely, to meet bishop c5, attacking this white queen. What is it? He only has one safe square. If he drops back, the black knight might come and start forking.
But that's queen at 7.
Yeah, maybe it's this. Queen to h7, hitting the undefended rook. Magnus has seen deeper.
Magnus on his queen moves. He knows how to land them at the right place. And bishop c5, queen d3, I really like the idea, because that's the other drawback, right, of that rook moving from h8 to g8, that you lose control of the h7 square.
Yeah, just really clever play there from Magnus. And both players playing pretty quickly, despite the fact it's got a bit wild. White with, black there, sorry, with the piece sacrifice. Do you think it was a case of Maxime knowing that this piece sacrifice existed? Maybe it was in his notes. He was trying to remember, but the details are a bit fuzzy. Maybe he hasn't looked at it for a long time.
Yeah, very possible. And it could be an idea that existed in a similar but different position. And the thing with Naidov is that small differences are actually really big differences. And here he goes into a think right after sacrificing a piece, and it could backfire. But it's still early to call, David, because there is still a lot of activity for black. I like the move bishop to c5. I think we're going to see that on the board simply through process of elimination. I'm kind of struggling to find another active move for black instead of bishop c5.
Yeah, if he hasn't brought the black knight to c3 so far, he's probably never going to do that. So Maxime in calculation mode. That's his calculation pose where he's just counting bishop c5, going d3, all those moves. But yeah, there we go. It's on the board. Magnus, will he retreat his queen? As we're expecting. The fact that he paused queen sacrifice. Magnus Carlsen surprising us, not retreating to a passive square, gives up his queen, and then Maxime gives the queen straight back. That was crazy. Let's do an action replay because the dust has settled now. But, I mean, the players, they're so good. They're another level. They saw all of that, and it wasn't obvious at all. The queen retreating to d3 was the move we expected. The only safe square, but Magnus, of course, surprised us. Queen takes knight, giving up his queen for 2 pieces. Knight takes d7 now, so he's got a bishop and a knight for that queen. All sorts of threats, such as hitting this bishop. Maxime did not even hesitate, giving the queen back for the knight and a rook this time. Let's do some counting. Tanya, help me out. Mathematics, unlike Maxime, is not my strong forte here.
So black's got a rook, David, and how many pawns is that? That's 4, 7 to 5. So a rook and 2 pawns, that's 7 points for black, and white's got a bishop and a knight, so 6 points for white here. Doing the math, black does have an edge, but if white is able to get the minor pieces active, I think it's going to be white with the advantage here. You want to develop your bishop, you want to develop your rook, and line it all up against black's king. Get that knight into the center of the game, either via a4 or c4 to e5. I would prefer white, despite that 1 point mathematical deficit.
Yeah, and I think here it's just the fact that the pawns are not rolling anytime soon. This looks like a strong passed pawn, but it might get hit. The other pawns won't be joining it for a while, and it's more about the pieces. White simply has a knight and bishop, 2 very strong pieces, especially on those outposts you mentioned, Tanya, and black just has 1 rook, so 2 versus 1 in terms of piece play. And still have to be careful before the pawns roll, but Magnus should be pretty happy. He does park his knight on a beautiful square, beautiful outpost, trying to come in.
You guys seem very excited about what's happening on the board right now. These two look so calm. What's happening on the inside of them? Are they sort of, you know, bursting as well?
That's why they're there and we're here, Kaya. Well, because they know exactly what they're doing, and the speed with which that queen sacrifice happened and the return of the queen sacrifice happened. And David, for me, that was the shocking moment. We kind of went through it, but I still want to go back and understand a little bit for everyone watching as well, that why did Maxime have to give up the queen at that point?
Yeah, this is the current position. Let's backtrack. We saw Magnus give up his queen just for 1 knight and then a bishop. But yeah, the big question here, Tanya, is why not keep the black queen? She feels a bit uncomfortable stared down by a rook right now. She took this white knight, but if she moved out of the way defending her bishop, what is next for white? It's a mystery. For example, we could maybe just see a trade and the white knight come forward. Here we would see a weird material imbalance of queen for 3 pieces. Black has a queen, white has a knight and 2 bishops. So again, 9 for 9 there pretty much, but it's all about the activity of the pieces. Maybe he was just terrified that the white knight would come in, and the black king's still not entirely safe. So instead of this material imbalance, he goes for a different one where he's actually material up. But yeah, if you can have a queen, I think most, 99% of us would take the queen.
But that's really nicely pointed out and explained, David, that those 3 pieces against black's king with the rooks also joining in the open line, that's something that Maxime did not want, because white would be the one with the initiative in that position. So instead he decided none of that, gives the queen back. Mikaya, that was awesome to watch.
Wow.
Yeah, this is another level. Those types of decisions, firstly, you've got to see that you can sacrifice the queen. That takes a few minutes. You've got to evaluate. That's really difficult. And then you've got to calculate. And these players played it in 30 seconds. And of course, really, really strong moves. No big mistakes. And I think, Kaya, you mentioned also on the camera, the players looking really calm. I think in a lot of sports, in a lot of top kind of elite sports, they try and control their breathing. They might not actively do it, but you can't kind of have a high heart rate and play a long, kind of rapid game like this at high level. At some point, you have to calm yourself down. You have to be focused. You have to make rational decisions. If you get too excited, too emotional, then things collapse.
So do you think they are using that? I know Magnus previously has sort of been into yoga and meditation and stuff like that. Do you think he is actively using breathing?
I know a lot of players do. Gukesh, I think, meditates.
Vidit.
Eric Geisy, Vidit.
Yeah. It's definitely helpful, but I also think about these top players, right? Especially the top 10 players. They really thrive in these high-pressure situations. To be the best in the world, I think your best has to come out in situations like these. You can't really get nervous and let your nerves get the better of it. And we see that time and time again with Magnus, also with Maxime. There's absolute fire. All hell has broken loose in the position. And we're all freaking out as commentators, as the audience enjoying it. But there's no reaction. Because in their mind, it's just... I think it just really brings out their ability to control themselves and to calm themselves down, and just really the best in them. And that's why they're champions.
Yeah. And they probably enjoy it as well, right? When it is fire on the board. I was actually going to ask right before Magnus sacrificed his queen if it was sort of giving Maxime an edge that he had sacrificed a piece because, well, if I lose this game, then at least I played something beautiful.
That's true. A lot of players, it takes the pressure off. I think that's why kind of genius players like Tal, they had this aura around them. They would sacrifice, they get the moral victory. They're like, okay, I sacrificed, the pressure's on you, mate.
Yeah.
And the players can't, the opponents can't deal with that. Players like Dubov, who's always throwing pawns away. It's like less responsibility every move, and your opponent is terrified they'll fall victim to a brilliant victory, a brilliant game.
So again, is it a mind game by Magnus then to sacrifice himself so he sort of gets, levels the mind games again?
Yeah, and one secret I will reveal about Magnus, just from knowing him, chatting with him and watching his games, is he loves to sacrifice his queen as long as he gets 2 pieces in return and some kind of positional compensation. He'll happily give his queen away. He kind of gets a kick out of it. I'm not sure exactly why. It seems to work for him, not for me, unfortunately, those queen blunders. But yeah, he loves going for that. And I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as well, he'll never back down from a challenge. And the fact he saw the counter-sacrifice, giving back the queen and a roughly level position, really shows his class.
Yeah, and it's also about just what's happening on the board. If they feel like that's the best alternative, that's the best option, so concrete, just calculated till the end. Neither of these players wants to go into a passive position, wants to defend long term. So they always go for these combative options. It's very interesting what you said about playing beautiful chess, playing these sacrifices, and even if it goes wrong, thinking that, you know what, it was you get the beauty prize. But I think it was Magnus who said that the beauty prize is not good enough. Just playing beautiful chess and justifying it to yourself if you end up losing, that at least you played a beautiful game, just doesn't make the cut.
Yeah, that's the sports aspect to the game that we know Magnus loves.
Yeah, but he's getting older. He's won everything. So now I think the only thing left is beautiful games. He's definitely got his legacy on his mind. I think he wants to win a few more stunners before he retires.
What's more important, David, to play a beautiful game or to get the win in? What would you rather? Play a really nice game and then just mess it up in one move and then the result doesn't go your way, but you do get a brilliancy prize for that? Or just to play a really crap game but win in the end?
I mean, I'm not known for my beautiful games, so easy answer. It's all about those 100-move grinds that send people to sleep, that my opponent's yawning, and definitely no beauty prizes there. It's all about the result. How about you, Tanya?
I would take the win. I would take the win because chess is such a cruel game, right?
Yeah.
I think at every level we've had this. We've been so proud of our play for 40 moves, and then you make one inaccuracy, and it all just goes down the drain. None of it really matters, and it's heartbreaking, and nobody cares about how beautiful the game was. So yeah, definitely taking the win.
Yeah. And this one, will it be a winner in this game, or will we have a third draw? What do you think?
With this material imbalance, a draw seems least likely right now. I'm not sure. I mean, the evaluation bar slightly prefers white, but I'm not sure in practical terms whose position is easier to play. White has the 2 bishops, which usually triumph over a rook, but look at that massive black pawns on the king side. White is doing a good job right now. Magnus is kind of prioritizing blockading. Those white bishops are blockading the advance of black's pawns. But if they ever get motoring, if the black pawns ever cross into the white half, then the tables could turn. So it's not clear what next. I really like what Maxime's been doing. He's just kind of sitting on the position right now, and he's making it hard for white to improve.
Making it hard for white to improve, and the one way I thought white could improve is snap up one of the pawns. I was thinking about just bishop takes that pawn on the king side, and then I realized that, wait a second, black can actually pin that bishop on with rook h8, and it might not work, but there's actually a counter trick in that position, David, because I think rook h8, we have bishop h6 on the board, by the way. I thought rook h8 runs into bishop g5.
Yeah, a check, and this bishop, of course, can be taken, but the white rook can now capture the black rook on h8 with impunity. The problem is maybe this black pawn is starting to roll. I mean, this is such a crazy position. How is the evaluation bar still almost in the center? White is a bishop up. I don't understand. But maybe these pawns are rolling.
That's crazy, right?
A bishop for a pawn, and yet the evaluation bar says still should be a draw with best play. Maybe the black king comes, the black pawn rolls. But, I mean, it would be so hard for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to go for this. A whole bishop down. If he plays this move, rook to h8, he is superhuman. He's another level, and he would be in top form.
Yeah. I look at eval bars in these kind of positions, and I just give up on life. Chess is hard.
Chess is hard. It's the most natural move here, rook h8, but yeah, I don't see him going for this. Once you see bishop to g5 check, getting out the way, then taking this rook next, you stop calculating, no matter how good a player you are. But, okay, what's he going to go for? It looks like he's about to move. Maxime, 4 minutes each.
He's reaching out, but if not rook to h8, then white just anyway falls back with the bishop, activating his own rook, and Maxime does go for counterattack against the other bishop on e2.
And this bishop will most likely move. It doesn't necessarily need to move. I'm not sure if it's actually a threat to take it, because white will have this bishop g5 check idea that we pointed out a moment ago. But of course, if a piece is attacked, first instinct, run. We'll defend it, but the bishop gains time against black's rook, which will go back.
Black's rook has to watch out, right? Because you want to stay connected to that g5 square that you pointed out earlier. Bishop g5 is also a threat in the position, so expecting Maxime to move the rook along the g line.
Somewhere. He's split for choice. 3 or 4 safe squares. He drops back, hitting the white bishop. Very logical, but the evaluation part, again, heading in white's favour. I mean, I would take the bishop pair all day long, just like our viewer there in the chat. But those black pawns, if they do roll just one more move, if black can ever get f4 successfully, it's a full 360 turn. So the stakes are high.
And that's what Maxime's relying on, right? Those 2 central pawns, because without that, it's pretty much game over. So those 2 pawns keep the white bishops tied down to the defense of them rolling forward. But Magnus, he's jumping around, shuffling around with the bishop, first threatening a check on one side and now entering from the other side. Bishop c5 in the air, the rook jumping onto 8-7, joining the attack. There can be fire against black's king, even though there's such few material on the board.
Yeah, after all, white does, kind of forgetting pawns for a second, white does have 3 pieces against black's 2. And the 2 bishops are great attacking pieces.
Rook at 7, rook f7, no mating net.
Mating net around the black king, potentially. Let's just show that type of idea. If Maxime is careless, of course he won't be, but if he just plays
Magnus reacts here.
Ooh, maybe he's missed something. If Maxime were to just make a random move, let's say he repeats, then the white rook could come in and behind and, okay, the evaluation bar reacts, but this would have been a mating pattern. At least black now entering the center. Whoops, my arrows are crazy today. But pawn to f4 in the air, still not immediately a threat, but white goes behind. He's going for those ideas you mentioned, Tanya.
Yes, and now f4 is actually met by this deadly check, which will end up winning one of the 2 pawns. So if you go f4, you give a check, the king has to fall back, and then the f4 pawn. But he goes for f4.
Whoa, this would be a trick. What? Bishop takes f4 now would be losing, Tanya, because look at this. Suddenly it's black who's mating the white king.
Oh, my God.
This is a deadly trick, a really, really dastardly trap here.
So what move are we looking for now?
Magnus will give the check. I'm pretty sure this was his plan. But I think here he will realize that this pawn is poisoned. He cannot allow a check on this g1 square. If the bishop is distracted, then black suddenly would turn things around. And we talked about 2 bishops. 2 rooks also know how to deliver checkmate. And this would be game over. Oof. Magnus, I think, has missed this. Maxime, to spot this instantly, shows his calculation skills, but also just how strong he is tactically.
Tactically, just so sharp. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave finding this kill zone for white's king with just seconds on the clock. And I think it's now that Magnus realizes that rook h5 just doesn't get him what he wants, which means that actually Maxime has managed to push the pawns ahead. And we've got the eval bar saying that Magnus is winning. But if you're playing this position from a practical standpoint, once black gets a successful f4 in, you start sweating.
Yeah, the main thing going in Magnus's head is not that I'm better, I have an advantage. It's I missed something. That is the key now for Magnus, and he does give this check. But if he takes this pawn, he'll lose. He doesn't take the bait there.
Wow.
And he finds the best move, gaining time against black's rook. That being said, black's pawns are pretty impressive right now. So if black can survive the next few moves and get them rolling, then Maxime still has a chance. Again, such high-quality play. Both players seeing everything right now. Still 0 blunders this whole match.
Magnus finding bishop b6 just incredible. Also, not only just attacking that rook on d8, but you want to guard that g1 square, not allow black's rooks to line up on the 8th rank. And these bishops can start sort of coordinating together to start hitting the black rook. Rook d7, you can ask more questions. Bishop to b5, it's just not so easy for the rooks to feel comfortable once the bishops start coming after them. But he takes the pawn, but doesn't this allow...
Oh, and the evaluation bar is getting confused here. The black pawns are rolling. I think there was no mating net there because white would have eliminated the remaining black pawn, the pawn on b4, and white's king would have had some breathing space. So Maxime, he's going all in. He's thrown all of his chips behind his pawns here in the center, and they're rolling.
But it's the black king, David. There can be a mating net with the 2 bishops and the rook trying to line up against black's king, but I'm not seeing it.
The good thing for Magnus is these pawns, they're rolling, but he can give up one of his bishops for them, and he should be relatively safe there. He plays the most natural check, but the evaluation bar says no. How frustrating is this? The black king has only got 2 safe squares. It gains time against the white rook. And now, does Maxime make a new queen? No, he doesn't. Oof, crazy move here. Don't take this black rook. Black will make a new queen. This rook is poisoned, and the other black pawn is going to roll.
I love that move by Maxime, just offering his rook. You can't take it. And as you said, it defends the e-pawn, wanting to go e6 next. And the bar is just going crazy. There's a bit of yo-yo going on, and nobody knows what's happening.
Yeah, yo-yo, YOLO. It's just one of those games, one of those positions in Tanya. I'm just going to jump in very quickly to point out a crazy tactic that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave actually missed just a few turns ago. Here he played rook to e1, a move we really like, defending this pawn. He could have played the insane rook to d3. This isn't me, don't worry. It's the computer. Rook to d3, and black makes a new queen. You simply give up your rook to cut the connection with the bishop and this promotion square. Watch out for this to arise later. The evaluation bar says still complicated, but yeah, it's just that type of position. Tricks all over the shop.
That's stunning. Rook d3. Oh, what a move. But you can't fault Maxime for not finding that one. And now Magnus lines it up against the f2 pawn. Black can start advancing the e pawn. If there's a possibility for Magnus to sacrifice one of his bishops for the pawn, I think white will actually have the advantage because you've got these 3 pawns on the queen side. So Maxime needs to keep these 2 pawns alive and keep the pieces distracted defending them.
Yeah, maybe each black pawn will cost white one of his bishops. And then we'd see a crazy scenario with white having a rook and 3 pawns versus 2 black rooks. But yeah, right now, who would you rather be? Oh. It's so hard to play this position for both sides.
I would just rather be me commentating on this.
Good answer, Tanya. Very good.
I'd rather be at home watching on the sofa. This is a crazy position. There's just no easy moves. Oh, black.
Was that a blunder?
Makes a blunder, but why is this a mistake? It looks very natural, trying to eliminate one of white's bishops. The bishops are the only pieces that stop black's pawns. It looks like a very logical move to me. But maybe this is the refutation.
It's so nice because it's all about the intermezzo. If you take that bishop on c4, white will not recapture the rook, but go bishop takes e3 with a check.
Key moment, he has to give away his bishop, take a pawn with check, and look at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, suddenly hand on his face. He tries to keep a poker face, but he missed this one. And here we go. White simply takes that black rook, white's rook. Remember, rooks behind passed pawns, they control everything, and suddenly Magnus's queenside pawns will run. Black is too slow in this race.
And Maxime knows it. He looks away. It has been an up and down roller coaster game, but I think the ride is coming to an end now for Maxime. With the f-pawn stopped by the rook, nobody's going to stop the pawns on the queen side. And Magnus there shaking his head.
And Magnus takes the win. Maxime resigns.
Wow, we have the first decided game in the winners' final. Magnus takes the win. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, oh, he's playing some great chess today, but in this one, he did lose to Magnus Carlsen. Was it inaccuracy then for Maxime that has been so good today?
It was just a very complicated game, and either side could have gone wrong at any moment, but the last blunder did come from Maxime, and we saw him there on the screen. He didn't just leave. He's actually checking what went wrong. It was a complete roller coaster, David.
Yeah.
It was a fascinating game, a really unique game. You nearly never get that type of position, that type of material imbalance. And I just want to show that final mistake. It was going to be a game decided on who made that last error. And right now, just 2-3 moves before the end, it was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He could have brought the black rook in, trying to promote next move, using both black rooks to force that pawn through to promotion. And the evaluation was roughly level. Maybe he could have held a draw here, but he brought his rook away off the open file, and he had missed that Magnus could now sacrifice his bishop for these black pawns. Rook takes bishop, trying to promote next move, was met by the really accurate intermediate move. Bishop takes pawn, check. And here Maxime resigned. Rook takes pawn is threatened. If he tries to defend, then the white king simply marches over, dislodges the black rook, and the white rook just in time to take the remaining black pawn.
They are giving us some incredible entertainment in this winners final, Maxime and Magnus. And now Magnus is in the lead after 3 games, only 1 rapid game to go, and that's going to be must win for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to take it to Armageddon. The drama continues after a break.
I've been a member since 1986, nearly 40 years. It's just a beautiful building, very nice staff, lovely place. My name is Peter Lee. I am 79, 80 later this year. I won the British Chess Championship when I was 21, and I played in the England team for about 10 years.
My name's Padana and I'm aged 8. My rating's around 1800, and I won the World Under-8 Girls Rapid and Blitz Championships.
Ladies are allowed in now, but they used not to be here till 20 years ago. Would you like to see a bit of the club, Padana? In theory, no one under 14 should go in the club. So I've always been into problem solving, everything I do. I play bridge as well, I do crosswords, I do number games, I'm a medical statistician. I call myself a problem solver.
I started liking the pieces, and I wanted to take them and keep them, so then my dad said I could play chess instead.
When I gave up, when I was about 31, I was 2,390, and I've only played one graded game since then. What did you say your rating was? 1900?
1800.
18. Even if you're not ahead of me yet, you'll be ahead of me in 2 or 3 years' time. Well, she played a lot of very sensible moves. Did you think you were winning at one stage?
Maybe slightly better.
Maybe slightly better, yeah, you probably were.
I just love this story, and you can watch the whole thing on Chess.com's YouTube channel. This was only one of 3 games in, or I'm not going to reveal anything, potentially 4 games in the Generations match between these two amazing people. And, well, talking about generations, not long ago, Tanya, you went to visit the great, the legendary Vachier-Lagrave. He invited you into his home. That must have been such a cool experience.
It was the best birthday gift of my life. I think it was a couple of days after my birthday, actually, and I went over and we had an amazing conversation. I spent time with Aruna. You know, he's someone, I feel like in India, he's God. He's someone we've all grown up admiring, been inspired by. Whatever Indian chess is, it is because of him. And so, yeah, it was a very special moment, but not just that. The interview was great. It was fantastic. But you know what, Kaya, like right before that, we also went for breakfast, me, Aruna, and him. Wow. And that was the best part of the day because I got to ask him so many questions and it was just so relaxed. And it was just a special day. And everything he said about Indian chess, his legacy, all of that, just pure gold.
Fantastic. And, well, we all want to hear some things from this interview. It was a long interview, but here are some of the topics that Tanya and Vichy talked about when they met a month ago.
I can think of 100 things that the younger generation can learn from you, Anand. You're on the board chess, but also off it. But I want to ask you, if there was one thing that you feel you've picked up from the younger generation, what would it be?
It's that they lack some of the foundations that I grew up with, but in a good way. I mean, if you grow up with this idea, to oversimplify, double pawns are bad, then you stick with it. But then somebody comes along, for whom my games are the classics, to exaggerate the point, and then they tell you, no, but here I like this position. You say, but it's a double pawn, and they say, no, I like it, and you check it again, and you realize they might have a point. It's not obvious to me, so maybe I have to update my understanding. And this is particularly pronounced nowadays, where the computer continuously contradicts everything we once thought. So you can quote Rubinstein and Capablanca a lot, and definitely they played some very good games, but there are also moves they would never consider that you have to consider now. And when youngsters look at a position, totally fresh eyes, they're willing to try some new stuff and so on, you hang out with them, you realize, wait, this is interesting. It gives me it energizes you even. You feel like looking at chess because suddenly what was forbidden is now permitted almost, and you look at it and things like that. So yes, this kind of clash in working methods, in beliefs, all these things was useful. Nowadays, of course, computers themselves, they not only contradict everything you know, they contradict what they said last year. Then they contradict what they said the year before. So it's more of a continuous process now. And now you see that people are willing to play anything. It seems almost there are no bad openings in chess.
What would you say is the biggest challenge today for the younger generation?
The speed of chess. It's both good and bad. It's good because they have so many more opportunities, so many more tournaments. At the same time, I don't know that necessarily that their careers can be as long as the previous generation, because our schedule was much lighter when we were playing. And inevitably playing so much, you start to see that the retirement age, or the age when you maybe move along, is beginning to drop. I think the replacement rate will be much faster.
It's just something about the aura of Vichy and on.
Yeah, I'm such a fan girl there. It was Vichy, but also the room that we were in. It had all these World Championship trophies and everything that he's won so far. It's his training room. And the story in India as well. This is what happens when you become a grandmaster. Vichy actually invites you over, and you get to be in that incredible space and just have a conversation with him. Yeah, it was awesome. He's got this presence, he's got this aura, and yeah, I'm a fan.
And it's incredible how he is the first ever grandmaster in India. And today, there's like more than 80?
Yeah. I think it's 83, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, he's the one who started it all, inspired. And now he also trains. He's the mentor to all these youngsters who are upcoming. And he was our mentor for the Olympiad as well. And I remember we'd be all in our training camp, Kaya. We'd all be having a good time, laughing, talking, analyzing, even playing some Avalon on the side. But the moment Anand would walk in, it's pin drop silence.
The amazing Vichy Anand. Maybe he's watching this matchup. Magnus Carlsen is in the lead. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he has to win this game 4 to take it to Armageddon and have any hopes of winning the winner's final. He will have the white pieces in a must-win. Magnus, with a draw or a win, will go straight through to the grand final that will be played on Friday. Here we go.
Here we go. It's another Sicilian. It's been the opening of this match. This time, switching it up, Magnus. No more Sicilian Najdorf. It's a different branch of the opening, and Magnus will be hoping that Vachier-Lagrave shows slightly less expertise here, because Magnus was in trouble 2 games ago when he last had black. And look at MVL now looking down away from the computer screen, just trying to pick a variation here. Of course, he's seen this all before. And Magnus being provocative. This line known to be dangerous for black. He's not playing safety first chess, safety first kind of brand here.
It's Sicil for the kill. There is no safety first brand when it comes to open Sicilians, and Maxime taking it head on. He does slow down after this move, bishop to b7. David, I'm not super familiar with this theory. After white gets the knight to e4, you said it's known to be dangerous for black. What are the dangers in these positions?
It's mostly the holes, the dark squared holes around black's king. And I think we might see those exploited by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, or at least an attempt to get at them over the next few turns. Magnus had this opening last Champions Chess Tour event. I'm trying to remember the opponents. I think it might have been Alireza, Firouza. But either way, it was a complicated game. Magnus was on the ropes there. and did manage to survive eventually. But yeah, let's just jump in while Maxime thinks, having been surprised by this last move. It's all about this hole, especially in particular. The white knight wants to get at it and jumps in instantly. Good timing. I was a bit lucky there. The black bishop does remove that piece, though. And now the key is this piece. It's locked in. Magnus wants to break out with this pawn push. I think this is the main move, if I know my opening theory, because you don't want to allow white time to push back this knight and then fix a pawn on the c5 square. Your bishop would be dead for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that pawn on d6 would be such a stronghold in the position. You just cannot give white the time to advance in with that c pawn. So expecting black to push c5, is that super critical? And it's on the board, so Magnus does realize that. Maxime can still push that knight out of the way. c4 still in the air.
Yeah, c4 still in the air. The black knight will retreat. I'm not sure exactly where, but most likely this way. And at least now Magnus does have the advantage of this bishop being on a great diagonal. This white pawn as well looks mightily strong, but could be a weakness long-term in the endgame. So, yeah, really imbalanced position. Magnus not playing safe chess, as we mentioned. He's taking risks. He's so principled. He's playing the opponent, not the tournament situation. I think that's instructive, a lesson for everyone.
At least he has great air quality, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's gonna need it to win this game against the great Magnus Carlsen. And talking about great people, we did see that interview with Vichy Anand. I thought it was so interesting how he said that the replacement rate will be much faster going forwards now, that people will stay for a shorter period of time in the top. Now for these two, Magnus and MVL, how long do you expect those two to be, you know, inside top 20 maybe?
Ooh, depends how soon they want to retire. I expect them both, if they wanted to be, especially Magnus, to be up there for at least another decade in the top 20. But yeah, I agree with Vichy. I mean, there's just so many youngsters coming through. It's hard to kind of maintain the energy when you're a slightly older player, especially now that chess is becoming much, much quicker. But yeah, that mix, that blend of experience and kind of energy, still, these guys, they're kind of managing to cope at the moment.
Will it be more like other sports where you're maybe, you know, in your 20s, maybe is where you peak mostly, and then sort of in your 30s, people start to retire?
I don't know about retire, but I agree with you that chess is becoming younger now. And I think computers play such a big role in that. This entire generation is born on computers. They start playing chess on computers. Now, if you're not a grandmaster, by the time you're 13, it's time to start thinking about another career. So things have changed a lot. But for these two, for Magnus and Maxime, I'm thinking it's been now over a decade that they've been in the world top 10.
Yeah.
So that's already quite a while.
That is quite a while. I mean, can it be another decade?
I think
Could it be into their 40s?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Vichy, he's 54.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's playing right up there. I think he's still in the world top 10.
He's in and around the world top 10, that's for sure. Gukesh has overtaken him as well as Indian #1, but Gukesh #8, I believe. Yeah, it's scary how strong the youngsters are, but they still have yet to displace Magnus. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding contested the last World Championship, and they're not getting any younger. I believe you can kind of maintain a level for a long time, but the peak, probably. Magnus said it himself, late 20s.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if anyone will ever displace Magnus. I think Magnus himself will just decide when he's sort of done with it. It's so difficult to imagine a player actually overtaking Magnus, even for the next 5 years, to me.
But if he just stops playing, right, that rating will be just insanely hard to overtake, right?
You know, sometimes I think, Kaya, that there are all these great players, right? Some of the greatest that the chess world has seen, and they're all around Magnus's age. Anish, Maxime, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and everyone else in the top 10, there's 90s kids. It almost seems like it's so unlucky that they're born at the time.
Oh, I know.
And they have Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, yeah. It's like being a football player in the era of Messi and Ronaldo. No one else really gets up there. And same here. I mean, all of these players probably would have challenged for World Championship title if it wasn't for Magnus.
And maybe that's why now there's this entire renewed thing of fighting for the World Championship title.
Yeah.
And I think Fabi, we've seen him perform so incredibly well, just extremely inspired now. I think everyone wants to become a world champion and feels like there's a bigger chance than there has ever been.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like in the days after Kasparov announced his retirement. Of course, he'd already relinquished the title. He lost that match to Kramnik, but Kasparov was still the undisputed #1. Suddenly, Anand, Topalov, Kramnik, they were kind of fighting it out for years. It was unclear who the world #1 was until Magnus came along. So yeah, it definitely feels like more up for grabs now. Unless Magnus is playing in your tournament, unless it's unless he's really in the mood, in the zone.
Yeah, there's, I think for the longest time, this has been going around in the chess world that when Magnus plays a tournament, it's a race to the second place. And that's just sort of so disheartening for the other players. And really, I mean, exceptionally strong geniuses, as you call, and just all of them in the top 10. World #2, Fabi, world #3, Hikaru. Just all these guys, and then they've got this final boss to deal with.
Yeah. And that's exactly what MVL has to deal with right now as well. He has to beat Magnus in this game. If he doesn't, he will be knocked down to the loser's bracket to play the loser's final tomorrow. Do you see chances in this game with the situation on the board for MVL to get that win?
Definitely some chances. And the fact that Magnus has slowed down on this last move will make Vachier-Lagrave feel extremely optimistic. Magnus had clearly prepared this opening, this risky line of the Sicilian that we mentioned. But now he has sacrificed a pawn. Vachier-Lagrave happily accepted that gift. White is now a pawn up in this current position. And if he can consolidate it, then White will be winning, simply winning long term. Black will have no counterplay. So it's all about the next few moves. Magnus not looking too happy with himself. He was kind of playing with his hair, looking away from the screen. I think he was trying to remember his opening preparation, the line he'd studied before. But he just doesn't look happy with himself. I don't think he was able to pull that out of the memory bank. And this last move looks a bit passive, Tanya.
Passive, but with an active threat, right? You are attacking the B2 pawn, so rook B2 is something that Maxime definitely cannot allow. Needs to find a way to counter that. The one move you definitely don't want to make in this position, David, is rook to B1 to guard that pawn, because suddenly that queen from F6 can move over to F5, and there's another tactic with the double attack there. So Maxime has to counter this threat, but I completely agree with you that the next few precise moves by Maxime, and he could very well just end up with a bishop pair and an extra pawn on the board. But how do you follow this up? Because queen to C3, I don't know if the queen trade is good or not, but it looks like you're spoiling your pawn structure and giving away quite a bit of your advantage, even if I was to trade the queens.
Yeah, suddenly this black knight is on an outpost forever, and these two white pawns, you might be a pawn up, but the doubled C pawns give you no chance of ever marching forward, really. And we see the best moves, according to the computer, just below the board there. And the moves we've discussed, of course, relevant, but only one move to keep the advantage. A +1 advantage, though, plus 1.2 there, according to the engine. Significant stuff, and it's bishop to b4. That's not instinctive. That's not natural. It's very rare to kind of retreat a bishop and allow it to be captured by a knight. And this is purely to plug the b file. The b file is open for black's rook. You need to block it. You cannot push this pawn. That would be desirable because your rook is undefended in the corner. So bishop to b4, will he spot it? Yes, he does. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in top form, as we've mentioned, this tournament. And the idea is that if black ever takes your bishop, actually this only improves white's chances. Suddenly this rook has opened up and white will be able to connect 3 by pushing his pawn forward to c5, and a very strong formation here.
I'm going to be honest, David, that move was not on my radar. Retreating moves are hard.
Me neither.
Bishop to b4, just so impressive there by Maxime. And the more you see it, the more you realize that if the a file was to open up, that gives white a lot of counterplay. So if Magnus really can't neutralize this bishop on b4, white does have an extra pawn. White's got those healthy bishops, and that bishop might just get even more healthy once it drops back to c3. Another retreating move which hits the queen and stops any play on the b line, and I'm loving that diagonal. Where is Magnus finding his compensation then?
He doesn't look happy on the camera, Magnus Carlsen. Maybe we need the engine again to help us out here, because it looks like one more move and white has a almost decisive advantage. And wow, it says that black has to be careful, otherwise the advantage grows. That kind of backs up what we thought, Tanya, but the moves are slightly surprising, I've got to say. Firstly, a queen check. You always look for checks, captures and threats in any position, but it looks like this helps white's bishop simply block, and white now one move closer to castling to safety. The secondary move mentioned by the engine, maybe more kind of ambitious here. The knight jumping into the center, threatening a nasty fork. The knight would land on b3, hitting the white queen, hitting the white rook in the corner. Magnus needs to go for something like this. If he's too slow, if, for example, he just castles, then your move. Bishop back to c3, attacking the black queen. Next, white just moves the bishop out of the way, castles, safety, pawn up, and a win for Vachier-Lagrave. Yeah, stakes are high. And right now, how difficult do you think those moves are, Tanya? He plays one of them.
He finds it. Magnus Carlsen with queen e5, coming in with a check. You can't play slow moves. You can't play natural moves anymore. Time is really of the essence in this position, and white has to block that check. Expecting bishop e2, but bishop e2 might even invite the knight jump that we were looking at, opening up that bishop on the diagonal, putting more pressure on e2. But David, if I was to block it with the queen, then I'm just wondering, that gives black the opportunity to perhaps go for the b4 pawn eventually.
Yeah, white would kind of have lost control over the b4 square now. I'm not sure whether you trade queens immediately, but for example, if you did, then it might make some sense to try and take this b4 pawn. At least now Magnus in an endgame, we know how good he is in those. Still a pawn down, still an uphill struggle, but black has some level of stability. So I don't think Vachier-Lagrave in this must-win situation will offer this trade of queens. At least it's not maybe his style, and I'm expecting this move, bishop to e2, just try and castle. You mentioned knight to d4 being black's kind of key move here, the move Magnus is relying on. But what happens if white just steps back and forces the issue? Pins, forcing you to trade off the queens, and we are left with an endgame. Opposite coloured bishops, white with dark square bishop, black with light square bishop, but white is a pawn up and still an easy plan to throw things forward.
Yes, but with the opposite color bishop, will it be enough? But I think it would be a dream position. Whether it's enough or not, Maxime will have to show great technique, but just playing for 2 results, you can take the g2 pawn, but then the rook lines up on the g line and you end up winning the g7 pawn with a lot of activity. So that doesn't help Magnus's cause. So queen e5, you're pointing at the move bishop to e2. Maxime taking his time right now.
Maxime taking his time. We're expecting bishop to e2. Just block, and that variation we mentioned pretty much forced. Looks pretty promising for white, but will he be ambitious? I'm wondering if he's going to move his king.
No.
Surely not. But
David,
what else could he be thinking about?
Oh my gosh.
Oof, I don't like it. I would never play it, but it is Maxime and he's in a must-win situation, and desperate times call for desperate measures.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, king d1 would be just unreal. But now that you mention it, and now that Maxime's actually thinking about it, and we all know what kind of a creative, just how creative Maxime can get with his play, he doesn't go for it. It would be just too much to watch.
Yeah, I think this one, it's safe, it's logical, and it's strong. And if black doesn't jump in with the knight now, then white is ready to castle, ready to consolidate the material advantage. Okay, wow, he trades off, he goes for this pawn. But, okay, he's re-established the material balance. The evaluation bar says Maxime's just winning now. There are all sorts of tempting moves. White has moves like rook to a5, attacking the black queen. I think we just have to show what's going on. He's grabbed a pawn, Magnus, but I think this pawn was actually the least important out of all of them. The rook is attacked. I'm wondering whether you just shift across. Is Magnus banking on taking this pawn?
Wow.
Maybe he's trying to trap this white rook, but has he forgotten that white's king still has the right to castle? It still can jump to the queen side, and suddenly you defend your rook. And black has pretty much gone all in on the wrong flank.
Yeah.
Black queen and bishop are actually misplaced here.
They're misplaced, and once white's queen comes to g5, you're hitting that bishop, you're hitting the pawn on g7, and you're threatening a mate on e7. And there's just no coordination. You don't even have time to get your king to safety, because short castle also runs into a move like queen g5, where the rook and the queen will line up to that g7 square. David, this can't be what Magnus is counting on. After bishop takes g2, I think what he really wants to do in this position, once the rook slides over, is to further put pressure on that bishop on e2 with a move like bishop f3, try and get the queens off the board. But that doesn't help the cause.
This is a pin, and now white has some tempting moves. I'm looking at this hit on the black queen. I'm looking at this hit on the black queen just to try and break the pin. Still kind of a wild position, still really rare, this type of scenario, really unorthodox, so the players cannot rely on pattern recognition. But it is effectively good for white. Maxime just needs to calm himself down, and he goes for the other move I mentioned, maybe the more natural move, just hitting the black queen first. The black queen only has one safe square to kind of keep this pin. And now Maxime does move his rook. The bishop drops back. Valuation bar not impressed. Still looks good for white, but maybe no kind of natural way now to meet all of the threats. Suddenly this might be a bit of a nasty one. a check from the back rank.
The only thing that explains this move, rook to a5, because for me, rook g1 was really natural, is that Maxime did not like losing that h2 pawn. He wanted to first kick the queen out of the center of that square to make sure that it doesn't get to the h2 pawn. But in that bargain, he's given you access on the other side of the board. Maxime going for that g7 pawn, it allows a lot of dangerous checks into White's camp.
Yeah, we advocate for greed. Greed is good, grabbing pawns, unless the opponent has counterplay. And this check is really awkward for White to deal with. If you block with your bishop, you're eternally tied down here, and Black can maybe even just trade everything off. Oh, nope, not that one. Maybe Black takes this bishop instead, and now it starts munching on some pawns.
Get greedy. Queen takes b2, attacking the rook, attacking the b4 pawn, which would attack the other rook. This would be bad news. So if queen b1, what does White want to do in that situation? Because it looks pretty forced, the line that you're pointing out.
Yeah, it looks like you can maybe force it this way as well, trading the bishops and then giving this valuable check. And no matter what, White drops back and we have that same position, Tanya. I think Maxime maybe has underestimated Magnus's counterplay. And the Black King, which was vulnerable in those other variations, suddenly safe. If White's rook was just the A rook, just back on A1, none of this would exist. Small differences, but they make a huge effect here.
Yeah, it's just amazing how the position changes with that one rook move. You try to guard one side of the board, but lose control of the other side of the board. And now it's all in Magnus's hand, his own fate. Queen b1 check or first trade on e2. But I like the idea of going queen b1 first. Just feels more forcing, David. Wow, and Magnus needs only a draw.
He needs only a draw, and that variation we pointed out with Black's queen jumping in, checking, winning some pawns, suddenly endgames would likely become safe for Black, and we all know Magnus's skills in the endgames.
And can I just point out how bizarre this position is?
It's been the story of the day.
Yeah.
Every game is so weird, wacky, wonderful, and unique.
And accurate.
And accurate. That's the most surprising thing, that the players are able to navigate their way through such choppy waters. Surprising stuff, but impressive stuff.
Really impressive. I mean, this, you're used to seeing the pieces develop, talking about pawn structures, talking about king safety, and a game take a long turn. But each and every game that we've seen so far, and this one as well, I mean, what even is going on? The kings are in the center. There's a pawn on d6 that White has. White's rook is already on g7. It's just madness all across.
Again, it's a bit like yesterday. We saw some games where players just shuffle pieces, throw them randomly on the board, and they just appear like this. And Magnus does go for that trade, gives the check, takes the pawn, as we predicted. I think Maxime's winning chances are dwindling by the move, dwindling by the second here. Problem is his rooks are attacked. Okay, there is a checkmating threat. I didn't spot this one. White is threatening to lift his rook up to g8, check that Black King, catch it on the back rank. But first, Magnus takes a pawn with check. The White King, does it move or does White block?
I think he's going to get the other pawn with check as well, because if you were to put the queen on d2, then Magnus would have the option to give more checks on the board. So Maxime is just relying on the back rank trick that you're talking about. Magnus can pick up the other pawn with the check. The king slides to g1 to safety, and then you've got that big threat on the board. And I think what Magnus needs to do then is to slide with his own king over to the king side, protecting that g8 square. King g1, king f8 is what I'm expecting.
Maxime suddenly looks really happy, leaning back.
Yeah.
Kind of stretching. Is he like, okay, I've got a chance?
Really happy, or he's given up?
Could be either. He is currently 2 pawns down, the Frenchman, but he's in the flow. He wants to attack. His king is safe, and watch out for checkmate. Okay, the Black rook cuddles up with its king, blocking any potential checks. Now it's harder. It takes longer for White to break through. What?
Whoa!
A rook sacrifice instantly from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is crazy. This is genius. There's checkmating ideas all over the place. Magnus has missed this one. Look at Magnus's reaction.
Yes, it's just an amazing move. Black can capture it with the king or the rook, but dangers everywhere. David, I think we have to jump in with an analysis board. If you take it with the rook, go on, David.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look below. There's only one move. Otherwise, White has a +8 advantage. The only move is not an obvious one. You cannot actually take this rook. You have to move your queen to e4, but that is incredibly hard. Let's just show those variations you mentioned, Tanya. Rook takes rook, allows a check, only one move to block, allows another check, only one move to run, and checkmate. You're caught. If you take with the king, equally disastrous here. King takes, met by a check, and another check, and another check, and a mate, finally. The kiss of death.
Whoa, so one move now for Magnus Carlsen.
And
he finds it.
Wow.
And he finds it in less than a minute.
And the key idea is you're actually threatening a counter-strike on White's first rank. That's so, so tough to spot. And he also covers any checks. If rook takes rook and a king takes, suddenly White's queen has no checks to deliver. Centralization and heartbreak for Vachier-Lagrave. He thought he was winning.
Yeah.
He spotted this incredible trick, and it's, I wouldn't say backfired. It was incredible, but suddenly he meets with just stoic defense.
Yeah, and I think it's on Maxim's face. He realizes it. And David, I think you're absolutely right that Maxim felt with rook takes f7, taking that pawn, it was game over. And it was all a Maxim show. But Queen e4 just finding this fantastic move, and it's all turned around. This has been just incredible once again by Magnus.
Another level. This is just crazy. Poor Maxim. He plays a brilliancy, an amazing rook sacrifice that cannot be captured. He's on the brink of checkmating Magnus, and Magnus finds the only defense. And it's such a hard move. How did Magnus find that?
And so quickly as well, right, David? Like, you would see rook f7 and you're playing, you would just give up. You would resign.
Yeah.
You think that it's all over for your king. But again, in these high-pressure situations, Magnus just finding the best defensive resource. And I wonder if he saw this in advance, if this was an idea that was there in his head already, or did he just find it after rook takes pawn?
I think Magnus is a bit lucky because if White hadn't spotted this idea, I think his plan was to play this move anyway. So the fact that this move was probably on his radar means that he was able to quickly calculate that it survives, it clings on, it covers all the important squares.
And all Maxim can do is give a check with that rook on e7. And unfortunately, that's not the kiss of death. Checkmate, because that's not a queen. And Black's king just goes to d8. Absolutely safe there. Sidesteps any checks. And the threat of rook to b1 on the first rank is just unstoppable. There's nothing that you can do with White to stop that.
Yeah, just how is the evaluation bar still in the middle? It looks like either White is checkmating Black or Black is going to bring his rook to b1 and win the White queen.
I think I understand, David.
Wow, okay.
Or maybe I don't.
Hit me with it, Tanya.
What I wanted to do was go rook e7 check. Only move for Black. Double up on the 7th rank because I have one move. And I'm hoping that after rook b1, I've got enough counterplay on this. Wow.
Well, rook b1, the most natural move. Looks like you're winning, pinning and winning the White queen. But this would be a mistake. White can take a pawn with check.
King moves to c8. King e8 is checkmate in 1.
Check.
Move to b8.
And maybe I can come back and block.
Ooh.
I save the day. I cover the first rank. This is incredible. Maxim's found an equally incredible move. He's not even given the check. I think maybe he should have started with this, Tanya. First, he brings his rook up the board. This is really flashy. Rook takes rook. He will give a check, and it is a sacrifice, but White will give this one, this nasty check with the queen. And now suddenly the Black king cannot move. Remember, this is a back rank checkmate. So Black's queen would have to dive in the way, give its life to block. And this would be crazy. White would now take the Black queen, and what a position we have here. Queen versus 2 rooks. Valuation bar says draw, but this is far from it.
This is far from over. If Maxim gets this position, he's going to try and play this out because the d6 pawn combined with the queen can set up some mating ideas in that, and the h pawn can also start advancing down the board. So that would still be game on for these players. So rook g7, I like it. It keeps more practical chances in the position.
This is true. He has set a trap. And that line that we mentioned, the most natural move, bringing the rook down, would lead to that kind of transposition. White would give a check first and kind of chase the king into the corner. A check, a check, a check, and then a block. And White would keep his king safe, keep his queen safe, and be winning thanks to this powerful pawn.
So Magnus needs to be a little careful right now. He has to find the right defense.
I think he has to give up his queen, Magnus Carlsen. He's done it already today, more than once. And he has to do it yet again, one final time. He has to take this rook, bite the bullet, and hope that he survives. And he does. Remember, this is the variation. Check, a queen check, and Black has to block with his queen, throwing the queen off the board to survive. It still looks scary with the Black king disconnected. But yeah, he will be holding on here, maybe blocking with his rook more accurate. Oh, let's jump back. Magnus Carlsen, this is the moment of truth. He has to take this White rook.
I mean, he found queen e4. I think he's going to find rook f7 as well. And it has to be through process of elimination. You know, just if you spot the idea that the White rook can come to defense on the other line from the c file that we saw, if Black's rook was to jump in, then Magnus just goes for rook takes rook here.
Yeah. Maxim, in thinking about it, he's really lucky that Magnus has some time. If he played this when both players had 1-2 minutes left, I think Magnus would have just resigned or collapsed. But the fact that Magnus has this luxury of 3-4 minutes, this is where time kind of balancing the... There we go, rook takes rook, best move. Yeah, just balancing that kind of accuracy versus time dilemma is so important.
Yeah, time management in these formats is absolutely critical. David, but once again, this position, I think Maxim's going to try. He has to try. Well, there's no other option because a draw is as good as a loss right now. Maxim in a must-win situation. He's going to pick up that pawn on g6, or is he thinking about ideas of setting up some mating threats along that e7 square?
Yeah, visually it still looks so dangerous. If you could pick up the white queen, just drop her on e7, it's checkmate. But the problem is Black's rook is such a staunch defender here. And, ooh, evaluation bar moves. Magnus should have blocked with his rook.
Wait, what? Oh, you've got to hide with king to b7 because the king goes back, you lose the rook on b8.
But it's coming at the cost of some pawns. White's queen is going to get greedy here. Magnus saw one safe square. He's going to hide in the corner of the board. But suddenly White's going to get a bunch of pawns. Whoa, really crazy position still. I think Magnus kind of dropped the ball there slightly. He could have just kept everything intact, but adventurous with his king, as always.
It's a crazy position. So if you go back to a8, White actually just picks up the d7 pawn, and then we're talking about a d passer and an h passer and a potential drop of the e6 pawn as well.
Yeah, he has to decide really carefully now which direction to go back in. As you say, just to point out your variation, Tanya, dropping back to the corner looks safer, but comes at the cost of pawns. And watch out, watch out for the white d pawn to make a nuisance of itself.
But David, Maxim can force this, right? Even if you were to go to c8, you've got this idea of queen going to c5 and then giving a check from c7 and picking up the d7 pawn.
Yeah,
and we're seeing that.
Yeah, we'll see this on the board. Queen check. I don't know which way Magnus will go back. At least he has the options here, but queen takes pawn. Still, now it's on the board.
And maybe that was a difference, that the king on a6, Magnus feels is better placed than the king on a8, and I believe him.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I do.
We tend to believe Magnus when he goes for something in the endgame. And, OK, he goes for the white d pawn now. If this pawn is captured, just to point out, on e6, then Black is going to try to surround the passed pawn on the d-file. Still some chances. White wishes all of his pawns were connected, but unfortunately they're all isolated. The d pawn separated from the f pawn, separated from the h pawn. Still some drawing chances.
Rook attacking the queen, and Maxim not immediately picking up the e6 pawn, which again just gives us such an insight into his mind, right? He does slow down. He's looking at options. Most of us would just automatically go for this move. Eventually he does. How is Magnus playing so quickly in this position?
And so accurately. I mean, every move he has 5 or 6 options now with Black. And Maxim, did he smile there? I think he's getting frustrated. His opponent's defending so well. And yeah, if any of those white pawns were just next to each other, they could kind of walk up the board. But the problem is the black rooks on the back rank actually guard all of the promotion squares. The 2 black rooks together cover everything. And Black does have some counterplay. Black's a pawn ready to start marching.
White's got to get the other 2 pawns up the board. Start pushing the f pawn and the h pawn. Right now, he's threatening a big check on c7 as well. But it could be a big check in some positions. So you have to watch out for that.
Yeah. This is still so wild.
Does Black have the time to actually go ahead with that a pawn already? Start pushing the pawn?
Magnus will reveal all. I think he will.
Is the hope sort of going down for MVL to win this game and take it to Armageddon? Or you said there's still drama here?
Yeah, without seeing the evaluation bar, I would be extremely optimistic as White. But the clock situation, the fact that Black's rooks are already on the dream defensive squares, I think unless objectively he has some big chances, it's going to be hard to push this one further into a win. And there we go. Magnus is the one pushing this time. Pawn to a5.
And I feel like neither of them deserves to lose this game, I have to say, because it's just been so fantastic.
I couldn't agree more with that. I think this match has been just incredible to witness. Such fighting chess, accurate chess, combative play, attacking play by both these players, neither backing down. But in the end, there has to be one winner.
Yeah.
And Kaya, also, I think the drama isn't over in this one.
Okay,
We're still going to see a lot.
I'll just lean back and enjoy the commentary then. Fantastic. What a match we're having here.
Yeah, it feels like there's still some twists and turns ahead.
The pawn just reached a3 in like 3 seconds. What happened there?
Yeah, we blinked for one moment and the pawn, it looked like it moved 3-4 squares forward in one move. But the white king is coming, and he's trying to set up a mating net around the black king. I don't really see it, I've got to be honest. But Maxime, he's trying to scare Magnus here. And you've got to be careful when you push the pawn. If the black pawn pushes now, then white could at least take it off the board, dropping the white queen back. I wonder if Magnus is going to even plant a rook behind the passed pawn. That, again, tends to be decent strategy here. Let's just show what happens if Magnus tries to rush to the finishing line. It's a sprint finish here. If he pushes the pawn, then white could check. It's a double attack, and the pawn undefended. The pawn would drop off next. Still maybe a draw, but reluctant to do that, Magnus. He does indeed try to use the rook as a propeller for the pawn in the corner. He's supporting it, and he's just going to push till the bitter end. Maxime, meanwhile, going forward with his king.
Wow!
Look at this. If he pushes his pawn, will he get mated, Magnus Carlsen, on the edge of the board? How is white going to trap him here? The king's living a charmed life. If the white king marches forward, black does have a check to kick the king back. And Magnus, he's calling this bluff now. He's going to a4.
Maybe you just lose that a2 pawn now because your king is stuck on the a line.
What's
and
happening?
The king steps forward. You're threatening a checkmate on b4 and the rook is hanging.
Is MVL winning?
He's winning. The queen is coming forward to b4. It's checkmate. Checkmate guaranteed.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
And Magnus can't believe it. And Maxime flexing again.
And a smile from Magnus. Are we heading to Armageddon?
The answer is yes.
Yes, Kaya, I think we are because there's no way to fight this. You've got queen b4, a big checkmate coming in.
And queen takes pawn is also checkmate. Two different checkmating threats. Black is losing a rook. We saw the reaction from both players. Maxime, miracles happen.
We're heading into an Armageddon and look at Magnus.
Whoa. We can't believe it. The players can't believe it. It's been such an accurate match. Magnus has played fantastic today. And a blunder to take it to Armageddon.
Tanya, you called it. You had the feeling, just this this instinct that something crazy was about to happen. It felt like it was building, and Magnus took too many risks. He could have probably locked it down and won this pawn in a safer way, but he marched his king to the edge of the board and was punished.
That was the best king of the hill game that I've seen.
Oh.
Maxime getting his king all the way to c5 and checkmating Magnus.
And what is happening now? Magnus's clock is ticking. Is he just getting ready to resign?
He's getting ready for the Armageddon right now.
Whoa.
He knows that this is over. He's getting his mindset ready for the next one. I don't even think there's a way to prolong this.
No, you just have to give up a rook. You have to check the white king away, but the white king will happily take a rook. And we all know queen versus rook, how hopeless that is. Magnus allows a checkmate on the board. And we have Armageddon.
We have Armageddon to decide the winner's final. MVL makes an incredible comeback in the fight against world number 1 Magnus Carlsen to take it to Armageddon. They will now have a little bit of time to place their bids for time for the Armageddon to decide who goes straight through to the grand final on Friday and who is knocked down to the losers final tomorrow. This game, I've been following the Twitch chat. Everyone is just going crazy about this incredible game. It ends with a blunder for Magnus. Take us through the action here, David.
What a game it was. It ends with a mistake from Magnus Carlsen, but Maxime came up with some really creative ways to keep the game going and to create this this mating net around the black king. And Magnus had taken some chances, but it was Maxime's maneuver, walking the king slowly but surely towards its counterpart, that clinched it here, stepping forward, and Magnus started to go astray. The safe route here towards the draw would have been to bring the black rook across. Note how it's cutting across the c-file, stopping the white king from inching closer. Instead, Magnus continued pushing his pawn to a2, a check, and this was the mistake. Instead of what he did, he could have thrown this pawn away, forcing the white king to break the bind and walked back with his king. Instead, he took a pawn, a poisoned pawn, and after king to c5, he suddenly realized, it dawned on him, 2 checkmates and they are unstoppable. Queen takes pawn would trap the king, but more importantly, queen to b4 also trapping the king, and that's how the game ended. Queen takes a2. Game over. Maxime strikes back.
How would you describe this match so far, Tanya? MVL against Magnus.
It's the AI Cup. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it is absolutely insane. And what should we expect now, David, with Armageddon coming up?
I've given up with predictions in this match. It's going to be a wild game, really imbalanced, and who knows who's going to win.
But you know, when we were talking about the Armageddon between Jan, Nepomniachtchi and Alireza, we felt it would be about getting the white pieces, getting more time on the clock. I think, David, it switches around in this one. The players are going to try to get the black pieces, but it is how low can you go for the black pieces.
Oh, wow. We could see some super low bids for time. Everyone, just take a break, go grab your popcorn and get ready for Armageddon. We will be back in a few minutes.
Everyone loves playing chess, and everyone loves Chess Club. But there's also a time and a place for playing all your favorite games.
Hey, we're trying to have a lesson here. You need to get out of here.
Recently, more kids have been playing chess than ever in school. But sadly, we've learned that they may not always be playing chess at the most appropriate time.
Eh ben, classe, aujourd'hui...
While it might be sometimes okay to grab a game between classes, or if your teacher gives you permission and hasn't given you an assignment, it's not okay to be playing chess in school when you aren't supposed to. And chess should never come between you taking your studies seriously and cooperating with your fellow students and teachers. Chess over the board or on the phone is a great way to spend time with friends. But let's make sure that this school year, we don't let too much chess happen in the classroom. Focus on your school, because Chess.com will always be there when class is over.
Chess is cool! Respect your school!
All right, that was awesome, everybody. Great job.
Look what I did.
Danny, did you spell that?
Yeah.
Can we get some other letters, please?
What's wrong with it?
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
And I hope you are ready for Armageddon to decide the winners' final between Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It's been an incredible fight so far. It couldn't be decided in the rapid portion, so it's going to be Armageddon.
It's got to be a checkmate, right? I mean, that king, it's got to go. Oh, there it is. It's checkmate.
Oh my
God. Did he just miss that? Oh my God.
He missed everything, and that's it. Not takes the Armageddon.
Oh,
He could have taken the pawn, and that's it. And Wesley's still there. He celebrates.
Yeah, this is just a masterclass in not allowing the opponent any activity, any counterplay at all.
Oh, he doesn't mean there.
5 seconds on the clock. Oh my God.
He's got it. What a move from Fabiano.
World-class move from Fabiano.
This is a game-ending move.
Oh! Look at him celebrating. Oh my God. What an Armageddon.
We see a reaction. Magnus is
Magnus, mouse slipped.
This black pawn is going to completely paralyze the white pieces, and I think he's had enough.
He wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner.
Just feels like panic for Firouza.
He was the underdog in this match, but he's clearly been the better player today. And Dmitry Kolas takes it in the Armageddon.
We had a few Armageddons this season on the Champions Chess Tour. What words describe the situation we're entering now, Tanya?
I think it's a 50-50. I mean, the kind of match that we've just seen right now, it's not just the scoreline, but the chess that we witnessed by both these players. High accuracy, insane positions on the board. It's not been about theoretical battles. It's just been about all-out a blood fight by these two. Kai, I think it's so important who gets the black pieces in these Armageddon. You don't want to close your eyes. You don't want to miss a thing.
We are very soon finding out the bids, but first, the regulations for Armageddon. It's all about the bids. The player that bids the lowest can choose to play either with the white or the black pieces. Usually they will choose the black pieces. That means you will play with the time you have bid, and with a draw or a win, you will win the match. The player with the white pieces will have 15 minutes on the clock, but will have to win the game to win the match. And remember, there is no increment in Armageddon. And are you guys ready for the bids?
Oh my gosh. Do you have them?
Yep, we have the bids.
Let's do it.
Let's see what Magnus and MVL have bid. Magnus going down to 8 minutes and 28 seconds. And he has, of course, chosen to play with the black pieces. 8 minutes, 28 seconds. What's your reaction, David?
Well, that's about as low as you can go, especially against a speed demon like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It's going to be tough on the board. It's going to be tough on the clock. I think that's a risky bid. Maxime went higher.
A risky bid, but again, I think Magnus just makes his intentions clear that he wants the black pieces and he's going to try and shut down everything. But again, it's hard when you're playing a player like Maxime, who always finds ways to create a chaos on the board. It's going to be a really fun one.
Yeah. With 15 minutes on the clock, must win for MVL. What will it be about for him now in this game, David?
Well, he'll have over 6 minutes extra on the clock. I think it's just prolonging the tension. We saw as the clocks tick down there, Magnus did blunder at the end. So if he can keep the game going, especially if it's complicated, especially with queens still on the board, I think he has a lot of chances.
I think that's the key. Don't trade queens.
Okay, don't trade queens. And also, it's been a long day for these two players now. They have been so accurate, but in the end there, we did see a few more inaccuracies. Do you think fatigue will play a part in this game as well, Tanya?
Not for these guys.
Yeah.
I think they're also a part of them. They're really enjoying this match, the back and forth, the trading of punches that we're seeing happen here. Gloves are on, and I think they're really ready for this one. Magnus making sure that he's got some good air quality as well once the Armageddon starts.
He's got the good air quality opening his window. He's got the good secret lab chair. He is getting comfortable and getting ready. Magnus Carlsen, coming from a loss, MVL in a must-win situation, was able to get that win in Game 4 to take it to this Armageddon. We always talk about momentum. Is that on his side now, David?
It's definitely on his side, but then again, there's nobody better in chess history at bouncing back from a defeat than Magnus Carlsen. You nearly never see him lose 2 games in a row. I think that's only happened a handful of times throughout his entire career. And okay, we're off. And it's a switch up of opening. No more Sicilians. Magnus is going slightly more solid with the Caro-Kann defense.
Wow, I'm surprised. I'm kind of tempted to say mouse left, just one step ahead. C5 would have been the Sicilian, but Caro, it is the opening of choice. So Magnus wants to try and keep things solid. David, both of them are such speed chess specialists. When it comes to mouse skills, and if it comes down to those seconds, who do you think is faster, given like 30 seconds on the clock each?
Ooh, if it's 30 seconds each, depends on the position, but I would say maybe slightly Magnus, just because we know he got to the Bullet Chess Championship final against Hikaru. He won the Speed Chess Championship, which comprises of Bullet. But Vachier-Lagrave is, of course, quick on the mouse. And if he still keeps a time lead, remember, no increment now, then I think he will fancy his chances. Meanwhile, this opening is something actually Magnus himself has employed from the white side. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave pausing, still a very well-known position. This inclusion of H-pawn pushes, white's pawn on H4, black's pawn on H5, makes it difficult for both sides to castle on that flank. So it's more dynamic. And yeah, this one is shaping up nicely as well. It's really simmering already. I can sense a proper fight coming along. And okay, Magnus pausing, making a bit of a gesture there, and then brings his queen out.
Nice move. You've got a threat in the air. You are targeting that B2 pawn, also clearing the way for a potential queenside castling at some point if it does come down to finding a safe spot for the king.
What's that gesturing about?
Maybe Magnus frustrated about the opening choice or not remembering his theory, or he's frustrated, surprised about something. But as far as I know, this is still kind of within known territory. So what could it be? Is it the mouse? Is it a mosquito flying around? Who knows at this point? And
I was saying don't trade queens.
Ooh.
And Maxime offers a queen trade.
Yeah, really surprising. That's not the theoretical move. Normally, white just advances the queen 1 square to cover all the pawns. But now the queens are staring off at each other, and I think this will favour Magnus Carlsen. Now it will become more strategic rather than the kind of dynamite type of chess Vachier-Lagrave has been playing and was successful with in that last game.
And now that you've put your queen on that spot, you can't really retreat it because the b2 pawn is under fire. So the queen trade will be on offer, but it's about who trades on whose turn. If black was to take, it opens up the A line for Maxime, and that's what he's counting on for the compensation of that queen trade. Activity along the A file. If Maxime takes the queen, then Magnus says thank you very much and captures with the A pawn himself. But queen to b3, I don't think that was a great decision by Maxime.
Yeah, I would even go as far as saying I hate that decision from white. Just, you're playing Magnus Carlsen. We know how strong he is in the endgame. We know how good he is with kind of manipulating pawn structures. And now the pawn structure in the center is fixed. Queens are nearly guaranteed to come off the board. Where's the energy? Where's the dynamism in your position now? I think it's lacking for Vachier-Lagrave. I think he will regret this opening choice, maybe less familiar. And he castles queenside, trying to add some spice, but the queenside castling doesn't look so impressive with queens about to come off.
Exactly, right, David? You'd love this, the queenside castling, had Maxime just put his queen on d2, the square just above from where he starts from, instead of the queen trade offer. Because now that the rook has moved away from the A line, white black can actually trade, destroy Maxime pawn structure, and the rook finds itself not in an ideal square on d1.
Yeah, not an ideal structure at all for white. You do have more space in the center, but with the kind of lack of queens here, no attack incoming, and it's only black that has targets. Let's just quickly show some of those, Tanya. Firstly, the doubled B pawns, which look fine right now, but they might become vulnerable later, might become weak. Magnus threatening to wreck the white pawn structure, giving another set of double pawns by taking this knight. And if, for example, white guards against that, then black does have a break. This pawn is slightly vulnerable. It's a backward pawn, and I think black can start profiting from this by trading off, first of all. And at the very least, if you just need a draw, you can start trading bishops. And look at these isolated pawns, doubled, isolated. This pawn a target as well. It just looks horrible here for white.
We've seen crazy positions all match in the rapid potion, and then in the Armageddon, suddenly Maxime decides to go for this queen trade offer. And I'm thinking about what you said earlier, Kaya. Is fatigue a factor? That's what we're witnessing right now with the play that we're seeing?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's emotional as well, Armageddon. I've had a few myself throughout my career, and you often make decisions that just are uncharacteristic. You're overthinking things. And I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was so desperate to get a surprise in against Magnus's Caro-Kann defense that he was the first one to slip. And now Magnus is just cynically and effectively trading off pieces. Still looking very, very healthy for black here. The clock situation, maybe the one thing that could trip him up a bit later on. Maxime, meanwhile, just solidifying, controlling some of those pawns we mentioned.
Yeah, but I like this move because now it's going to be, you can solidify the pawns on the king side, David, but now there are going to be new targets on the center of the board as well. You need to take a decision to grab that pawn because there was too much pressure on that e5 square. The bishop has to fall back, and the black king can even step up on f7, connecting the two rooks. First, Magnus decides to reroute the knight to the center of the board. The knight is coming to e6.
So logical, so smooth. Things are flowing now for Magnus, and I think even with 2-3 minutes on the clock, he might even be the favorite here.
Would you say that Magnus is being very smooth in this position, David?
He's doing okay. And knight to f8, I just want to point out why this is such a good maneuver. He's zeroing in on the targets. This isolated pawn in particular in the middle of the board. Magnus is ganging up on it. He's got one knight hitting it. The other knight is going to come to e6 to hit this pawn as well. And remember, this pawn's defender is going to be eliminated in the next few turns. It's just consistent, smooth play. And looking very good for white right now. This pin is awfully annoying. I just don't see any redeeming factors in white's position, especially in a must-win situation right now. Knight to e6 comes with power. For example, if white just plays a natural move, the knight lands, also threatening this bishop. And, okay, he's retreated his knight. He's trying to trade off pieces.
Bart does not like that move.
Yeah, really hates that move. But I don't think there are too many good options. He's trying to trap this bishop at least. But maybe Magnus is going to ignore this. Complicated stuff. I think if I were just playing safety first chess, I would trade off these bishops, just move the black knight into the center. You have full stability. You just need a draw.
That's it. And surprisingly, Maxime captures with the other knight. So he really wants that g1 knight to come back to the center of the board. Really interesting maneuvering there by the pieces. Now, in this Armageddon, right, it's not about creating an attack or winning chances directly. You have to play on your opponent's clock as well. So as long as Maxime just keeps enough pieces on the board, continues to put pressure on the clock, I think he will get his chances.
I'm seeing so much love for both players in social media, in the Twitch chat, just after this incredible match they have played. A lot of people have been cheering for Maxim just to get to the Armageddon. And now it feels like none of them deserve to lose this match because they've just been incredible today.
And I think they've really earned that love today.
Yeah.
You know, with the play and the entertainment that we've had with their chess, I can imagine the fans just not knowing who to root for in this one.
Yeah. But do send your love and do send your energy, whoever you are rooting for. Just keep your messages coming. We love seeing them.
Yeah, both players brought their A game, and that's why we love chess. That's why we love sport in general. And there's no better scenario when both players are firing on all cylinders. And, okay, right now, Magnus has kind of transformed his advantage. He did have a long-term structure kind of superiority, so I'm surprised he traded off White's isolated pawn in the center, that weak pawn. He's given himself an isolated pawn now, Magnus Carlsen, but he's activated his pieces. The Black Knights have targets and still looks pretty healthy, Tanya.
A really big target, right, on f2. And it's not a very pleasant space to be in to try and defend that pawn because your rook also has to guard the other rook. You really don't have the time to defend it. So Maxim now relinquishing the control of the A line. Magnus gets an active rook on the open file. f2 is still under attack. I do like Black's position, and the clocks are also leveling out a little bit now.
They are, and that's not good news for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Just to show what White would love to do here is move his rook and be given an extra turn to activate his knight. If Black did something silly, then White suddenly would maybe even stake a claim for the advantage by double attacking these two weak pawns. But the problem is you can't move two pieces at once, and if you do take a timeout to defend this weakness on f2, then Black is first to strike. The Black bishop activates, and there's just too much pressure on the base of White's pawn chain. The base is always the weakest point, and right now it is this pawn which will drop. And if this pawn drops, the next pawn will drop, and the next pawn will drop. And that, of course, will mean the disappearance of any winning chances.
He did have 6 minutes advantage on the clock, MVL, at the start of this game. It is down now to only 2 minutes, and with the white pieces, he has to win this game. Magnus will go through with a draw, and is that now definitely the most likely?
I think best case scenario, draw. If this were maybe a classical game or a longer rapid game, the nerves, the clock, they do add a bit of spice. Okay, Maxime defending things, controlling the pawns, but the problem is, at the very least, Black can trade off a knight for this bishop and wreck the white pawn structure. Again, it feels like it's fizzling out.
And you're pointing out all these weaknesses in White's camp, right? Once the pawns do get separated. But I think what Maxime is relying on is the move, the knight from e2 jumping onto f4 and trying to target the h5 and the d5 pawn. I'm trying to find a way for White here to create chances. And the one plan that comes to mind is if somehow you can trade one of these e3 or g3 pawns for the h5 pawn. If Maxime is able to create a passer on the h line, then we're in business. At least we've got a game in our hands. But right now, Magnus in full control.
Yeah, and he'll be aware that he just needs to shut down this game. So any hint, any spark of counterplay, Magnus will just try and trade off some pieces. And there we go. Now, saying to White, if you ever land a knight on f4, firstly, pawns will drop, but secondly, I can just trade off. And Black's knight in the middle is the dominant piece right now. Compare them to White's knights, lacking a bit of scope. But okay, going after some isolated pawns. Maxime really fighting here. What will Magnus do? Will he try and trade things off? Will he just temporarily go passive and defend his pawn in the middle?
You could start getting greedy, right? Because if you do pick up that pawn on g3, which is currently attacked by 2 pieces and only defended by 1 piece, well, Magnus takes another decision, but it felt like that should be fine as well with the Black King defending the h5 pawn with King g6 at the end of all of that. But instead, Magnus, is he playing for more here? He goes rook to c5, defends that. And again, a big question to Maxime. How do you fight against the threat on the board of the g3 pawn?
Oh, it's really not easy. The last thing you want to do is make a passive move with your rook defending this pawn. Maybe you have to keep the game alive. No, Maxime doesn't want to play ugly chess. He plays knight to f4, very active. But, okay, this knight simply traded off immediately by Magnus Carlsen. And what next? Is he going to bring his knight back around to go for some pawns?
That's a really nice idea, and I think White will have to stop it with his own knight jump to d4 at some point. If Black's knight lands on f5, that's bad news for Maxime. But again, just compare the pieces, right, David? Black's rook on c5, not only defending the d5 pawn, but an active place. It's an active defender. The plans that we're discussing are on the board. Black's knight looking to get to f5, goes back to d6. White jumps in with his own knight to d4, so there's no more knight f5. And now that there's no attack on d5, Magnus reroutes the rook to find his own target.
Yeah, he's looking for open lines here, open files, or maybe backward pawns to stare at. This backward pawn on e3 is a severe weakness. And yeah, really nice maneuver there. I was about to say Maxime's got the best position he's had all game, but this last move from Magnus really rubbing salt in the wounds, saying, okay, I can even switch my focus to the other side. And okay, Maxime, meanwhile, while kind of Magnus goes for the king side, he's going to try and aim at the queen side. He's going to swing his rook across. Doesn't look too effective to me. It doesn't look like there are any clear paths through.
Yeah.
But he's trying.
He's trying, and I think Maxime's trying as well, because he wants to place his own rook on the B line, like you pointed out, and then you've got a target on B7, tying down that knight to D6. Again, I think this is going to go on, and of course it will go on, but Maxime, he's got ideas in this game as well. A draw is not going to be enough. Now he wants to come in, penetrate with the rook to the 7th rank. Magnus, meanwhile, trying to win the H-pawn.
Wow, I'm really surprised that Magnus has allowed a check. White's rook will now break through to the 7th rank. That's the most consistent move, at least. Or maybe the rook will come up to c5 to win Black's isolated pawn in the center. Suddenly it feels like chances. It's no longer the sterile, kind of balanced endgame that we were kind of staring at for a while. Suddenly it might become a pawn race. Magnus, I think, is kind of going all in on the fact that knights are terrible at stopping rook's pawns, A and H pawns. That's why he's going for Black's pawn on h4, but reacting there, Magnus Carlsen.
And often when he makes a face like that and hand gesturing, it is about his own play very often. So is he now regretting this move?
I'm not really sure, because I kind of like what he's doing as well. He wants to go in for that H-pawn, and I think he believes in the chances of that H5. But yeah, I'm not really sure what that was about, because you could tell that he wasn't happy about something in that moment. And has he let go of some chance or some clear way to shut things down?
Maybe he's just frustrated that he had full control and now he's relinquished that control. Now it's slightly more random than it used to be, at least with White's rook getting active. Probably still holdable, probably still within the drawing realms, but Magnus, yeah, he's such a perfectionist that any little detail frustrates him.
And now just a 1.5-minute advantage on the clock for Maxime. But at least there is an imbalance in the pawn structure. And that's the best that Maxime could have hoped for. Magnus jumps in with the knight, wanting to grab that e-pawn. The more pawns that get traded off the board, the easier the task becomes for Magnus.
Yeah, he's really trying to eliminate all danger, just going pawn hunting. And yeah, active play by Black. It's recommended.
Yeah. Recommended, absolutely. And it's probably recommended for White to get active as well. But the problem is that if you jump in with your knight to f5, hitting that rook, then the Black rook actually lands on the 2nd rank. You can decide to give a check first or go rook h2 directly. But there is another target in the position on the queen side, the b2 pawn, as you're highlighting.
Yeah, that's a target right now in the current position. This is the big target. And White gives a check. But after the Black king moves, first it goes back. Black can, at the very least, capture this pawn, and the danger is slowly dissipating. Now it's the f-pawn that is being stared at by the Black rook, and in terms of a race, this pawn is so much slower than Black's h-pawn. Look how quick Black's h-pawn is to run down the board. So right now, a draw is looking like the most likely result. Just not enough, though, for Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, just not enough pawns on the board left, right? And like you're pointing out, David, that the H-pawn is just so much faster right now. Magnus coming in with the rook, and the H-pawn will start marching down the board. Also notice how the Black knight is in good range of the B-pawn, of Maxime's pawn, while the White knight will struggle to come close to that H5 pawn because that F6 pawn takes away some of the key defending squares in the position.
And the H-pawn is sprinting now towards its promotion square. White's king would love to be on any active central square. I think that's the one thing holding Maxime Vachier-Lagrave back right now. His king, the White king, is so misplaced because he's actually caught the Black king in a mating net. The White rook keeps an eye on the 7th rank. The White knight covers any escape squares for the Black king. But you need a 3rd attacking piece. 3 is the magic number, and you don't have that. No way to checkmate that black king unless the king comes.
Are we going to see another King of the Hill battle here? Well, it's not about the pawns anymore. Maxime once again going for Magnus's king.
Yeah, and he has to do this. It worked in the last game, and it has come at the cost of a pawn, but he's running forward. If the white king ever lands on d6, the black king is totally trapped. But black's knight, of course, will have something to say about that. Black's rook can check from behind as well, depending where the white king lands. Now a check might be key. There we go.
Oh, and you can't really block it with the knight because then you just end up with a devastating pin, which can be doubled down on. And like you said, that white king is just not being able to join the party here.
Yeah, black's rook doing a great job of cutting across the d-file, stopping the white king from moving across to more useful squares. And white's knight trying to block that d-file, trying to go for some pawns, but Magnus, he feels like he's on the brink of safety. Will the clock play a factor? Do you think we'll see a scenario of rook versus rook and Maxime trying to flag Magnus?
Yeah, that's such a dilemma, right? Even from your psychological, and both of them such sportsmen. I don't really know what happens if we get to that point, Kaya, where you know it's a draw. There's nothing to play for, but the flag.
Is that an ongoing debate always in chess, if flagging is unsportsmanlike or if it's just a part of the game?
Certain players have stronger views. The degradation of flagging, I think, as Vladimir Kramnik called it, it's not recommended.
How about Magnus? Would he be super angry with MVL if they ended with losing in flagging?
I don't think so.
He knows it's part of the game. Both of these players do. They are sportsmen. And it is a dead drawn position. We should clarify the departure of knights. Magnus gave up his extra pawn to get the knights off the board. Means it's a dead draw. And Maxime doesn't try to flag. He offers the draw and Magnus progresses.
After a huge fight between two fantastic chess players, they tied the match in the rapid portion. It ends with a match loss for MVL. In Armageddon, he wasn't able to get the win he needed with the white pieces. And that means Magnus Carlsen again makes it through to the grand final to be played on Friday. Well, how will you sum up this match, Tanya?
It was fantastic. It was such a great fight. And even this last Armageddon, it ended in a draw.
Yeah.
And both the games that the players won, the two decisive games, just incredible action all along, fighting chess. I don't think we could have asked more from today. I've loved every bit of it.
Yeah. I've seen people on social media just get historical with this match and talking about it. It's just one of the greatest matches they've seen. David, you've commentated on so many games now in the Champions Chess Tour. Where will you place this match?
Yeah, I would rank this right up there. I think on the tour this season, at least, it's been one of the highest quality head-to-head matches, maybe the most dramatic head-to-head match. And it was just great to see both players in top form. And in the end, it was fitting it was a draw. It's just unfortunate for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave that it was Armageddon. It was incredible. It definitely ranks up there with one of the highlights on the Champions Chess Tour.
And what's been the highlight for you today, Tanya, in this matchup? I mean, if you have to choose something.
So much to choose from.
Yeah.
So many positions come to mind. But I think one of the big ones, the big moment, has been Maxime finding his chances in that fourth game. Queen versus two rooks, marching up with the king and managing to box up Magnus's king to end that with a checkmate and taking it to the Armageddon. What a fight it is. I mean, anyone who plays against Magnus is a huge favorite. To come back against him, it already feels like you need a miracle.
Yeah.
And Maxime, with his attacking chess and not backing down attitude, he made that happen. And both these players yesterday said that they're really looking forward to this fight. And now we know why.
And it is Magnus Carlsen who wins it, making it to his third consecutive grand final in the Champions Chess Tour. Magnus, it's been an amazing match today. We had sacrifices. We had incredible accuracy. Have you felt on fire today?
No, actually, I sort of missed the start of the match because I was just falling asleep on the couch because I was really tired. But yeah, I think this is the sort of thing that happens when you play Sicilians in every game. I didn't think. I mean, I thought the first game was generally a well-played draw, but after that it was a big mess. And like the annoying thing about playing these openings is that I know that I'm going to make more mistakes, but that's also, that's also fun. It was a lot of fun today. Great match, and I thought Maxim played the way he plays when he plays well, like giving it a really, really good fight.
So much to talk about in this match, and you mentioned the opening. So playing the Najdorf against MVL, who is probably known as maybe the best in this opening, is that psychological from you? Is that a mind game, trying to beat him in his opening and to get an advantage in that way?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, we've had plenty of Najdorfs where I'm on the white side, but I feel like I can play such positions as well. I mean, in this case, I just decided to play something that looks interesting over the board, and frankly, wasn't very good. But yeah, I just wanted to have some big fights today, so that was fun.
Yeah, and in game one, I don't know if you checked it, but the accuracy for you was 99.6. The accuracy for MVL in that game was 99.8. Do you agree that's simply incredible?
Yeah, I don't know. I think after a certain point, the moves were like fairly simple, and I think at several points there were many equivalent moves. Like everything was zeros basically. So yeah, I don't think it was anything special. Just a generally well played game.
Mm-hmm. And then also talking about game 3, some crazy sacrifices, and that has commentators and everyone going crazy. Now, you and MVL, you both seemed so calm in those crazy situations. And we were wondering, actually, during that game, do you have some sort of breathing methods, something you do to actually stay calm when it is super fire on the board?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just excited to play an exciting position. So, I mean, I didn't totally expect the line that he played, and frankly, like, sort of my knowledge of the line that he played sort of ends around 2005-6 when Topalov introduced it at the highest level. And I remember he had some, I don't remember if it was Topalov or somebody else, but there was a queen sack line where if instead of rook g8 he'd gone f6 and I go bishop d3 and give up the queen. I also remember like knight a4 was an alternative there instead. So that was sort of the only thing that I remembered. I didn't remember the evaluation or anything. I just remembered that it was a line, and following like chess back then, it was a lot of fun to see. So I thought, yeah, let's go for that. Hopefully he doesn't know it so well. And I wouldn't say that I necessarily managed to stay so calm later, because I did, I think, miss some opportunities when I had the 2 bishops against his rooks. But yeah, with his pawns, it's always scary. But it was, yeah, it was a lot of fun.
It really was a lot of fun, Magnus. Congratulations. That was a super cool match to watch, and both of you just put up such a show for everyone. And I want to ask you about the Armageddon, and especially the bid around it. After these 4 incredible fights going into the Armageddon, what was your mindset for the bid, and how important was it for you to get the black pieces?
Yeah, I mean, considering his bid, I clearly underbid considerably, because I could have I could have bid almost 2 minutes more and still gotten the black pieces. It was more of a mindset thing for me, because I didn't want to have to try and win. I thought, yeah, it's better if I just react. And I thought it's also better if I don't think. So getting black would be good. But I know that Maxim is a very good mathematician, and he generally thinks about these things. So his bid being so high surprised me, but I'll probably have to think about it till next time, because he usually knows what he's doing.
Yeah, just not only the action on the board, but just amazing mind games there as well with the bid. And Magnus, what made you switch up to the Caro-Kann for the Armageddon?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd sort of had enough of this stupid line that I played in the last game, because I had it once in the Speed Chess Championship against Jan as well, and I messed up that one, and I messed it up when I played against Alireza. So I thought, yeah, that's probably enough. Let's do something else. But yeah, fortunately, the opening went really well. I think Queen B3 was practically a decisive mistake in terms of him having hopes of winning. I think after that, there's just no coming back. My position is too solid.
And another great...
it worked out well.
Yeah, and another great result from you in Armageddon. You've had many of those lately, Magnus. You seem to always be in control, to get the controlled result you need. Do you feel like that when you head into the Armageddon, that you can control this to the result that you need?
No, not really. Usually I head into Armageddons having lost the previous game with black, or at least that's what happened. What's happened the last couple of times. So then I'm just bidding to get another black game with like 8 minutes instead of 15 and no increments. So that's a considerably worse situation to be in. So like, if I'd felt like I was in control, I should have been in control in the last rapid game instead. But yeah, fortunately those have gone pretty well for me. I don't know if my opponent's mindset changed a bit, mine changes. Yeah, I don't know. I've also lost some. It goes up and down a bit.
Mostly up.
And Magnus, you've earned yourself a rest day, but after that, in the grand final, you have 3 possible opponents, all of whom are fighting for the tour final spot in Toronto in December. Is there anyone you would rather play? And also, what will you do tomorrow on your rest day?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I haven't made particular plans. Well, I haven't played Giri yet this season. That would be fun, and he's just knocked out 2 very strong players, but we'll see. It's a really, really good field this time, and I feel like I've already, knocked out, or not knocked out, but at least knocked down some really big names. So whoever I play, I think it will be exciting.
Definitely. Today was definitely exciting. Magnus, yesterday you said you looked forward to getting a crack at MVL again. It's been a long time. So to sum it up, was this just a great day of chess for you?
Yeah, I think so. Like sometimes I'm really harsh on myself, or, a lot of the time I am. Today, I made mistakes, he made mistakes. We both found resources. My loss in the Armageddon was a little bit unnecessary, because I did at some point try and force a draw instead of going for a position with just the 2 pawns and the 2 rooks. Sorry, just 2 pawns and a queen against 2 rooks, which I think should have been a pretty straightforward draw. So that was a little bit unnecessary. But yeah, overall, I thought it was a great day of chess. Really, really good fights, and yeah, I think I can play even better. But I'm fairly happy considering the complexity of the positions.
Wow. Well, that would be interesting with even better play. Magnus, enjoy your rest day tomorrow, and we wish you good luck in the grand final.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, he is very often strict with himself, but today Magnus Carlsen has enjoyed the fight with MVL, and here are the post-match stats. That accuracy, 4 rapid games, 1 Armageddon. MVL, actually the most accurate one in this matchup. What would you say about these numbers, Tanya?
almost a similar accuracy at around 94%, but I think it's that one extra brilliancy that we're seeing around for Magnus and 2 blunders there for Maxime. So just a very, very close fight. It really went down to the wire.
Isn't it 2 brilliancies, 1 blunder from Magnus? Actually, 0 blunders from Maxime.
Yes.
2 brilliancies each.
2 brilliancies each.
So this looks like MVL won the match, but he didn't. It was in Armageddon. Magnus took it. So what can we say about MVL's play today as well, David?
I mean, MVL really brought his best. He really shone. He was unlucky. It was Armageddon. We have to remember it was 2.5. Oh, sorry. What's the score? 2.5 after all those 5 games. It's been a long day of chess.
And then an Armageddon that was draw.
Yeah. So it's just the fact that Black had draw odds. I mean, he matched Magnus blow for blow. He really, really brought it when the tactics arrived, and he was just unlucky. What can you say? When fire meets fire, eventually someone had to win.
I mean, the scoreline was level, right?
Yeah.
It's just the Armageddon. That's just how it goes.
Yeah. Wow, what a day. And it continues. The AI Cup is definitely not over, you guys. Tomorrow, it will be a day on the losers bracket. It's going to be decided who from the losers bracket goes through to play Magnus Carlsen in the grand final on Friday. Giri faces Nepomniachtchi in the losers semi-final. We will start the day with that matchup. Best out of 2 rapid games, potentially Armageddon, to decide who goes through to the losers final to play MVL. And the winner in that match will face Magnus Carlsen. And all of those 3 players still left in the losers bracket are fighting to go through to Toronto to the tour final. We also have Fedoseev in Division 2 fighting for that final spot. Is that something that will be in the back of their heads, at least, Tanya?
100%, because they've come so close to it now. And all these 3 players, like you said, are the ones who are yet to qualify for Toronto. We start with Anish versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's a matchup that we've seen before. But I feel like it's been an Anish 2.0 since day 2.
Yeah.
Because he took down Hikaru in this great style, 2-0, and then Shakhtar Mamedyarov today. Just fantastic chess by Anish. And tomorrow he takes on Jan, so it could be a bit of a grudge match there for Anish.
Could be a grudge match. All the remaining players, they're just in great form. Magnus is the final boss, though, yet again. And in order to bank their spot, claim their spot, they have to get through him. It's not going to be easy.
You guys have been in those chairs for, well, more than 6 hours now. It's been a long day. Is it at home to sleep, or is it home to play bullet chess, you guys, on Chess.com?
I'm pumped. I'm full of adrenaline. I hope the viewers are too. It's been a great day of chess.
Yeah, and it continues tomorrow. We will be back. We look forward to it. Some incredible chess here in the Champions Chess Store. Thanks for watching, you guys. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Bye.
Entry into enemy camp, and it's all happening.
Look at this. He's given up his rook.
Wow.
Amazing. This is genius. Pawn to c5.
This could be the move of the tour so far.
Jan Nepomniachtchi takes it in Armageddon with a genius move. Wow!
Paused. Queen sacrifice.
We have the first decided game in the winner's final. Magnus takes the win.
Because you're on the A line.
What's happening?
Threatening a checkmate on b4, and the rook is hanging.
The queen is coming forward to b4. It's checkmate. Checkmate guaranteed.